night descends with shadows deep. In blood heaven, no souls asleep. The blood moon rises in crimson light, casting its light upon the night. Winds howl through the hollow trees, a whispering chant carried on the breeze. Under the blood moon, in Bloodhaven skies, darkness awakens and the dead arise. Wolves in the distance, the witch's song. In Bloodhaven streets the night belongs. Lanterns flicker, casting ghastly forms. In the cemetery something stirs and storms. The graves crack open, their secrets revealed. In Bloodhaven no fate is sealed. A chill creeps in through stone and bone, as spirits of the lost make their presence known. Under the blood moon, in Bloodhaven skies, darkness awakens and the dead arise. Wolves in the distance, the witch's song. In Bloodhaven streets the night belongs. Through cobble streets, footsteps fade, ghostly hands reach from the grave. No mercy here in the blood moon's glow. Bloodhaven's light is all you'll know. Under the blood moon, in Bloodhaven skies, darkness awakens and the dead arise. Wolves in the distance, the witch's song. In Bloodhaven streets the night belongs. From the blood moon's gaze the shadows sway. In Bloodhaven's light the night will stay.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another InterSleuths live stream. Today we're going to be checking out CitizenCon 2954 Day 1. They have the full broadcast. It's actually still live, I believe. It went live at like 2 or 3 in the morning Central Standard Time. I was going to get up and cover it live with you guys, but I figured it'd be a weird hour. There probably wouldn't be that many people watching over in the US anyways. So I figured why not wait until there were several hours. I think there's like, let me see. There's like almost 8 hours of footage now for us to scrub through here. We can cut out all of the downtime as well, which is going to be really nice. Got several people in chat already. Great to see you, Crash. Welcome in, Pete. Hope you guys are doing great today. I'm really excited for this CitizenCon. There's going to be a ton of really great information in here. It's going to be leading us into Pyro and beyond. There's going to be some really great announcements. They got some great sales going on. If you guys are thinking about getting into Star Citizen for the first time, if you guys are just now finding the channel for the first time, make sure you're subscribed. Use my referral code, type !Star Citizen in chat. You'll get a link over to register your account for the first time for Star Citizen, and it'll make sure it has my code down at the bottom. Verify that it has my code down there, which is star TGK7 QSHC. You can see it in the top right corner. There's a little watermark up there, but it has to show that in your referral section, and then you know that it is functioning, and then when you get the game, you're good to go. There is a referral bonus going on for a hover quad right now, and there's some other stuff as well. How's it going, Herald of the Almighty? Welcome into the stream, buddy. I hope you're having a great day so far today. This is going to be an interesting CitizenCon. This is at a pivotal point in Star Citizen's history right now, where we're just about to go to 4.0, which is going to be adding the first, well, I guess it's the second star system, our first new star system into the game outside of the Stanton system. But before we get into that and before we start to break down everything that's contained within this, if you guys are not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. Help us reach that 1,000 subscriber goal that you see up in the top left corner there. We are flying past 800. well on our way up to 1,000. Once we reach 1,000 subscribers, we're going to be doing a 24-hour subathon where several hours will be put on the clock. And then you guys can do things like interact with Tangia, which you can see us currently paused in the bottom left corner, or gift memberships, or become a member yourself. All of those things will extend the clock further and further into the future, closer and closer to that 24-hour mark. So help us reach that goal. And we got a lot of news coming out for PAX Day. I think they changed the release time for PAX Day for their big update. We're going to be doing another 30 days of PAX Day when that does come out, but that's going to be on November 5th at 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. 4 hours of downtime for maintenance. We'll probably be able to play around 7 a.m. I'm going to be there with you guys. Minute 1, hopping in to some PAX Day. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope to see you all there. If you guys would like to join our community, type !Discord in chat. You'll get a link over to join the Cheeky Buggers United Community Discord server. It's a great place to find awesome people to hang out with, just to chat about whatever, or to play some games with. We do have some private servers for things like our Minecraft server that is in beta right now with my mod pack Hallowed Ground version 5. Currently on revision 1. We've had some people hop over there to help me beta test it. It's almost ready. A couple more tweaks, couple things that are missing from it. But if you guys would like to join our community, again, type !Discord. If you want to join us in-game, whether it be for PAX Day or Star Citizen or whatever it may be, one application gets you access to everything. Just type !Website in chat. You'll get a link over there to fill out your very own application. You register in the top right corner, and then you'll see an application section on the left. Just click there and hit Start New Discussion and fill out the questions. There are several people who have already submitted their applications, and they're just waiting for approval. You have to get your application approved, and then we will do a vetting process. So it's a two-step process, really. Submit the application, I'll reply to it, or one of my admins will, and then we'll get in touch with you, or you have to get in touch with us, rather, over on Discord to get your vetting done. We do this process in order to keep the community safe and make sure that we're only getting, people who are good faith actors in here. We don't want trolls and stuff like that, so it's just very basic stuff in order to keep the community safe and have fun with everybody. We did a giveaway last month where we gave away a copy of PAX Day. The cat died, won that. Congratulations again. We're going to be doing another giveaway this month leading up to November 5th, where the next update for PAX Day is going to be coming out. We're going to give away another copy of PAX Day. So if you guys want a chance to win that, all you have to do is be subscribed to the channel and leave comments on all of my uploads during this month. You can just go back to all of my videos, leave a comment on it. The more comments you leave on all of my uploads, the more entries you get. You can only get 1 entry per video, though, per upload. So if you go to a video and you leave like 5 comments on it, that only still gets you 1 entry. While you're down there, if you don't mind hitting that thumbs up button, it really does help the channel out, honestly. It really, really does. YouTube sees that stuff, and it helps to spread my channel's awareness to more people, so we can bring the news of PAX Day and Star Citizen and all of our gameplay and roleplay videos to you guys. We're going to be doing some more spooky games, some more social deduction games during the month of October. So let me know what games you guys would like to see covered here on the channel, or that you'd like to hop in and play with us. We're going to be doing Project Winter, as well as some other games like Ghost Exile. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm pretty sure that covers it all. Hope you guys are ready to hop in here and check out some of this content here that Star Citizen's going to be letting us know about in this year's CitizenCon. I did grab the goodies package. They have the digital goodies package. There are some redacted things that we don't really know what they are yet, unless you guys are in the future and you've already seen this stream. I haven't yet. I'm going to be going over this with you guys live. But without further ado, let's hop right in. Let me know how the audio is too. I think it's a little hot right there. Let's bring it down just a touch. Let me know how that is, guys, volume-wise. And let's go ahead and skip ahead to where it starts. That's the nice thing about doing this after the fact. Here we go. All right.
I'm going to take this off.
We got Jared Huckabee here. I don't know if you guys can hear it all right.
Come on, Dad. That's George. Say hi to George. All right, you didn't see George. Welcome to CitizenCon 2954. I'm Jared Huckabee. We are live from Manchester Central here in beautiful, sunny Manchester, United Kingdom. This is the what, 11th CitizenCon, 10th CitizenCon? I should have counted beforehand. Basically, we're back. It's our first since we returned last year in Los Angeles. We've got a tremendous show for you. I'm sorry about the countdown thing there. This is the biggest CitizenCon we've ever done, and as
it just keeps getting bigger,
it
guys. It's crazy.
A little longer to get things going than we expected. But
oh yeah,
we're ready to start. We are
the countdown at the beginning. It went down to 0 and then it added like a half hour onto it. And people were freaking. But yeah, I think this is a really big show for them, guys.
Approximately 20 to 25 minutes from the show start, so we are not going to make our 11 o'clock on the dot start time, but you can guess about 20-25 minutes.
I need to get me one of them jackets. I don't know if they sell those. I do have concierge. Maybe they sell that at the concierge store. That's an awesome jacket.
So we do got some stuff here. So what is CitizenCon? Anybody?
Let us know, Jared.
There's a bunch of people down here below me. What's CitizenCon? Nothing.
Nothing.
It's more than ships.
It's just new ships, that's it.
Grand vehicles too? Okay, we're not talking to that guy anymore. CitizenCon is our annual
that's good.
Of all the work our developers are doing for both Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's also a chance for Star Citizens to come from around the globe and gather much as they're doing here. Let's take a look across the field here. I'm going to get out of frame here. Let's take a look at the field. Look at that.
It'd be cool to go to one of these one day.
This is our hangar bay of the UEES Barbary. Here now
Yeah, that's right. They're in a Bengal hangar right now. That's like what the whole auditorium is set up as. It's set up as a Bengal carrier. Looks like they have...
CitizenCon, we theme our
what is that? What
our
ship is that?
Hall to one thing or another. In 2019, it was themed for Grimhex. And last year, it was themed for Pyro. This year, the UEE's in town celebrating Citizen Day, and we'll learn more about Citizen Day later in the thing. So what's on the agenda?
They do have some great sales going on right now, guys. For anyone thinking about getting into Star Citizen.
It's now a two-day event. So we have a whole host of presentations today, and then a whole host of presentations tomorrow.
Welcome in all the new people.
We're going to run them down now and let you know a little bit about what you can expect. So in about 15, 20, 25 minutes, I can't be specific with you at this point. Chris Roberts is going to take the stage and kick off CitizenCon proper. We're just the pre-show here where we like to have fun. After Chris Roberts takes the stage,
we will be skipping around to the different showcases.
Now that is our core technology and Star Engine Group's presentation. You might remember that they kicked off last year's presentation with that amazing Star Engine trailer that was like 25 minutes long or something. We don't have a 25-minute long trailer today, but we do have a chock-full 90-minute approximately presentation of their new Genesis system, which is a subsystem within Star Engine.
Is the volume good,
guys?
Us
build planets at the size, scale, and scope that we've always dreamed of. So you can check that out at the start of the.
I forgot to unpause Tangia. For those of you who don't know, you can interact with Tangia on the stream by typing !Tangia in chat. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it now. There's some pretty fun stuff you could do in there. It's normally for gameplay videos though, but nevertheless, type !Tangia. It does directly support the channel, so I'm going to go ahead and unpause that. Anything that's queued up, we'll go ahead and play through now.
After that, we've got a social universe. Now, this is the sleeper presentation of the entire thing. Now, we were a little cagey in the description on the website about what this is. You know, it's everybody getting together and playing with your friends and stuff like this. But I'll just say it's the sequel to a presentation we did approximately 10 years ago at CitizenCon. And if you want to look back at what we did back then, you can probably guess what it's about. Folks that are in large groups of people will want to pay attention to this one.
Hey, there we go.
After that,
community
we're
stuff.
Take a lunch break because this is a very long day, and you know we all need to take a break here. That's your chance to get your snacks, get your food, say goodbye to your loved ones, because the second half of the day you are not going to want to be anywhere else but in your seat. When we come back, we've got that cosplay contest sponsored by Toby Eye Tracker, and then Dressed to Kill. Now, Dressed to Kill is also a sequel to a presentation we did in 2019 about armor specializations and basically bringing high function to high fashion in the universe. And then, as we said in our summary on the website, the return of an old friend from CitizenCon past. Yes, Virginia, it's true. What you've guessed on Reddit, it's here. And then finally, Beyond Pyro, where I promised on SCL just a few short weeks ago that there's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. Well, guess what? There's no 4.0 content at CitizenCon. We're all beyond 4.0 this year.
Oh, wow. They're beyond 4.0?
All right, I'm going to need you to do
Jared's
basic
sweating
there.
bullets, man.
Yeah, we're going to look beyond pyro.
Hey,
to
Chef,
what
how's it
comes
going, man?
next.
Welcome in.
And then we're going to take a short 15-minute break after that, let everybody recharge. And then there's something on the schedule that is currently redacted. I'm not
I wanna see that
allowed
for
to
sure.
tell you what that is.
Oh, come on, Jared.
But I'm going to tell you guys watching at home the same thing I told everybody out front when they were waiting to get in. Do not let any force on this earth stop you from being in your seat when whatever that is happens at approximately
Oh,
the end of the
man,
day.
that's big.
And then on day 2, we
I'm
come
stoked.
back tomorrow with a look at crafting your home. That's a look at base building, which we first introduced at
Yes,
last
base
year's CitizenCon,
building.
and the new crafting system. The crafting system that aims to dynamically change the face of all life in Star Citizen. There's a reason it's kicking off day 2. You're not going to want to miss that. Then Captains of Ministry, that's replacing our general Ship Talk 2054. Is that what year it is? 940? Yeah. George is saying yes. Replaces our generic Ship Talk.
Just gonna let him
7,
do his intro, and then we're
with
gonna skip ahead to the
with a
first
presentation dedicated
big
to the ships and
announcement.
vehicles that will make crafting and base building possible, with the return, with a revisit of an old friend that hasn't made its appearance in the persistent universe yet, but it's getting a big blow up before it does. So you're gonna want to check that out. And then, well, if I can be honest, we got a tight zoom. You got a tight zoom? Yeah. Let me talk to you here, though. The star's my destination. Star Citizen Alpha 1.0. If you're an
Oh,
old school
let's
sci-fi
freaking
head
go.
like me, you'll recognize that title. This is perhaps, and you know me, I'm
1.0,
not prone to hype.
guys.
I'm not generally prone to hyperbole. I'm always like cautious. I'm like, well, it might be this, might be that. I'm going to tell you right now.
This is
the
big
most
stuff.
important presentation we've ever done at CitizenCon. Mark it. Be there for it tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Now, that's
guys.
enough for me. We're going to throw it down to Dan, on the floor of the hangar here, and we're actually going to explore a little of what's here in the UEES Barbary. Dan, are you there?
Thank you, Jay.
All right, I'm going to pause it here, and I'm going to find the spot where the first keynote is actually taking place. Well, first, let's go ahead, and I'm going to find where they're talking about the ship here, because this looks cool. They have an actual ship. That is just unbelievable. Check this out. Is that a Hornet?
So, as you
Life-size
guys can
Hornet.
see, we have a near life-size replica
Oh, near life-size.
of the Hornet F7A Mark II.
That is so cool. Wow.
This thing was made for us by Mango Stone, and they spent 14 weeks putting this together.
Now, does it
From
fly?
6 weeks of
Could you imagine?
concept, 8 weeks of build time. This thing was their biggest ever build, but they have built stuff for
That
us
is so damn
before
cool.
in the Manchester studio. Now, as you guys know, this is a medium fighter, so it packs a punch, but it is pretty quick. If you guys have flown the F-7Cs before,
Can you imagine putting like a cockpit sim inside of that? All your controls and everything, and you got surround screens on the inside of that thing, as if you're just actually looking out of the cockpit. That would be immersive as fuck. That would be really, really cool.
before.
This
It's
thing's pretty
very
awesome.
similar. However, this thing, if you guys haven't seen the guns and the Gatlings on this thing, it's pretty powerful.
That is so cool, man.
Well, yes,
Apocalypse
this
Arms,
is
Gatlin's
my
on there.
now second favorite Anvil ship. Dare I say it? And, I haven't got to drop my cred yet, have I? Let's just... Your
See this
vehicle
engine.
has been delivered to the following location.
Your vehicle has been
Yeah.
delivered.
How
It's the
did I
ASOP
sound like
terminal
me?
whenever you
Yeah? Good.
call
good.
out the ship.
Yeah,
Is that her voice?
It has
That was
been
her?
delivered right here to Manchester, 200 miles away from Brighton, by our amazing guys at Mango Stone.
I think she might actually do the voice for that. That's
This
pretty cool.
thing was built with a huge steel spine structure, and there is a platform in the middle, steel platform, that they use to build the top details.
That's pretty sick, but let's go ahead and find the first keynote now. I'm going to be skipping ahead here to find when it starts. Oh, here we go. Here's Chris Roberts coming out on stage. There's the bangle. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. What a cool time in gaming history. Like, it's just crazy to think that this started as a Kickstarter, you know?
Hello, CitizenCon 2954. There's a lot more of you here than there were when we were here last year, 5 years ago. There was 1,200 people. There's almost 5,000 people in the building today,
Holy
which
crap.
is amazing. I'm so grateful. I know a whole bunch of you around that have come from around the world to visit the lovely sunny Manchester. But inside here, there's going to be a lot of very cool stuff, although in this up-and-coming presentation, you may see a few things inspired by the Manchester weather. Anyway, so like the first title of our first presentation, Brave New Worlds, we're on the cusp of a new era for Star Citizen because server meshing is finally a reality.
Yes.
People are making their first jumps to Pyro in Evocati testing right now.
Oh yeah, and Evo is Pyro.
Pretty awesome. We're going to
4.0 is in
Evocati
Evocati.
this year. So I think it was going to be a great new phase for Star Citizen. And over these next 2 days, we'll talk about the new tech and tools in Star Engine that will help us craft those worlds that you're going to be flying around to. And you'll hear about our plans beyond 4.0 and how we get towards Star Citizen 1.0, which is out of alpha and for everybody to play.
I'm looking forward to Pyro.
Evening, I've got a special surprise for you, so you definitely want to stick around for the 5:30 show. Anyway, the team has worked really hard on the lead up to CitizenCon.
Welcome in, everybody. We're just hearing what Chris has to say before the presentation.
First of all, what you've been playing in live, what you're going to be playing, what you're going to see here. So I'd like to thank them all for working extra hard and putting all their love and care, just like you guys love and care what we're building, into what we're doing. So thank them and you guys. And without me waffling on, I'd like to bring CIG's CTO, Benoit Bézageur. Did I say it right, Benoit? Yeah, okay, good. I'm always bad with French surnames. To the stage to start our journey into the future. So let's have a great show.
Let's see what they got in store for us. Brave New Worlds. So a lot of people think that they may have already done it. I have no idea because, again, I haven't seen this yet. This is still live, but this is not live right now. We're about 8 hours in the past in terms of the event actually being underway. A lot of people think that they were going to announce their intentions for the future star systems. So we know Pyro. Pyro's already in Evocati. Pyro's like, we're on the cusp of Pyro. There are several other star systems that we know have been in the works for a while because they have things to do with Squadron 42 and some other parts of the game that have been developed behind the scenes, so to speak. So this Brave New Worlds, this could be, because Huckabee just said too, Jared just said, it's going to be beyond 4.0. So this could be interesting stuff here. But either way, it's going to be interesting.
Hola, CitizenCon. Ni hao, CitizenCon. And hello, Manchester. I'm not going to need this anymore. Cool. I am Benoit Beauséjour, or as some of you know me, I am Balt on Spectrum. Today, we will talk about Brave New Worlds. This is Pyro 2, Monox.
Check that out.
It's a barren planet, not really habitable. Now, since the advance of our planet tech, we've always allowed players to circumnavigate planets and move from orbit to ground seamlessly, explore complex areas in intricate detail.
Star Engine's
Now,
amazing.
with server meshing, we're going to need a lot more locations for missions and destinations for more life. But there's a major question that has always followed this project since the beginning of Alpha 3.0. How are we going to make a large number of planets and systems? How are we going to meet the fidelity benchmark we've established? In this technology update, we bring life to lifelessness, even to monarchs. We take the physical representation of the terrain, the geology, the atmosphere, the climate, and the environment to create accurate biomes that spring naturally from the collision of all these environments.
I like what I'm hearing.
Coherent, denser biomes that follow the laws of nature that we encode into data. Data that we then leverage to place flora and fauna, yes, but also settlements, buildings, alien and human life in a planetary context. This creates worlds that are scientifically plausible, richer in gameplay opportunities. We want you to find adventure just by going around the planets without a quantum point. We want you to find actions along your path. For this, we are changing how we made the game. We are scaling how we make the game in all areas. This is not just a Planet Tech update. This is a collection of systems that we call
Genesis.
Genesis.
So this is a tech, this is a like collection of tech, I guess, that is going together to form this Genesis system for their Star Engine. So if those of you don't know, this Star Engine is the engine they've developed and made from the ground up with a lot of these different systems that they've had to produce, such as their river tech and all the different tech that's in the engine. They have to produce it to bring it into the world, into the worlds. And Genesis, I guess, is a collection of various different techs.
Now,
that would be my assumption.
Explain all this nice work and this nice technology. Let us kick us off.
Welcome in, Amber.
Welcome our very own Ali Brown and Will Hine.
Hope you're having a great day.
Phase 1 of Genesis.
So let's see what Phase 1 Genesis has in store for us.
Hello, Star Citizen.
Yes, hello, CitizenCon.
Yeah. So let's start with some introductions. This guy over here is Will Hine, aka Water Guy or River Guy.
Oh yeah, he did a lot with the water tech, water physics.
This lovely gentleman is Ali Brown, pusher of pixels extraordinaire.
And we're here to tell you about Phase 1 of Genesis, which we're entitling The Laws of Nature. And this revolves around the fundamental approach we use to build our planet and is the literal foundation for everything else we're going to talk about in this talk today. Now, it centers on data-driven, physically-based rules that we aim to realistically emulate nature and its incredible diversity. Before we dive in a bit deeper, let's just recap on some of the things we already have on our planets. So here you can see our lovely atmosphere and our cloud rendering, which can provide some spectacular views. We have our on-the-fly terrain generation.
Such a beautiful game.
Which is no loading screens in our game, which we're very proud of. And then we have our scattering system that can populate these planets with many different diverse biomes. And we've been setting quality benchmarks for each of these biomes as we come across them one by one.
But what we have isn't perfect. This scene on Microtech, it looks great, but it's not getting the same density that you'd expect from a real pine forest. That's one of the things we want to solve. The other, if I take you to the other side of Microtech, you'd be excused if you thought we'd just turned around and looked at a different part of the forest. Why is that? Well, this is because currently our artists create slices of biomes in great number, and then they distribute them across the planet using humidity and temperature properties. Each slice looks great in isolation, as you've seen, as you've explored. But this is not the solution to give us varied and natural biomes across an entire planet. Additionally, just using humidity and temperature limits us to only 2 degrees of variation. And that's not enough.
Yeah, I guess that would be
for the
true.
planets and worlds that we want to create and for you to explore.
So how are we going to scale up our planet generation? Well, as I said before, we're going to start with physically based rules that drive everything. We want nothing to feel random on these planets. We want no limitations on the number of biomes. We want infinite biomes that are continuously changing across the planet.
Infinite
and we want extreme
biomes?
density,
Oh, wow.
And we want to maintain or exceed all of the quality levels we've set with our existing biomes. And most importantly, we want it to be scalable so that we can really scale up to the level of content that the designers are expecting. And from your perspective, we want you to be able to truly explore and find unique playing opportunities everywhere on our planets. So to start this, we're going to need more data. So if we see here some of our existing data sets on our planets,
wow,
we have
temperature map, that's cool.
which we define locally and globally, and humidity, and that's it for now. With Genesis, we add many other data sets, such as the geology
Nice.
type.
Okay. So they're breaking down based on physics and whatever else, all these different points that they're bringing in. They're breaking down into heat maps where they want different things to be overlaid. So it used to just be humidity and temperature. Now they're adding in all of these other data maps, these data points that are going to be determining where all of these different biomes and densities, and the worlds are about to become a lot more rich, I think.
The soil type, and then we also go for things like the soil depth and the quality and the nutrients and many other properties all drive this complex data set that we use to build rule sets on that each individual asset can describe how it should work with them.
I wonder if that's going to eventually carry over to base building. If you have a farm or something, is the soil going to be different in different biomes and areas? Like you'll have to take actual soil samples. And again, this is theorycraft. I love theorycrafting on the channel here, but I wonder if you'll have to take soil samples to find out where the most nutrient dense soil is, if you'll be able to increase things like that. I don't know if that's even going to be a thing, but with all these data points that they're already putting together here, it seems like that might be a possibility when it actually comes down to planting crops and stuff.
We're going to put something together and show you some demos today using some of the assets that you've already know and love in the PU. Although you might see some new stuff later, we'll save that. What you're going to see is a vertical slice of development. It's very early stages, very work in progress. You might see some bugs, but that means it's only going to get better, so be excited. The number one challenge with planets in our game is scale. In no other context do you need a planet to look great from first-person perspective when you're stood among the trees. You need it to look great when you're in a spaceship at a quantum marker miles away, and everywhere in between. There are no loading screens, you see everything. We cannot afford for it to look bad in any of those scenarios.
That's true.
So let's start from a ground perspective. Demo number one, let's have a look.
No Starfield here. You don't have a loading screen to get in and out of your chair, loading screen to go into that room, loading screen to leave your ship. That's insane. Now that is some nice density there. You get the tree cover, you get the foliage cover, so you have the shadows inside of there. You actually feel like you're in a forest. Ground covered density, different soil compositions, patches of grass and rocks and wildflowers. The tech they build for Star Citizen, for the Star Engine, is unbelievable.
So, how do we make that? Thank you, thank you. So, let's talk about first what's underneath it all. The ground! So,
UTB says I need a shovel, dig my way to the core.
terrain shader, we just switched between different ground textures depending
That'd be pretty
on
cool,
whether you
actually.
really consider the
Welcome in,
unique properties
EOTB.
of
Hope you're having a
each
great
type.
day.
Now, the terrain shader is based around 4 layers. We always first consider bedrock at the bottom of it all. Then, where appropriate, we add layers of soil of different types. We then
Well, there you go, EOTB. That answers your question. Well, you didn't ask a question, but that answers what you were saying. Much like if it's anything like Minecraft, there is bedrock. So
add debris where appropriate, whether it be pine needles, dead leaves, etc. And then when it gets cold, we add snow. Each of these layers has unique shading properties and unique transitions between them. Because we do this all in one shader, we're able to achieve that as well as being performant. We can also use things like water saturation to darken and tint the soil and other properties to make it look more realistic.
oh, that's a nice touch.
But that's not what filled most of the screen in that demo. That's the vegetation. Like what Ali said, we want to emulate the laws of nature. So in Genesis, we have rule sets for every asset that tells it how to respond to our rich data, whether it be soil type, water availability, temperature, geology, or whatever. We assess the viability and the vitality of each asset. and compare them to decide what is likely to
And I know not everyone's going to care about every single, talking point in here, but we are going to be skipping around. We're going to be going through all of it.
Not handcrafted anymore. No one has told those
This stuff's
phones and
interesting to
those
me, though.
pines to be like that. They each want to be like that. And that's what we're doing. Multiple assets coming together to create a unique.
So this is reproducible. They have a set of parameters based on all of these data points now that come together to naturally create their light. They're almost like procedurally generated based on a rule set. You have the temperature, the humidity, the types of soils, all kinds of soil depth, all kinds of things that normally determine in real life what an atmosphere would be like or what a environment would be like. All of those parameters are coming together to create these different biome distributions, all the way down to the lowest level of just foliage on the ground and pine needles being below. You have all these parameters that are programmed in logically to make sense coming together to create these environments. So what that means for in the future is, now that this system, like all the other systems they've made for Star Engine, now that this system is in development or is working, they can implement it across the entire game. This is where I think exploration gameplay is going to come into play. You'll be able to have planets and stuff that technically are, I don't know if they'll do this to this full extent, because I know it's more of a curated experience. You have these handcrafted things, but this allows them to implement more planets or moons and things like that that have these environments on them without having to literally place each tree by hand and hand sculpt all the environments, because it's based on these procedurally generated parameters.
Microbiome. What about trees then? Same thing. They have a larger requirement for space. They have a larger requirement for nutrients.
There will be parts throughout this where it gets a lot more technical.
Let's meet the flora that came together to beat that forest.
But the cool thing is you'll be able to see where that technical aspect meets gameplay.
Because we've already seen them in the same place, so they must be similar. So, building blocks like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower.
Oh, okay. Look at this. Check this out. You have distance between them. You have pH of the soil, temperature, humidity, sunlight, because ferns like low sunlight. They like to grow in darkness, well, some darkness. That is in depth. They have this for each different type of foliage. Let me go back just a second here. Here's grass and cotton grass. Cotton grass likes more sunlight and slightly more, now same humidity, slightly warmer temperature, and it grows further away from each other. So you can see the different parameters that they're putting in for these different types of foliage and vegetation and things like that. And that's what's determining where they're placed in the world. If it meets all of these different parameters, it has a chance to be there. This is really cool.
Like grass and common grass, medium amounts of sunlight. We had ferns, see as a much lower requirement for sunlight. We had salix bushes forming our undergrowth. And we had pine.
Here's a pine tree, likes moderate sunlight, low temperature, 8 meters. So I'm assuming they can increase the density. That distance can probably be dynamically reduced based on if it's a section that is dedicated to being a pine forest. Then they wouldn't need to be 8 meters apart. They could potentially be closer, I would imagine.
Pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light.
YouTube says tobacco crops and cigars. That'd be awesome.
It's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios.
Oh, that is freaking awesome. So he's talking about the ferns, like, yeah, they can grow in the light, but they're outcompeted by other types of vegetation in those situations. So you get that variety there. That's really, really awesome. It's driven by, right here, shading.
Most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in. Let's take a look from a larger perspective again.
Gosh, the level of fidelity here. That looks so dang good. Down in that valley, just a nice dense forest. With persistence, just hide a cache of ammo out there or something. Tell someone the coordinates. So that was foliage they were just going into.
Some of the things we saw in that clip, let's talk about rocks first. So anyone that's done a lot of ground driving and ground vehicles might have seen that our rocks sometimes feel a little bit randomly scattered and can be quite an obstacle sometimes. So in this clip, you saw that the rocks are no longer randomly scattered, and they're now placed based on physically based rule sets. And
Chop Chop 3.0 PAX wannabe. That's funny,
achieved
YouTube.
via erosion simulations, which we run offline to build localized data maps. And they describe the size of the aggregate and rocks and the density and where they should naturally form. And that means we get things like these natural clusters of boulders at the forest edge underneath the cliffside. And on that note, you might have noticed that the cliffs have been
Welcome in, new people. We're just checking out CitizenCon here.
We also see things like the natural clumping of vegetation caused by seed dispersal. This is controlled per species, so we can get better emulation of their unique growth patterns and create a much more realistic environment. And we also calculate the slope aspect, which is the exposure to vegetation to solar radiation and other environmental factors. And this allows us different species to flourish in different conditions, as we can see on different sides of this valley.
That's going to be so cool, man.
And over large
Such
scale,
wide variety.
we calculate the age and vitality of each tree individually to drive exactly how high they should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to
look at the birch trees, man.
Seasons to the game, and this will mean our planets will evolve.
No way. Did he literally just say they're implementing seasons? That is going to be amazing.
Through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have.
Look at the different colorations. Oh my gosh, it's turning into fall. Are they going to lose all their leaves?
So as you're starting to see, all these rules, all this data, it's all coming together to create what we call truly emergent biomes. Let's have one more look at how this varies over a much larger scale.
Are they going to show us a season over a big scale? No, I'm really excited for those seasons, guys. That's going to make the game really come up to life. Especially once you have a base down on a planet, you can watch the seasons change around you. That would be really cool, EOTB. I always talk about how beautiful PAX Day is. Man, is Star Citizen beautiful.
Just like in real life, oh, thank you. Just like in real life, our areas should vary, even by traveling a few kilometers. If you get in a helicopter and fly over the Alps, it all looks a bit snowy, but when you look closer, it's constantly changing. And we're now able to accurately represent that with our changing data. Another very important factor to mention is the distant look. In this screenshot, you don't see a single tree, and yet the terrain is still green. We previously did that with artist-made lookup tables that told the planet what color to be at what position. But that wasn't going to work with all our new data and our far more complex spawning. Now we have a systemic solution. The planet shader is able to intelligently evaluate what's going to spawn there using the same rule sets that cause the assets to spawn there when you get there.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
We can sample the sort of
I
color
like that.
that is going to project onto the orbital view and use it. We get a far better accuracy from the result. Together, by creating rules and authoring data that works, we create a...
So the LOD, when you're seeing stuff from far away, it's now taking the same tech parameters of what would spawn where. It's taking that data from the actual world generation, and it sounds like it's using that in order to determine what you should see at different levels of detail from farther away. Obviously, to save performance, you can't render all these trees at full detail, but that having that accurate level of detail is going to be really, really nice.
Continuously varying planet that sets the scene for the incredible exploration gameplay I know you guys are going to have. But how have we done this without compromising on performance?
So yeah, with all this new data sets and these physically based spawning rules, you're probably wondering, how is this going to handle in your CPU? We don't want to melt anyone's CPU, so we've redesigned all of this tech to work much more efficiently than before, and now it can run on many cores. This allows it to be run perfectly well on both the CPU and the GPU. So we've redesigned our framework so that we can run it at both and swap between them freely. Now, the benefit of this is we can do things like, first off, move the terrain system to the GPU, and we've now done that to get some incredible performance improvements, but we then also cache the results in something we call a virtual terrain texture.
Oh, nice.
Quick demo of this
That's pretty
now.
cool.
This is now vastly faster than the previous system, but it also allows us to generate the terrain in much higher resolution, which means all the popping you can see on the map.
Oh, yeah, you don't get any popping in.
All of that should be completely eliminated on the right-hand side of the screen.
Hell yeah. That's amazing. It's small things like that may not seem like a big deal to some people, but that's a huge deal for immersion in the world. Look at all that popping on the left, and it's just not there anymore.
With the extra headroom we've gained by making our terrain system more efficient, we've been able to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken
Make the
off
ships
all the
fly
assets so
better.
you can see the issue.
Makes the ships fly better.
And now how it looks, you don't see
Wait, so what is this? This is legacy ground tiling and the new system.
those lines going at all.
Oh, I gotta see that again.
Familiar with ground textures, proper blending between surface types, and of course, better tiling. If you're familiar with any of our planets, we've taken off all the assets so you can see the issue.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Now
Look at the
how it
tiling
looks,
on the
you
left.
don't see those lines going at all.
So the texture blending and stuff updated. And again, this is small technical stuff. Not everyone's going to care about things like this, but this does add to your overall gameplay and your immersion. You can see the rows on the left on the legacy where you can see the textures are repeating themselves. On the right, completely blended perfectly together with the new system.
One more.
That looks a lot better. So much better.
With the terrain data cached on the GPU, like Ali said, we can perform the scattering there too, which is significantly faster. All those algorithms that we've used to generate those first bits can run there without being more expensive on your CPU.
Mooscup, how's it going? Says that used to ruin my immersion terribly. Exactly.
We can render straight from them. That allows us to have dramatically more density in our new system. We can render objects directly without having to go via the CPU every frame. We also cull at different levels of granularity, with bigger groups in the distance and individual assets up close. Just as a demonstration, this is the sort of density you can expect on Microtech today. And in a second, we'll flip over to what you can expect from the new upcoming tech.
So this is the existing technology, the current tech. Oh, holy crap. Look at that density.
In a second, we're going to turn on the...
Oh my gosh.
These are the groups that we create of those trees and of the terrain. And as we get closer, we shrink them so we're more intelligently rendering what we need without having to assess each tree individually.
That is unbelievable. That is going to feel so damn cool to build a base in the middle of that. Mooscup says, just got here. Did they say anything about changing to global chat? That tends to ruin my immersion.
To recap some of the things
No, they didn't talk about
phase
that.
one, we had data-driven rules based on physically based data, generating emergent biomes that continuously vary across our planets to get infinite possibilities. And we've achieved this with much greater density than before and much faster rendering. And we also achieved seamless transitions from ground to space with zero popping. So now that we've got all this tech, it's time to talk about how art might make use of this. So for that, I'll hand you to the next phase towards Sebastian Schroeder.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That was pretty cool stuff. Let's see how this is going to carry over to the art team now.
No physical.
Thank you. Wow. Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous.
There's only 20 of you or I'd be nervous.
Right. Thanks for having me.
I'm here on behalf of the Planet Content team, and we're very excited to finally show you some of the things we've been working on. As you've just seen from Will and Ali, the system keeps growing in both complexity and capability, so our libraries have to grow alongside it. Wait, should I click? No. No, I should click.
Click, 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 click.
Oh, there we go. So, our goal of the content is to provide the content that the system needs to populate every corner of every planet with realistic environments. And this content is what this phase of Genesis is all about, emergent biomes. For our first example of today, it's almost a shame Will left because it's about moisture, but let's look at very high moisture and medium to high temperature.
Oh, dude. Swamps. And there's the birds. Oh, there's a base off on the left, too. Swamps are going to be amazing to be able to see in-game. That is unreal. Are those termite mounds? Or are those tree stumps? Look at the moss. This is only using white box assets as well. That flyby was pretty damn cool. Oh my gosh. Let's freaking go, dude. Use the Force, Luke. That's what they're recreating right here, I think. His X-Wing was downed. Oh man, I'm super excited for that. That looks so good.
Thanks, that did look really good. So, for swamps, we obviously made vegetation that feels at home in or near water. But before we dive in, allow me to give you a quick primer on our approach to authoring plants. Most species can survive in a fairly wide range of climate conditions, but will only thrive if the conditions are ideal. To support this concept, we author our vegetation assets.
So we're going to have a pretty wide variety of vegetation in different areas. He said most of them can survive in a lot of environments, but they're only really going to thrive if the conditions are perfect for them. If the conditions are ideal, then the vegetation or whatever it may be, the distribution of resources will then increase because, you know, all the conditions are right for that. Again, based on all of those parameters that they have set for all the different types of vegetation and shaders and ground dispersion of different ground assets like twigs and sticks and rocks and stuff.
To describe the full growth cycle of a species. If the conditions aren't ideal, they may not grow to full maturity or look their best, but the species can still exist. So let's have a
Oh, wow. Okay, here we
go. For the
Let's see.
water's edge, we made plants like this Alternatera and the iris. We also need the aquatic ones to float on the water surface, like the water lily or the pickerel weed. This willow and the one after, a Chinese tallow tree, while comfortable near water, we can also use to replace some of the more aged assets used to seeing elsewhere in the game. The last one, it's taking a bit longer now, but the last one, I'm gonna wait. The last one, you may not see used much in other biomes, but it's a very iconic one for the swamp.
Mangrove.
The bald cypress.
Oh, cypress. Looks like a mangrove tree. So I think what he's trying to say is you can see those traditionally, normally only in swamp assets, you can see them in other biomes, but they're really going to thrive in a swamp biome where it meets the moisture, the water content, all of those parameters that need to be met in order for those things to thrive. You could potentially see them out somewhere else where the conditions are good enough, but they're not going to thrive. Maybe they don't grow to the large mature status and things like that.
So another feature we need to make a swamp experience a proper one is water injection. Over the last year or two, a lot of work has gone into improving the way our water reacts and renders. So naturally, we wanted to make a biome that highlights those advances. Let's have a brief look at what it's like being inside the swamp. As you walk or swim through the water, you may come across obstacles like logs or debris floating on the surface.
Oh my gosh, it pushes it out of the way. Let's freaking go. So for those of you who don't know, the water right now, when you go underneath it, it doesn't really do anything. You just walk on the bottom of the water and there's no underwater textures. The physics on the top look really good now, but actually going underneath and stuff, I don't think that changed with the surface ripples and stuff. But you would just walk on the bottom of the water. Now it looks like we're actually gonna be able to interact with and have the environment around us change. EOTB says, now I want to see the alien worlds and terraforming gone wrong. Well, terraforming gone wrong is actually on Microtech. Microtech was turned into a frozen tundra by a terraforming accident gone wrong, and that's why Microtech chose to be there, because they have all their processors and their servers and stuff running, and the cold actually helps keep them cool. But that is from a terraforming accident gone wrong. I don't know if we'll see I guess we would have to see alien worlds because we have alien tech in the game. There are alien races that aren't fully physicalized in the world yet, in the game yet, but there are alien ships that come from like the Banu and stuff like that, these different races. So I'm assuming they would have to have some form of alien world. I mean, but then again, an alien world to us just means something that's out of the normal from what we've normally seen. It's, out there that is not a normal environment that we would see, maybe with some strange plant life and stuff, but anything that's outside of what we would normally see here on Earth would be considered alien to us. Exotic metals caused by terraforming that go wrong, hostile, wear your suit. Oh yeah, like if on your suit and stuff, it'll wear, if it's like acidic and things, that'd be pretty damn cool. They already have somewhat of a system like that where you can get snow buildup and dust and dirt and grime and stuff built up on your suits and things like that. Not all life is carbon, EOTB says.
We were also pleasantly surprised when we first saw how the water simulation systemically affects assets floating on the water surface, making for some really immersive moments.
It's a little jittery. It's a little bit jittery right there, but they're on the right direction.
Now, before I get to our second use case of the day, a quick disclaimer. Obviously, all the things you're seeing here today, we're still actively working on. But
yeah, it's all work in progress.
It's a bit early in the process. So let's have a look at extreme object density next. With the data saying we should have high rainfall and sunlight.
Somebody send this over to mainframe so they can take notes on how to like actually properly have a PR team and talk about the things they're working on and, have a release schedule of when things are going to be coming out when and things like that. Sure, things can get bumped, but they could learn a lot from this PR team.
Around. It's the perfect condition for our next biome to appear.
A jungle? Oh my gosh, dude. UTB says right. Preach it, brother. Check out this jungle. I cannot wait. Let's build a base. There's a cutter going down. Cutter's a nice little ship, guys. I like that ship. Very good starter ship. Feels like a minivan or a caravan. How's he gonna land in here? You gotta be careful landing now with the densities like this. PAX Day release set for 2041. Wow, check out this environment, guys. That is dense. Can you imagine having a firefight in there? Once we get some more hostile creatures or entities in there as well. Stalkers creeping up on you, popping out of the bushes. Look at that path. He did say this is very early work in progress for this dense jungle. I love this. The feels you get. There's a Maroc flying through the air there. There's a Pisces crashed, maybe? Yeah, it looks like a wrecked Pisces. That looks freaking awesome for as early as it is, especially.
Considering everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress, the gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work and the best.
Wait. Hold on. Look at this guy sitting in the front. He's like middle-ish aged, sitting there, arms folded. He's like, I'm not impressed. I've been waiting for this game for 48 years. He's just a veteran, man. Look at him. What a legend. He's not even flinching. He's like, I'm not impressed by that. It's too funny.
Everything you've just seen is still very much work in progress. The gameplay capture team really did a great job showing our work in the best possible light.
That's me or my
Jungles,
clonio,
we'll
he says.
explore the concept of vertical stratification, as they are the prime example for that. What it means is that you have horizontal layers of microbiomes defined by the species that thrives with the amount of sunlight and rain that still reaches there. The floor, herb, and brush layer we could almost do before, obviously missing the density. But now we also have the option to add variation to the tree layer by dynamically spawning epiphytes like lianas, orchids, or bromeliads.
Moose says maybe my grandkids will play in a system other than Stanton. They'll inherit all your ships too. You gotta put them in your will.
With this and improved density is what will finally allow us to make convincing jungles. And the best part is, we don't even need a lot of different species to create what we refer to as a canvas of a biome.
Well, Moose 4.0 is in Evocati right now, and that's Pyro. It's in Evocati. We just got 3.24.2, and I would think that relatively soon we're gonna be having Pyro in our hands. LTI is for life, not for forever. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, it's just for your lifetime, right? It's not for... Is it the lifetime of the ship? Or is it the lifetime of the person who bought it? You can't give your grandkids, when they inherit your ships 30 years from now when the game's still in development, they can't they can't inherit the lifetime insurance of your ships. By the time it releases, we'll be able to download ourselves into the digital world. Hey, that'd be pretty interesting, actually. UTB says, just wondering if ship's firepower will allow you to make a clearing. That would be really cool, actually. I would like to see the ships less no-clippy. Right now, they feel like they just no-clip when you take off. I want to feel that visceral, real thrust where your engines are blasting off the ground. You need VTOL thrusters to help you take off vertically, and you can just feel it. You know, you hear it, you feel the reverberations, you get that sense of impact on the environment around you, and that should make clearings and stuff like that. Knocking down trees and stuff, that would be pretty cool. I think once we get crafting and base building, maybe we'll be able to harvest trees. I don't really know. I'm just all theory craft at this point. I don't know. But so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing with these biomes and stuff. This is really cool.
Forest you're in by adding or replacing the plants that visually stand out the most. Now, to get us started on our certification, we made epiphytes like the Epiprenum and the bromeliad, including a potted version for your hab. Then obviously you need jungles for lianas for a jungle. And we also made the Grias, which add character to the herb and tree layer. For tall trees, we decided on a fairly generic rubber tree, as its different growth stages serve as a nice foundation for all height levels. And that's pretty much it, what we need to make a pretty good base for jungle.
Yeah, those are nice assets, especially for white box. Not bad.
Now, for our third and last use case, let's pretend the data indicates regular rainfall and moderate temperatures. This climate would support a lot of different forests, but we also wanted to use this opportunity to explore extreme scale. And they're just really cool.
Oh, a nice sunrise coming up over a jungle. Oh, redwoods. Probably gonna be one of my favorite biomes. I love redwoods. They're so awesome. Redwood trees are amazing. Hey, is that an MSR? Love me my MSR, man. Ooh, got some dragonflies zipping through. That's gonna be terrifying to actually get around on ground. If you hit a tree, man, going that, you're dead. You're just absolutely dead. Park your ship at a base of a redwood? Absolutely. Look at him standing up on that stump. This is my favorite biome so far. I mean, I love them all. They're all so cool. They're going to add so much uniqueness to the worlds, but this is amazing. I don't know why. Redwoods just resonate with me. Let's see, where's the unimpressed guy? There he is. Look at him. He's still arms. He's like, yeah, come on.
Now, for this one, we first
sitting there, man.
looked at the different redwood biomes on Earth and tried to analyze what the most defining species of them are. With this understanding, we then decided on the following plants to allow for a fairly universal redwood forest that will easily support variation across continents and planets. A
That's some
fairly common
ferns.
family of species for the ground levels of all redwoods are ferns, in our case the sword fern. We also made a huckleberry variant to provide some visual density for the shrub layer. To add some Jurassic vibes, we made tree ferns, as they can be found in New Zealand's redwood forests. The most important one, though, are obviously sequoias, and they ended up being one of our
Yeah,
most
look at
complex
those
sets
trees.
yet. As it turns
That's a
out,
lot of
they can
stages.
grow to be fairly ridiculous in size.
Oh, look at the downed assets and the
going.
cracked ones. Holy crap. It's literally bigger than a carrick. That's a carrick in the background. I want to see bigger. I want them to be bigger.
Now, one thing our game's foliage is
Hey, welcome in, Sig. How's it going? Happy CitizenCon day. I've been up since 2 watching it, but way worth it. Yeah, I was going to get up at 2 and I was going to stream it, but I figured there probably wouldn't be that many people wanting to tune in at 2 o'clock in the morning over here in the US. So I decided to just wait till we had several hours under our belt so we can skip all the nonsense in between and stuff like that in order to make good production for you guys, you know, so we can watch it together. But yeah, this is my first watch of all this stuff. You guys are getting my original authentic reactions to all of these things. I'm loving those redwoods though. Those sequoia trees, I want to see even bigger, man. You get some trees that are just the size of a freaking fleet carrier or something coming out of the earth. That would just be absolutely amazing. But I hope you're having a great day so far, Sig. Welcome in.
sorely missing is the ability to properly react to what's happening around it. The goal here is to unify all forces from all sources. Sorry for the horrible rhyme. All sources from all forces from all sources, wind, characters and creatures,
That's a
ships,
tongue twister.
explosion, and whatever else, and have the vegetation behave.
Here you go, aUEC. This is what you're talking about, foliage interactions. I wonder if this is going to interact with our ships. This could be exactly what you were just talking about a little bit ago, aUEC.
Accordingly. Now, as part of our tech improvements, we will be
So it's interacting with the
implementing
player. It's not that far-fetched for it to interact with the ship.
fit for our game scale. For now, we've set up the ferns with our existing CPU-based one to better visualize what it will feel like to walk amongst those giants. Also, with the biomes on our planets now being defined by when
Look at the
big
size
lobster
of that
wants to appear,
frickin' tree.
we can expect a lot more happy accidents by having species invade different biomes, making for some unique locations.
Hey, invasive species and stuff? That's pretty interesting. I like it. It's all the little details like that. Having invasive species that can thrive in an environment that they're introduced into and start to compete with, you know, the native species, that is going to make some very, very unique and diverse biome collections. I wonder if this is happening in real time or if this only happens during generation. That's what I want to know. So we know we have seasons. They've already talked about the seasons. Sig says it all looks so good. I'll stay quiet then. No, you don't have to stay quiet, man. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. Hello to you, and now see my reactions. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, everyone here. I think a lot of people here are seeing this all for the first time as well. I know EOTB is and Moose is, and several other people. So we're seeing this for the first time going through it. But if you guys are new to my streams and you have something you want to say, don't be shy. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do is to interact with you guys. I love to interact with you guys over there in chat. I try to read every single chat. I will always get to super chats. I do my best to get to every single channel member's message. If you're not a channel member yet, you can click that join button down below. And then I try to get to everybody's messages though, but it's sometimes when there's a lot going on, especially like when it gets deep into RP over in PAX Day, I do miss some messages, but no, I love chatting with you guys. Sig, you don't have to be quiet, man. If you have any comments or things about the stuff that we're seeing, you know, your reaction to it or how you think about it, just let me know, man. YouTube says very cool. Maintain a 5-foot space between one another not to get the limbs whacked and spring back into place. That'd be interesting, actually, if they had the limbs. We'll see. We'll see what all the interactions are going to have to do with. I hope that it's going to be interacting with the ships, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to see that again. Hold on. I'm going to go back.
Making for some unique locations, hopefully.
Yeah, that looks good. Oh, yeah, the ferns. I thought you meant branches of like trees, but yeah, the little fern branches and stuff pop back to
Before
where
I
they
get to
should
this
be.
PO stage, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved, especially my team in Frankfurt for doing such amazing work and being all around great people. And also to all of you guys. I really hope you have a fantastic CitizenCon. This concludes this phase of Genesis, so please welcome Ian to the stage so he can tell you all about the next one.
What's the next one? How you gonna leave me on a cliffhanger like that? Now that was really cool stuff, though.
Thank you. Hello, CitizenCon. All right. Those new planets and biomes were pretty, right? But it's
Absolutely.
time from phase-free civilization to give you some stuff to do. So, let's talk about location density. We've emulated nature as well as we can to make sure our planets are physically based and realistic.
This is gonna be all the POIs, guys.
But it's time to start populating the verse, because where there's people, there are their lives and the structures they build. So it makes sense that whenever you go and explore these planets, that you find their lives. And what's even more important is that when we make these structures, that they use and they follow the same rules as our biomes, such as the jungles and the swamps. But before we continue, let's first take stock as to where we are now. At the moment in the verse, we have these custom, beautifully made locations, such as...
This is what Star Citizen tends to do with things. They'll implement a tech. They'll test it on a small scale like they did on Microtech with the river tech and the caves and stuff like that. And then once they have it working how they want it and they have all the feedback and stuff, then they'll implement it into the wider area. So they made these settlements and outposts and stuff a little while back. We've gone in, they've refined the tech, and now what I think they're about to tell us is that they're about to take that tech and turn it into procedurally generated stuff that can then be scattered based on the same parameters that the foliage and the biomes and stuff can be along the surface of the planets, and you're going to have these things take place as well based on environmental factors. That's what I think they're about to say. Let's see if I'm right.
Hollow, we've got our distribution centers, or even just some outposts. And these have all been handcrafted by our designers and artists to hit that benchmark. And they've been working directly on the planet. However, going forward, this doesn't really scale with how we want to go forward with the game. Server meshing is about to arrive, and we're going to have a way higher player count. So those 73 bunkers across Stanton just won't cut it. But in general, it's also pretty barren.
That's for sure.
There's not much for you to explore and find stuff out there. So there's no exploration gameplay. You haven't really put your character to use for the way that you should.
Oh my gosh, guys.
So this means we need to go bigger.
What are they about to tell us?
We need to change our workflow. And with any workflow means we need to first...
I'm curbing my expectation. It's probably for POIs at first. My brain is immediately going to exploration as in like, oh, we're about to have these procedurally generated worlds that are in deep space that aren't part of an actual system. Like, I don't think it's going that far just yet. I think they will eventually do something like that. That is theorycraft. But I think what they're talking about right here is you have like, almost 80 bunkers across Stanton. With server meshing, he just said we're about to have thousands of people in each independent server and eventually everybody together once we get, the server tech coming further along. The population density in those zones would just be astronomical. So they're going to be implementing, probably, like I said, based on these biome distributions and things like that. All these conditions have to be met for the programming back on the back end, and then it will implement these different settlements. And I bet you we know the settlements are made in tiles. So the tiles are more so, here's a building, it locks into this building in this way. You have all these different tile sets that go together. Right now, the ones we have are handcrafted. He's about to get into procedural generation, I think.
So, with our new benchmark, we are ensuring quality and improve on our previous work and make it even better. And any location that you'll find...
Oh yeah, and missions to go along with it.
Unique personality and no repetition. We don't want you to find the same location twice. This also means that this is your exploration and your findings. So when you go out there and explore with your Carrack or with your Corsair, is that whatever you find, you can share with your orgs or with your friends. As for that density, if you fly down to the planet, we want you to find something, let's say, every 100 clicks. But also improve the mission experience. So when you stay more on the planet, you're more immersed, and you go from location to location. Just keep going. So going...
I do remember them saying something about that. Right now, you kind of pick up a mission, you go down to a planet, you fly to the POI, you do the mission, then you go back in space, you find another mission, you go to another moon or something like that, or a different planet, you do that mission. They want you to be able to go down to a planet and have it literally be an entire human population like Earth on some of these planets where you have point of interest, you have outposts, you have caves, you have missions scattered, like probably hundreds or even thousands of missions scattered across these different planets.
Going forward, we are modularizing
There's the modularization.
all our existing locations and assets. And we're basically making a library of buildings and layouts that we'll be using to no longer work directly on the planet. The neat thing, all these modules and assets can be iterated upon and tested right in the editor for all the designers and artists to ensure fun gameplay and interactive sandbox activity, and also make sure all the mission stuff is there. Basically, we're building a toolkit. So let's look at some of the things that we need to keep in mind as we are making that toolkit. First and foremost, we've got our art style and branding. We've got things like Frontier for our settlements. We've got high-tech for the emergency shelters, but also utilitarian, like our bunkers and distribution centers. The richer the data, the richer these locations will be. Secondly, they all have a function. We've got mining for our mining outposts, farming for farmsteads, or just places where people live. The function of the place will define the way the place looks as well, and it's for.
So basically what he's saying is you can have, based on different parameters, a outpost that is made, and this outpost uses different levels of technology there. It's not going to be, maybe it's not a super high-tech outpost. Maybe it is a super high-tech outpost. And then its purpose, such as mining, farming, or a homestead, whatever it may be, will then determine what you're going to be finding there, the resource distribution, as well as the different types of buildings and the tech that they have located within those buildings, such as, like, I think I see a greenhouse up there in the top right. You have irrigation systems with the water and things like that, or if you're going to find somebody's house. That's pretty damn cool stuff to be able to stumble upon.
And last but not least, the people as well, the faction and their loadouts.
Oh yeah,
and
the
got
NPCs.
lawful people like the new Citizens for Prosperity and Pyro, unlawful such as Xenofred, and sometimes not even no one. And the place needs to look a bit, you know, derelict.
Abandoned.
In different places, you'll find different people. So now that we've made our toolkit and we've defined all this new stuff, let's start building thousands of locations.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, I said thousands.
I knew it.
So, to avoid the same issue of working on
Starkitect.
directly in the planet, I'd like to introduce to you Starkitect.
That's awesome. Scatter module for different locations, logical rule set, full control. I'm going to pause it right here. I want to look at what they got on this thing on the right-hand side. So in Starkitect, they have a little window pulled up. It says name, building C, generation properties, building 1 uniformed, remove, add generation property, generation targets, add generation target, placement rules, parent property, evaluation, or elevation, sorry, 0 to 10,000 uniform, placement suggestions. So they have different parameters that are going to be met for these different assets. And it says object container, choose object container path, and it's set to layouts, outpost C, layer 003. I like to see their tools that they're using to make this stuff, you know? It's interesting.
What Architect allows us to do is directly on a planetary scale, scatter all these new libraries and modules and assets and no longer work directly on the planet. And it uses the same logical rule set as our emergent biomes. And it also gives us full control over the data that we set on these locations. So expect locations in places where they make sense. Let's kind of look at all this new Genesis data and all these new libraries and chuck it into Starkitect and see what it gives us. As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its
height, elevation, and things like that.
We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find.
There's going to be so much to do. Those 3 locations, those are pretty close together.
So let's look at an example and kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be.
That makes sense.
But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network.
Nice.
Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location. Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type.
Yeah, but you can have
certain plants
greenhouses.
can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables?
I like
As for the
that.
targets,
So it can
again,
make sense.
Farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals such as our beloved quasi-grazers. And last but not least, derelict ships. We've got these all over the place currently. Rules, well, they'd be close to anti-air because they would be shot down. But even in harsh flight conditions such as mountains or low visibility, you'd probably most commonly find
That's
them.
true, yeah.
Targets, well, crash ship parts, of course. Sometimes you'd find the full remains of a javelin, and the other time you might just find the nose of a starfarer laying around. So, let's talk about coherency. Sure, we can scatter all these locations everywhere on the planet, and you'll find them in places they make sense, but we can do better. You don't just want to find an outpost completely on its own, right? We want to make sure it really feels like people have built their lives here.
Like it's part of a civilization, yeah.
Let's talk about some missing bits. We want to tell tighter stories, such as the people's lives, but also logical exploration. If I find one thing, I expect to find something similar or something else nearby. We also need more data control. What defines one mining outpost being different from the other ones, aside from the harvestables? And also give the narrative developments. Make sure people build near rivers, on mountains. They build near town halls. They build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations.
Oh, nice. Okay. That makes sense.
Let's talk about clusters.
It's going to make
Clustering means
cohesion.
generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center,
Star Day.
just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs.
Right. Makes sense, yep.
Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems.
No round plots, they're
And then we
fired
can even
packs, they shake my
specify
head.
the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining
This is
outpost
deep,
that-
guys.
the
I
same
love this.
people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So
This
let's
is really
look at
gonna
an
bring it
example
alive.
Of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our
Yep.
mining outpost.
You're gonna have to be by them.
Also, it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on
Oh,
a planetary
okay.
scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find any in other legal systems.
Right,
And these
yep.
weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions.
That's freaking
So,
cool. It's really
now that we
going
have
to
a
all
cluster-
come together.
Let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together,
Nice.
ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we
That's
group
awesome.
this into what we call a sector. Like
Hell
this
yeah.
one, that has about 100.
That makes so much sense.
However, on a planetary scale, we can define
Oh,
how
check
many
that out,
sectors we
guys.
should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you
Let's
gameplay.
go.
And for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
Holy crap, on one half of one planet, 3,042 locations, guys. All with
And again,
unique missions,
This
resource
means that
asset
architects,
distributions.
We're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you'd find there, and to just give that full identity. Thank you for listening. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you
That's
in the
super
sensor
impressive.
verse.
I love that. Really looking forward to that stuff.
However, this was only the first phase of
Check the folded
civilization.
arms guy.
Let me introduce you to the stage.
Let's see.
The person who will introduce life at these locations, Francesco Raccucci.
Where's he at? Where'd he go? He had to drop a deuce. No, there he is right there. His arms are unfolded. Holy shit. He's showing signs of life. I don't think he clapped yet, though.
Hi everybody, benvenuti a CitizenCon. So, where are we today? So my name is Francesco Raccucci and I'm the director in CIG. Welcome to the next step of phase 3. We will look into how life adapts to the laws of nature and how all the NPCs can interact pretty much with these incredibly vast and dense worlds that we just saw. So up to this point, we have seen how we are building the world.
What do we got here?
We start from the physical data set, and this is to make sure that what you see is not just beautiful and realistic, but also physically accurate. So the distribution of the elements that we have seen and the location and the POIs are influenced by geology, mission, narrative, and the lore. Those locations cannot be lifeless. We want the planets to basically leverage the space that emerge with life. So from an AI perspective, I will categorize the elements of those worlds into 4 macro groups. Emergent environment, that is everything we have just seen being built out of the physical data set. Users-made locations. So this includes everything that our designers or you players will create in the world. So something that is mankind-made and not predefined in the environment. Interior of those locations. Now, this is very connected to the previous point. The difference is that they represent usually a confined space where there is much more tight interaction. And for NPCs, it's a lot about interaction with objects that we are usually used to in our everyday lives. And then the day and night cycle. So in essence, the passage of time. That so far didn't have really a lot of impact on the game.
That is going to be a lot of immersion.
So to allow life to respect this world and conform to the rules that this environment defines, well, we want to improve our tools and workflow, and we want to distance ourselves as much as possible from a designer-driven approach. This is because, first, it's labor-intensive. It can be prone to bugs, but also because the scale of the worlds that we have just seen are very hard to be, designer-driven in the markup. So we want to improve this workflow, and we will see how manual markup is also not usually the best option, because with these worlds that are heavily impacted by users and
Welcome in, Steven. Steven says, does anyone believe this BS immersion?
Interesting things are.
What BS, man?
So
What are you talking about?
I want to show you a couple of examples of what the team has been focusing on.
What do you think is
to make
BS?
these systems supported and scaled correctly to support these vastly dense dynamic worlds. So we look at
You don't enjoy
perception
immersion?
in light and dark environments. And
Hey, Maven, how's it going? Welcome into the stream. Hope you're having a great day today, Maven.
So attacking an outpost now must have a level of depth that goes beyond what we had. So layouts of the environment can change, vehicles may or may not be present, and PC can be anywhere. And if it's a bright day, well,
Well, you can
we'll
find
be more
vehicles
visible,
now at
but our
locations.
enemies will also be more visible. And if you choose to attack at nighttime, well, we'll attack in shadows during darkness. It's going to be a bit harder to see our enemies, but we will also be harder to be spotted. And it will give us more opportunities to be stealthy and sneaky. How do we do that?
I like that. You can infiltrate into the cover of darkness, and it's going to be actually limiting the NPC's sight and things like that to allow actual natural stealth gameplay. Maven says, hey, hope your day's going well. Yeah, it's going pretty good so far. Not too bad. We're just checking out CitizenCon 2954. This is day 1. Tomorrow they're going to be doing some more stuff as well. It went out at like 2 or 3 in the morning, something like that. But I was going to get up to cover it then, but I figured might as well wait till we have several hours. We could skip ahead. We could pause it, do all kinds of stuff like that. Steven says that I understand correctly that Chris Roberts said Squadron 42 is 2026. I have no idea. I haven't seen this yet, so I'm just watching this in order. I'm sure there's a lot of people who know things from the future of CitizenCon. I'm not too sure. I wouldn't think it would be that far off because it's in Polish Pass now. It's feature complete, but I'm not too sure. I do know that Squadron 42 is feature complete. I guess we'll find out when we get further into this stream here. Cooter, how's it going? Cooter Pooter, welcome in, buddy. Hope you're having a great day as well. This has been a rough day. Someone said that Mainframe Industries is one of not the most transparent dev companies. My jaw hurts from reading all day. Who said that? Who said Mainframe Industries is one of the most transparent? They're like a closed book most of the time. That's insane. But back to this, guys. This is going to make stealth gameplay, I think, in Star Citizen. This looks pretty cool so far.
So as you see, there is also a lot of different light conditions in this outpost.
Maven says I would not have advised that
So
about
scenario,
Mainframe.
we will start
Exactly.
Look at our perception is impacted by the day and night cycle. On the planetary surface, as we've seen in the outpost, natural and artificial lights are the 2 elements that will impact vision. And knowing that, you can use this to leverage your gameplay style to exploit basically all the environment.
I like that.
What is perception?
That's nice.
On NPC level is the combination of data that we collect out of the senses. And vision is one of the senses and just tries to, in a way, simulates the human side ability. So designers can already tweak the perception in different ways. And one way is defining how quickly NPCs can understand what they're seeing. And the light condition have a direct impact how quickly an NPC will fully understand, for example, if there is an hostile in front of them. And obviously, there is condition of light that designers can control, and some others, like the day-night cycle, that they can't. So in this video, we'll see 2 main elements. The graph on the top left and the 2 colorful cones. The graph on the left basically represents the current light level the NPC is in, and the current multiplier this light level generates to speed up or slow down.
So Steven says, I saw the Zeus 8 centuries in the making, but now we have 1940s ships combat and 1970s MFDs and HUDs. I like the new HUDs. I think the new HUDs and MFDs look really, really nice, to be honest. Nice, but when? That's a good question. Let me pull this up really quick. Let's go see over on the progress tracker on the release viewer. This is one of the nice things I like about Star Citizen is they actually let you see all this stuff. So with 4.0, you can see all the new character customization options we're getting. 17 new locations, contested zones, asteroid bases, Pyro 1, 2, 3, 4, all these different locations here. Jump points are going to come online. We have the outpost colonialism data sets that are going to be coming online, Pyro space stations, as well as a bunch of other planets there. We have new AI stuff. The fauna of the quasi-grazer is going to be coming online, new gameplay assets. And this is all tentative Q4 right here. New mission, location repair, fire hazard. So the fire tech, which looks amazing, is going to be coming online. We're going to be getting engineering gameplay. Life support is going to be a thing, probably which will lead into explosive decompression in the future, which I'm really looking forward to. We're going to have solar bursts because the Pyro stars at the end of its life cycle. Weapons and items, charge and drain for electronic like multi-tools and stuff like that. You're actually going to have charge and drain, multi-tool upgrades, fire extinguishers, which are going to be used for fighting those fires. In terms of core tech, we have the transit system refactor for actually getting around on planetary surfaces. Mission system refactor, which is going to incorporate probably a lot of these new zones and stuff that they're talking about. I would assume that this zone distribution these new outpost distributions and stuff are going to come with this system refactor, but we don't really know just yet. And then server meshing version 1 is going to improve server performance and stuff like that. And that's all to be expected here just in Q4 with 4.0, which we know just entered Evocati. So we don't know exactly when all of this tech's going to be coming out. They're just showing us the different tech that they're working on, and we get to see a little behind the scenes glimpse into the development, which is pretty cool. Cooter Pooter says, I want a force feedback mouse. There's actually one like that, kind of, I think. What's the name of that one special mouse, Maven? I can't remember the name of it. I still want to get one of those things, but it has haptic feedback and pressure-sensitive switches on the mouse. It's pretty damn cool. UTB says, hey, anything above Pong is a vast improvement. And to be 100% over the course of 35 plus years, have come a long way for sure. Just as a kid, I wanted Holorooms level gaming. That'd be freaking awesome. Could you imagine that? Yeah, I can't remember the name of it either, Maven, but that's a pretty cool mouse, Cooter. It's, I literally cannot remember the name of it. But yeah, Steven, to answer your question, but when? Nobody really knows, to be honest. I mean, Star Citizen's been in development for a long time. I know it gets a lot of hate for that, but it's nice that they're at least showing us things they're working on, and they have a progress tracker. I mean, there's like mainframe devs who are making a game called PAX Day. It's like night and day with them. They're like a closed book on a lot of stuff, so it's cool to be able to see this stuff.
NPC perception and understanding.
So there's their vision cone. And you can see as the sun goes down, their vision is getting worse now. This is going to drastically change the way that, I'm assuming it's not just going to be NPCs like humanoids, it's going to be different animals will have maybe better night vision and things like that. So they'll be able to see you better and hunt you at night in certain environments and things like that. And this is all really going to come together. So that's where the immersion comes together at. You know, you have all these different systems that play a part building the greater world and the environment that you're going to be interacting with. But look at how his cone of his vision is actually getting reduced as the light percentage goes down and the light value goes down in the top left corner. You can see these sliders here.
Primary and secondary FOV. The red color means
wow, check that out.
Stand in that location, it will result in NPC reacting the slowest to you, and the green color instead represents the quickest response.
And that's going to adjust the rate of their response as well, he's talking about here. So if it's in the red, they may still be able to see you out in the distance if they have line of sight, presumably, things like that. But they're going to react very slowly, maybe more cautiously, maybe they're more investigative, who knows? Or maybe if they're maybe it's based on their AI as well. Maybe they're more, yeah, it's the SwiftPoint Z2. That's what it is. Cooter, check out the SwiftPoint Z2. They may be sold out now, but it's a really cool mouse. I think it has haptic feedback and stuff like that. But maybe the different factions and stuff, maybe they'll have kill on sight orders and stuff like that. Who knows, really? But this vision cone is pretty damn cool.
So during the night, NPC will have a hard time to understand and foresee and see things. But if they...
Oh, he turned on his flashlight. And now he has a green cone and a yellow cone directly in front of him. That is awesome.
They have flashlights on their helmets. They can turn it on, and this will impact their primary FOV, making...
And I pause a lot throughout this, through this one. I wonder if you have a headlamp on or a light on or some type of laser indicator that's not infrared and they don't have ways of detecting infrared, if they'll be able to see you easier out in the distance if you're coming at them, because your light would be visible shining through the trees, you know?
Still the peripheral vision a bit more uncertain. And as you see here, first of all, the NPC is patrolling with his domesticated friendly copion. This
oh, dude, pets.
The night vision capabilities of the animal. And
I knew it. The night vision capabilities of the animal. I literally just said, I have not watched this yet, guys. I'm just doing this on the fly with you guys live. I did not know that he was about to say that, but that makes a lot of sense.
It's kind of our tier 0 pets.
Tier 0 pets, Maven. You heard it here first.
That is the next dynamic things that I want to show you.
Here's cover generation.
So when we
nice.
Planetary navigation mesh the first time, our goal was really to create a systems that would support and process the environment in a very dynamic way.
Oh, it's around the vehicle there too.
Statically export them and process them. First of all, and then
Maven says pets.
The regions only exist when somebody's there and the NPCs are there. So essentially, environment has its purpose only when life exists. Also, let's keep in mind that even if we could export dynamically and statically those planets, so processing dynamically all a static version of the planet, this would be, first of all, wasteful and on the memory side and time-consuming. And also because we have a lot of runtime modification of the terrain, this would require us to still reparse it at runtime, and pretty much that will be almost all the time. So to generate the cover data, we want to leverage the navigation mesh system. And what we do is
This is one of the nice things about Star Citizen as well. They'll come out with the initial implementation of something, they'll let you mess around with it, and then they'll improve on it. So they've already brought out this mesh for the world that has some of the basic implementations of this, and now they're taking it to the next level. They're implementing it. I mean, you could see this vehicle here in the foreground. It has collision boxes around it for this emergent cover generation system. So this is going to be on the fly, presumably as we build bases or as we grow trees, if we're able to do that in the future, as we move our ships and vehicles around, that's going to be that cover generation. So the AI is not just going to be tracking you through walls anymore and things like that.
as you see here, the blue polygons are basically where NPCs can walk, and the green ones are what we call cover surfaces, that are our simple representation of the environment, what NPC uses to understand if they can hide behind something and if they can shoot from some positions. So up to now, we have an approach where designer would be a designer-driven approach. Designer can define in the locations where cover was interesting. They could mark it up, either the location itself or prefabs.
Yeah, it was done manually.
And then with a special entity that
it's
would
probably done
dynamically
now.
the environment, but would still be designer-driven. This is obviously a good approach it's also a standard approach in gaming industry. But what about all those organic?
So most games, you have a static level. You have that level has its cover and its pathways and stuff all defined by the dev teams. They go in, they handcraft all these things. That's what Star Citizen has been doing up until now. They go into the environment, they have these handcrafted locations and outposts, but now we know about the dynamic biomes coming along with the dynamic environments and things along the surface of the worlds based on all those data points that we've talked about or that we saw here today in this presentation. We know that we're getting those dynamic outposts and stuff now with dynamic people. All this stuff's coming together based on the parameters that are put in place procedurally. Now they're taking that tech of this cover generation, which was normally statically done by hand. I'm sure it could be, procedurally generated and used and rendered across these places, but now it's dynamic. I bet you if you move that vehicle there, it's going to move the cover with it, all of that.
Inorganic elements that get scattered with a new system. Like if designers want to iterate on these ones, for example, and they want to change the physical data sets, those scattering tool will just change completely the layout. And what we want is that designers can do this change without being afraid of doing it because
it'll just cascade.
Predefined and controlled, and now they can just make something beautiful but also fun. Besides that, yes, we did have a prefab approach where you can build stuff out of small building blocks. This is obviously a good approach because it's, in a way, you can build stuff out of smaller version, but this creates a lot of unnecessary data. Imagine a crate, and we can say that the crate...
This star engine's amazing.
Now we stack 100 crates, and what happens? That we have a lot of data to generate cover that we have to process, throw away. This would just waste CPU cycles for nothing. This is why, until now, you also couldn't find...
And they're trying to make it all efficient.
Like this one and see them hiding behind a tree or a rock. So enabling the dynamic generation of covers on the planet allows us to exploit all the elements of the environment.
Look at that. They're going behind the rocks. Let's pause it right here for a second. You have different levels of cover too. I think that's what that is. The green is like big cover. The orange is like partial cover.
NPC can now have a chance to fight with you hiding behind available elements.
Oh, look at it moving with the vehicle.
Boulders, rock, walls, and all useful elements right now. However, we don't have to limit ourselves to static geometries, but also vehicles can be used for cover.
Hell yeah.
You can see this is
That's awesome.
generating while the vehicle moves. So be careful where you park your Ursa because now it can become a source of danger for you.
Oh my gosh. The NPCs could use your own vehicle as cover now because it's dynamic.
Last but not least,
that's
these
amazing.
Systems can be just used on all the different type of navigation mesh we have. So not on the planet, but also, for example, the interiors and everything you guys
they can use it for interiors as well.
You guys will build your own locations, but you
it's a big
don't
global
really
system.
mark up stuff, or you don't want to decide that because that's going to come automatically out of the system. So I want to show
like
you
that. What is this? Dynamic cover generation, environmental voxelation, voxel painting, cover surface placement and generation, and then the final result. So there you can see the process that it's going through to cause, or to produce rather, this dynamic cover system. This is really cool stuff. I love this
What I want
tech.
to show you now is just like a little bit of insight of what goes behind the scene when we generate cover and navigation mesh.
My favorite thing is that you can really tangibly understand and see, even if you don't care about this tech, you can see how it's going to affect your gameplay in game, just from a player's perspective.
These are some of the steps that our system does. So we always start from the environment voxelization. What that means is we process the geometry, the physical representation of the geometries, that is a little bit simpler than usually the render mesh, and we construct it in a voxelized approach. This is also using different types of agent definition. Why so? Because obviously where a human can move is not the same as where a vehicle can move. So we can define different type of precisions and then speeding up the process where we have to, and be more precise where we cannot be to. And we can also create overrides based on different things. For example, if you crouch, you can enter into smaller locations than where you stand. This process is basically common between navigation mesh and cover. After that is generated, then we can evaluate the voxel in different ways. For example, defining where we can walk. So can we make the step with our foot over a specific voxel?
Right, yep, if it's
is
traversable.
there something in front of that hole in the NAM mesh so that we can actually cover behind? And then we can basically decide where to generate cover surfaces. And after
Welcome in all the new
surfaces
people.
are generated,
We're checking
we
out
can process
CitizenCon
where the
2954.
Cover locations are. Cover locations are a good spot for NPC to be behind the cover.
Oh, we're going
So
to
what
see it in real
here
time. Here we
is
go.
with the introduction of Maelstrom last year, obviously we knew
So for those of you who don't know, Maelstrom is the destructible environment meshes. So you could basically destroy things in the environment, presumably buildings and stuff. They showed ruins off in the demonstration. What I think he's about to show us is that this cover nav mesh stuff now is going to be implemented dynamically based on the Maelstrom system, which I don't think is too far off. I think Maelstrom might even be coming with 4.0. It doesn't really, I don't think it's on there exactly just yet, but I think it's coming relatively soon. We don't know for sure yet, but that Maelstrom system allows you to destroy things in the environment, and that is probably going to dynamically update now with the cover mesh.
this will revolutionize how you guys are playing. And we did have to find a solution.
So you can see those
to
half-destroyed walls and
handle all
stuff.
the destruction you can-
Yep, check it out, guys.
We're destroying
Holy
so much
crap.
stuff in this world that we had to find a
That is
solution, right?
amazing.
So this is why we approach the cover generation navigation mesh as it is, because there is
Oh, let's
just
see
no
this
way for us
grenade.
to predict anything that you're doing, and we want just Maelstrom to be another trigger for word evaluation.
Look at that, man.
You see, this is all that
Unbelievable.
I'm generating. And destroying.
You may be like, oh, that's not a big deal. Who cares? I just want to get, just give me new stuff to see, new ships, whatever. It's the stuff like this that really adds the fidelity to the game, though. He's chucking grenades, and it's dynamically blowing up these little cover walls, and it's changing the level of cover that they are, and changing the options for the AI to use those as cover dynamically on the fly in real time.
Anything just makes the war be reevaluated. So, as you see here, we can have also lots of rules. So you can see that a bit here. But when things break, first they
And that's the
invalidate,
Maelstrom system
and
right
then
there as
when
the
they
walls
rest,
break.
For example, we can decide when is a good moment to regenerate, so that we also don't waste too much CPU cycles. The color that you see is mostly cover quality. So you see the light green is high cover, the dark green is low cover, and then we have the red that we introduced some time ago that is basically not really good cover, but if there is nothing better, well, it's better to be behind something than being, in open space.
Right. Makes sense.
So let's just recap. What we want to do is finding a plan and having a good plan to approach life in this vast universe. What we want is the life to be able to systemically evaluate all the dynamic environments that is generated. We want to improve our workflow, not only to support designers and being faster, but also support all your guys' creations. So we want the life to adapt, and this is all for making the game fun for you, so that everything comes together. So thank you all. This was phase 3. And now, let's welcome Ben Parry, that will introduce you guys to phase 4 of Genesis.
And all of this is part of the Genesis system, guys.
Hello, CitizenCon. What's on my lines? Sorry, someone's changed my lines. Welcome to Phase 4, Light and Sound. Now, we've seen already automated systems for automatically placing different biomes, different vegetation, settlements, and people. So now we're going to take the same approach to automatically handling light itself.
What I'm thinking is going to happen right here is this is going to be the dynamic light casting and shaders and stuff, probably implemented with real-time ray tracing for the different light sources and stuff. And I think this is really going to come together when we have base building, because you're able to place dynamic lights and things like that. I wonder how they're going to manage player bases to prevent people from making lag pits. Because let's say the lighting takes up a lot of GPU to do real-time ray tracing or something. All people really need to do in order to force you to lag out would be to put millions of light sources. So hopefully they have some type of blending system that would reduce the overhead. But let's find out what they got in store for us. I'm excited to see this lighting.
First of all, why is this important? Well, it's not always obvious, especially when they do their jobs as well as they do. But there's an incredible amount of attention from the lighting artists that goes into all of the locations that we have in the game. Besides just marking up the reflection probe areas, they also manage the visuals really carefully, adding fill lights, approximating bounce lights off ground and up into ceilings and dark corners where there aren't any direct lights pointing, really. And the problem is, not only does this take a lot of time and really constrain the style that they're using, it's simply not possible. If you've got a planet full of forests and, what was it, 3,000 and something?
Yeah, so he's talking about, obviously when you have 3,000 and a million things on one side of the planet, all just outposts alone, they're not going through and doing all this lighting passes by hand in all these places. They need a dynamic system that's going to do it on the fly based on the generation of these things as they're happening. What happens if you shoot that light out? A dev's not going to go in there and okay, this light's been shot, I got to remove it. It needs to be automatic and stuff like that. So I think that's what he's going to be introducing here.
Placed locations, you're going to be exploring places that no artist has ever visited. No, they've not looked at, and they're certainly not going to be able to have tweaked it for you. So we need something that works completely hands-off. And natural outdoor scenes are especially problematic for us. Indoors, you can put a lot of little lights around pointing from different directions, and you can probably justify it. Outdoors, you've got the sun, and you've got the sky. And if you're behind a tree, you've got the sky. And so you need that skylight to vary. Now, so this is the forest as you'd see it without the GI system. As you can see, all the shadows are receiving lighting from the same environment probe. So it's basically just a flat color across.
Right.
We replace that with around 40,000 mini ray trace probes. Each of them has
Holy
their
crap.
own view of the sky. And so that gives you way more contrast and variation as you move in and out of the canopy.
That's amazing. I dig that. You can really see how it's all coming together to make an immersive world.
Now, there are a couple of other pieces of the puzzle that we've been working over the last year. Now, the first is, well, all the stuff that you can't stick 40,000 mini probes onto. Anything that doesn't have an opaque surface, we can't really know where it is on the screen and track it from frame to frame. But if we don't do anything, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. We've got fog, we've got particles, we've got other little things.
A lot of interactions going on, yep.
And so we need something to do with those. So to address this, we've added a kind of stable grid of medium-y kind of probes that are generated around the player as you move around. So that gives us approximately matching lighting that we can apply to all of those things. Now, this is a little bit difficult to illustrate in normal scenes, so for once I've been making my own levels.
What the
As
heck?
you can see, Pico's in trouble again.
Check that out, Maven.
But because the lighting team hasn't helped,
Pico's getting beamed
you
up.
can't see anything in most of the scene. If you add the transparency GI system, suddenly the whole scene comes alive. And
That's
this is something
amazing.
that we could never have done until
Look at
we
the
added this
glow,
tech.
too, from those vending machines. It's easy to overlook stuff like this, but it really does come together.
Now, the other piece of the puzzle is glossy reflections. Now, we've got a fair few shiny objects.
A silver
in the game, you may have
Pico.
noticed. And we've got the same problem that
I wonder, are we going to get reflections finally? Because we don't really have reflections of ourselves. There's like environmental stuff kind of implemented a little bit. I think on the water, there's some stuff going on there, but we don't really have our own reflections and mirrors and things like that. So I wonder how they're going to handle this.
If we fix the lighting on one thing and then the reflections don't match, it's going to look terrible. Also, ray tracing reflections is really cool, and we wanted to do it. And the challenge here, though, is that the ray trace reflections you're going to do, they're not just mirrors. Like, we've got a whole range of objects in the game, from like a scuffed old panel all the way up to chrome polished pipes, and we want the same system to apply globally across that. So I'm going to do an uncomfortably short breakdown on what this tech looks like and how that comes together. So here's what we need to beat. Now, obviously it reads as shiny, but there's a...
Sig says, my theory crafting has been going crazy for today. Even the first panel. Yeah, I have too. My brain is going nuts right now, thinking of all the different possibilities of this stuff. It's really cool to see. I love getting these behind the scenes glimpses into this development process. Star Engine is just one of the it is, in my opinion, one of the most amazing engines that has ever been produced. The capabilities that it has. I wouldn't be surprised if they start like licensing it out to other like, you know, sell the engine, so to speak, to other development teams.
There's kind of fakeness to it. It kind of looks a bit
old
like
environment
flying.
probes.
So let's see what the ray tracing looks like.
So there's ray tracing at half resolution.
We need to clean it up. So what we do is we let pixels share their data in space.
Spatial filtering.
And then also in time to clear
temporal
up the final
filtering.
image. And then we let the game's normal anti-aliasing just kind of clean up the last stuff and carry us over the finish line. And that's how you make a chrome penguin. Now, I'm going to derail for a moment away from the topic of Genesis, because this isn't actually just about automating the lighting for new environments. This is also about pushing quality in areas that have already had all of that work done by the lighting team. We're freeing the artists up to light more naturally.
Which is always good when systems like this come in. The engineers got this new lighting system in place. So now imagine all of those lighting devs that were needing to do all these polish passes and stuff by hand in places. Now they're free to do something else. That's why the development of Star Citizen seems to go faster and faster as time passes. I mean, if you go back a couple years ago even, it was a lot slower of a process. Now they have these systems that are in place that allow them to speed up production and free up devs to work on other things. Sig says, I've been dreaming that they'd give it to someone who wants to build a fantasy RPG with the engine. Yeah, like PAX Day. Could you imagine PAX Day on Star Engine? That'd be amazing. Instead of a bunch of new worlds, they could just have planets and dimensions. Yeah, that would be really, really cool. You know, you go through a portal and you're using Star Engine, it develops all the other stuff. And to that note, it could physicalize the moons and things like that off in the distance of the environments up in the sky would literally be physicalized in Star Engine. That'd be amazing.
Allowing the time of day shifts to be embraced rather than fighting against them. And as I'm about to show, players and NPCs are going to reap the same benefits as well. So here we start adding natural areas of light and shade.
There's the old, oh my gosh, look at the new global illumination.
These open areas
There's the old
benefit in the same way as the forest scene did.
Yes,
areas of shade
it
and
looks
areas
so
of
good.
open lighting. Like I mentioned, the time of day shifting leads to different ambience as the sun moves.
I'm so happy about this. My immersion.
And this is the shot that I just liked.
Unbelievable. I cannot
Finally,
wait to get that in my
let's see
hands.
how the new GI system can brighten up your character's day.
I made them smile.
And also their day as well. Whoever they are. Well, I promised you light and sound, but I don't actually know anything about sound. So here's the man who does.
I don't know anything about sound.
Good afternoon, CitizenCon. I've been at CIGE nearly 10 years, and this is the first time I've done this. Very exciting for me. So, do you want to make some noise?
Jeez.
So,
Well, he is the sound
Sound
guy,
isn't
so he
as
wanted you to
fast as
make
light,
noise.
so it takes me a bit to catch up. Jared wrote that joke for me, so you can blame him. Says it right here.
The
blame
hell?
him. So now we have a huge amount of visual and interactable content. Locations, biomes, populations, planets, and systems. And now they're all beautifully lit too, thanks Ben. But how do we paint this world with sounds? It's a challenge. It's a challenge of scale. We need to support multiple star systems, and it's a challenge of quality. We want the highest quality possible. We also don't want implementation to
Sound
hinder
makes a big
creativity,
difference
and we
on
want a
things.
seamless experience. So we're asking a lot.
It's kind of a thankless job
With
too, because you
Star
can't
Audio,
see
We
it.
can rapidly implement.
You know, with graphics, lighting, reflections, biome distribution and stuff, people are appreciating the graphics all the time. They get to look around and literally see it. You're getting that recognition. With audio, it's kind of a thankless job because if it's bad audio, it can ruin the entire environment. All the other stuff that people have put all their hard work into now falls short because the audio isn't up to snuff. But if it's good how it should be, you don't really get the thanks that you deserve for making good audio. But audio is super, super important. It's like here on my channel, like I have a very elaborate audio setup and try to keep it as clean as possible. If that cleanness and that crispness isn't there, you notice it and you don't, and you can actively dislike it. But when it's good, clean audio, you're not necessarily going to be like, oh, I can appreciate that high level of fidelity. It's normal to you. It's what it should be. That's the same with audio. It's kind of a thankless job.
Audio for entity classes, brushes, or audio sweeteners, all of which can be reused and reflected immediately across the game, including all of those emergent locations we talked about earlier. So again, this is Genesis data driving what happens in-game. And we can do all this without breaking flow. So here's a fairly dry video. It gets more exciting later, I promise, showing you our rapid workflow. So over on the left, I had to think about that, we have the Wise editor, that's where all our sounds live. In the middle, we have Star Audio editor, and on your right, we have an entity that needs some insect sounds on it. So we can very quickly drag from Wise to Star Audio. We can mark up very quickly
Nice.
a bit of logic, and we can re-trigger
It's so
this
cool to
entity
see their
spawn
tools.
sound so that it immediately makes a sound. I assure you there is a group of insects. Thank you.
And it's actually
Super.
originating from a source too,
If you like
which is
that
cool.
one, you'll like the ones that come later. But there's a little something missing. So to add some realism, sounds respond to how they move, how you move in the world and how they move relative to you. So we need to change
Ooh,
the
a Doppler
frequency of their
effect.
velocity relative to the listener changes. This is known as the Doppler effect. In simple terms, the pitch dropping.
I use a mod for Minecraft, dynamic surrounding sounds or something like that. It does just that. It adds to when something's on the other side of blocks or it's outside of your door, it adds a dampening effect to it. It's, muffled a little bit. You have immersion in through your footsteps, walking on different surfaces. The blocks are generated as different, things in the environment, such as dirt, grass, stone, wood, metal, all types of stuff like that will actually have different noises. It adds reverb, sound processing, all kinds of stuff. And it does so much for the game. It's in the Hallowed Ground version 5 mod pack, which is currently in beta. If you guys want to test that out, you can check that out over on the CBU Discord server. But this is going to be really cool to have in game. That Doppler effect is going to add so much.
As something whizzes by. Or, in even simpler terms,
Check out yesterday's stream too to see the new Zeuses.
Now, sound designers traditionally needed to implement their own Doppler sounds. But given how fast we can travel through these rich, dense locations and the sheer number of them, we can't afford to be doing that any longer. So we've created a systemic Doppler solution. And I'm going to show you that now, the only way I know how, by putting a big Benny noodle machine on top of a mountain.
Oh my gosh.
So you can hear the pitch and tempo changing as we move relative to the Benny noodle
That's
machine.
pretty
And
cool.
This is all fully systemic, no special treatment for this sound.
Presumably this would do this for animals, gunshots, all kinds of stuff, depending on where you are relative to it.
And I expect the noodle bar to be very busy after that commercial. So, how does it work? Well, the listener is surrounded by variable time delay buffering, not the horrible kind of buffering you get on the internet. This is a really nice kind that helps the game sound good. Each buffer represents a section of the sphere around the audio listener, and the audio is mixed into these buffers at a position that is appropriate to the object's position in the world. Changes in the position are applied to the delay buffer by interpolating the audio data. But that's not all we're doing here. Now, I know there was a bar citizen yesterday, so some of you may not be thinking as fast as you might normally.
Oh my gosh, she's thrashing them.
That by buffering the data in this way, we're not just creating a speed of sound. We are not just creating a Doppler effect. We are indeed, and I just spoiled my own line, creating a speed of sound effect. So, introducing systemic speed of sound to the game, I now have a couple of minutes of video, and we go through rapid fire.
Oh, this is going to be cool.
Fantastic examples of what this brings to the game, starting with a spaceship pass by that is supported tonally by the systemic.
Oh, this is going to be so good, guys. Let's freaking go. That is so good.
Okay, sounds cool. What about weapon fire? So let's bring in a sniper and, unfortunately for the sensitive of heart, a Pico.
Oh, no.
We're going to hear this
It's
first
shoot the
from the
Pico.
perspective of both with no speed of sound effect. Okay, so that's, if you were at the Pico perspective there, that's how you'd hear it in game right now. Let's hear it with speed of sound enabled, and this time we're just going to listen from Pico's perspective. So
Yes,
Pico's down
it takes a
before he
while to
even
hear
hits
the
shot.
sonic boom.
But don't worry, he's not dead. Okay, let's finish him off. Now he's dead.
Now he's dead.
And as the voice of Pip's Power Up, I need to get some proper placement in. So there's one more example for you. Now finally, oh, not finally, we have ship weapons, so listen to the fire rate as the ship approaches the camera here, giving you a bit of a sense of threat. It's not too easy to tell what's going on there, but you get an increase in fire rate.
Yeah, so as the ship gets closer to you, the sound has a shorter distance to travel to reach your point of view, so to speak, from where you're listening from. So you're hearing those shots be closer and closer together as opposed to waiting for the sound to reach your ears as the ship approaches, that's really cool. Having dynamic sound like that's going to add a lot to the game. Maven says, I really wish they would get someone on these 30K errors. Are you getting 30K errors on the server and it's transferring you over? Or is your client having a 30K and crashing? I didn't have any issues hardly at all when I streamed 3.24.2. When it first came out, I hopped in. I know a bunch of people are having issues with it. That is normal. I know this is like one of your first times seeing a big patch for the game, Maven. This is pretty typical with patches that come out for Star Citizen. As soon as they come out of Evocati, out of the testing phases, and they get into the real world environment, there's a lot more stress on the servers and stuff. Hopefully once we get that server meshing tech, it'll help alleviate a lot of those issues, because a lot of that stuff is really just the server's running out of resources, it's crashing. So once we get server meshing and it's able to divide up that workload a little better, it should help to fix that. But they normally are pretty rough at start, and then they'll iron out as time goes on. The game keeps bricking. Oh, your client. Did you clear your shader files at all, Maven? I didn't do it when I went in, and I had some pretty bad lag and stuff like that. You're supposed to ideally clear out your shaders and all of your temp files and stuff like that in between big patches. Templar, how's it going? Welcome into the stream, buddy. Hit me with the brisket. I might get brisket today, actually. I might get brisket today. You just reminded me to get some brisket.
So we can put a cinematic
This is what I'm really looking forward to. I don't know if you got, I know I just paused it again. I've tried to do some commentary over top of this, so I'm going to be pausing it on and off. Do you guys remember when we did, it was a while ago, we did a stream where we dropped some A2 bombs and we just absolutely scorched earth, an entire zone with like 3 bombs or something like that? I wonder what those explosions are going to sound like now, because I don't know if you remember what they sounded like back then. They don't sound bad, but you don't have all of this audio processing going into it. Maven says, no. Where do I learn that? You can probably just search how to clear shaders for Star Citizen, and it'll take you into the settings for how to actually go about doing that.
Shockwave element.
Let's see what these explosions are going to sound like now. I love that. That is so good.
And that's way too cool to do just once, so we're going to do it twice.
Oh, here we go.
From
Multiples.
further distance.
No problem, Maven.
So again, cinematic effect first when you see it. Shockwave. And the explosion itself.
That is unbelievable. I love it.
Driven by parameters in the game.
Absolutely
so
love it.
For real. Whenever you drop a Moab. One more.
And again, it's easy to think that this is like a curated example of how this will look and feel and stuff like that. But this tech is being implemented at the wider scale. These things are coming just random, not random, but they're like, these systems are being implemented into all the situations that you're going to be experiencing in game. They're just going to happen naturally. This isn't like a curated, this is what we want to happen. They're showing you this. It's still a work in progress, obviously, but they're showing you it happening in real time. Templar, how you doing today, buddy? You having a good day so far? Did you eat some brisket today, Templar? God, look at that. Now, what will really take it to the next level is when you start to have some seriously big bombs and they land down, seeing all the foliage and the grass and everything, get that literal shockwave of it getting blown back. But that's going to be like from nukes and stuff. I don't know if a bomb of this, I mean, this is a big bomb, but I don't think a bomb of this caliber is really going to affect that much of the environment and stuff. Templar says, LOL, I wish. No, I just got home from work. Oh, welcome home, buddy. Welcome into the stream. Time to kick your shoes off and watch some CitizenCon with us.
So the speed of sound simulation gives you a better sense of distance, it improves the sense of speed, and it supports those amazing cinematic moments. So, in summary, we're trying to make the game more immersive and respond to all this Genesis data and make it feel
Relax time before D&D tonight? Hell yeah, man.
We can make sounds
Hope you guys have fun at D&D.
Changes in atmospheric pressure and resultant changes in temperature. So, for example, the sound will travel faster in extremely hot, high-pressure environments. We really look forward to getting this in game for you and getting you enjoying it at home. Now, that's all from phase 4 of the Genesis cycle.
Is there another phase?
Light and sound. So I'm going to hand you back to the amazing Ben and Ali to bring us home with the final phase.
Here we go, phase 5. And this is all part of systems that are coming together known as the Genesis systems.
Thank you, sir.
So, as Graham says, this is going to be the final phase of Genesis, and it's called Nature's Wrath. And this is where we're going to bring the very planet itself to life. So, first off, let's start talking clouds. So clouds have got an atmosphere, have got to be one of my favorite visual features of our game.
Clouds did get a big
They're
overhaul
truly
recently
awesome,
too. Like
but
they've
they're also
been improving on
completely
them.
static. Nothing has changed with them. So what we want
Their
to do with
visuals, at
Genesis
least.
is the evolution of clouds over time.
Templar says we ended the session last night getting stuck in a time loop hotel, so I'm not sure how you're gonna get out of this one. Oh man, that's crazy. You have to let me know how that goes, actually. I'm kind of curious about that now. Here we're talking about cloud improvements. So they've been improving the visuals of clouds for a while. They look pretty damn good right now. They're very taxing on the system currently, so hopefully they can get some optimizations in there through the engine. Cloud formations and dispersion is going to be really, really cool, and hopefully this brings localized weather into the game. I love localized weather in games. Like in Minecraft, I don't like when it just rains over the whole world. That's why I like things like Vintage Story. I don't know if Vintage Story actually has that. There's God, what's the name of that other game? It's another block style game. Let me see really quick. I have it here. Hold on, let me pull it up. It's over the Airshipper launcher. Valorant. Valorant has dynamic weather. You can literally see a storm rolling in. Valheim has it as well. You can see a storm rolling in. I love dynamic weather in a game, and I hope that's what they're about to show us here, because can you imagine all those changes, all those biomes, all that lighting, all that sound stuff, all coming together with dynamic weather? That would just be absolutely unbelievable. Let's see what they have to say about this.
But this isn't just some simple scrolling animation.
Six says it's the part you've been waiting for.
We use the same physical data sets that drove the biomes we talked about earlier and Starchitect, and these are also now driving a physical simulation of the clouds so they can form and dissipate in realistic conditions. So this means things like the oceans, the prevailing winds, mountain ranges, and the temperature will all impact the clouds. But to complement these more dynamic clouds, we've also improved our lighting model.
Nice.
So it now correctly accounts for
There's
how
the old
light
one.
scatters
Let's see what the new one looks
multiple
like.
times inside a cloud. And this is
Oh,
important
new
to
light
create
scattering
much
on the left.
deeper lighting, and it can contrast against the sun's rays, resulting in much more vivid cloudscapes like we see on the left here. Something we're all too familiar with in Manchester.
Now,
That looks
it
really
would
nice.
be awesome to bring this into context and show it on an actual location. Let's take a look at a quick scene to round this up.
Come on, show me some weather.
It's a
Show me that
nice
rain
day on
and
the
lightning.
surface, but something's different. The clouds are moving, but they're not just moving, they're forming.
This is
naturally
amazing.
And changing shape.
Oh, this is awesome.
They dissipate as they glide on the atmosphere based on wind data.
20 times speed.
Stratus and cumulus alike. Now we start seeing the new cloud shading model come into play.
Yeah, look at
We're
the
seeing
shadows.
Enhanced occlusion beneath the cover, emphasizing the sunbeams, how it interact with the clouds, and seeing the light shafts peer through the layers.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Now, as this
That is
closing
amazing,
in,
guys.
we can start to see the
Is it gonna be
changing
weather?
visibility of the area.
Oh man, I love it.
Light precipitation is starting. Previously, we authored static cloud shapes, but no longer.
Did you just
We
say
didn't
precipitation?
manually place a volume here. Its presence has been informed by Genesis data. Oh, and it's not just a cloud volume. It's a weather front.
Yes! Yes! Guys, weather. Holy shit. Look at this. Lightning.
Now we're trying to see the wind picking up.
We're gonna watch this a couple
Terrain
times,
and
guys.
Rocks are getting wet. Vegetation, grass, and the
Oh my
overall
gosh, I've been
environment
waiting for
are
this.
Responding to the weather, the system is changing the world around us. We can see
Holy
puddles being
shit.
formed dynamically in
Just
the
imagine
dirt,
being at your
properly
base.
responding to light, reflections, and rain droplets, making it getting really ominous and loud in here. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
If you could see my face right now, if I had a face cam, I am smiling, grinning ear to ear. And the audio from the tower. Oh my gosh, dude. I have the biggest smile on my face right now. I cannot wait to see what the rain and stuff looks like on the ship. Listen to that audio.
I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
What the heck just happened there? Did that thing just get struck by lightning? I had to go back. I gotta see this. It did. It lit on fire. Look at the wind blowing the tarps around on the boxes. Oh, man. That looks like a Zeus right there. It's blowing some cans around. You can hear the audio of them, the barrels. Unbelievable. Let's hear what it sounds like when this gets closed. Guys, tell me that was not amazing. The immersion and the atmosphere of just going in and entering your ship in a rainstorm, closing the hatch, and just hearing the noise slowly fade away to nothing. That just gave me some feels. I don't know about you guys. Let's see what this looks like from the cockpit. Oh, I wish he'd open that little side door. You can just barely hear the rain hitting the glass. Wow. Oh my gosh. Star Citizen truly is something special, guys.
It's getting very sparky out here. Recommend deviation.
What the? He got struck by lightning? Oh, the Zeus just took a hit on the nose. Look at the whole nose is red in the top left. Environmental hazards. We know we're going to have solar flares and pyro, so now we know of another type of environmental hazard, lightning. I want to watch this back again without me talking, and let's just really take it all in.
Forming the atmosphere we are seeing front.
Just gonna find the right spot.
Responding to the weather loud in here. I can feel the danger.
All right, here we go.
We should let this play out in the game.
Weather is supposed to be fast on this location. Conditions have deteriorated. Severe items. We need to leave now. Get back here. I'm getting out of this suit now. Powering up, flying out. We'll need to switch to IFR. See you on the other side.
So you can really see at the end here, all of those different systems we just saw getting all tied together in one cohesive environment. They did talk about how in certain environments, using ground vehicles and other more modes of transportation is actually going to be a necessity. And I think that's really going to come together when it comes down to storms on planets, solar flares, all these different environmental hazards that are going to prevent you from just flying in with your ship, forcing you to actually use these ground vehicles in different environments, or you're going to have to take a risk of getting, well, struck by lightning.
Wow!
I love that. That is so good.
Man, that's what we call the Falco maneuver to get out of there. Ali, please break this down for us. What did we just see?
Yeah, so that was a combination of lots of tech we just saw that all combined together to make a really great cohesive experience.
Yeah, exactly what I just said.
So we started with the cloud simulation, which wasn't really a cloud simulation. It's a weather simulation. The rain will appear not at random, but it's based on physically plausible conditions. So you have real weather fronts evolving across your planet all the time. We have a host of visual effects, like the rain, and then you have the atmospheric scattering that you get under the columns of rain. We had the puddles and the splashes and all of this type of visual effects. We saw the wind developing over time, and that introduced turbulence to the flight model, making flight very challenging.
Oh, it's going to be affecting your flying too with the wind.
Havoc with your instrumentation, but direct strikes will damage your ship, and of course, some storms will be dangerous enough to be fatal, as Ben's unlucky Aurora just found out.
Yeah, that Aurora
These
got
storms
toasted,
will sometimes
man.
be short-lived and localized, but others will be larger and potentially permanent on some planets. And this is going to restrict access via flight. I mean, players will be forced to resort to ground vehicles or even foot. And this is all...
Yeah, exactly what I've just said. A lot of the stuff, I mean, I was spot on with all of it. But he did say that some of these models for these storms will be permanent, depending on the planet and the environment and things like that. So I'm assuming we're going to have some biomes or some areas on planets that may be persistently covered with certain types of storms. This is just one storm we're seeing here, a lightning storm. They're presumably going to have sandstorms. Maybe they'll have other types of weather as well. Maybe hail, snow, that could potentially be permanent in certain areas. Maybe on Microtech, certain areas are constantly plunged into snowstorms. Who knows?
all going to be dynamic, meaning that you might find yourself trapped in some really unexpected situations. So we really can't wait to use all these mechanics to open up many new gameplay opportunities for All in the Verse soon.
A wise yogi once said, "It's your job as a pilot to compensate and stay on course." All right, what have we learned today, guys? We've shown you an approach of encoding the rules of nature into planetary data. We've seen biomes emerge from geology, temperature, humidity, climate, weather, the physical terrain. We create denser, more diverse living planets without artists hand-placing or manually creating biomes. Instead,
I think that's one of the biggest things, right? Is these don't have to be handcrafted anymore. These things are systems that are being implemented across the entirety of Star Engine, allowing these to all be dynamically evolving. This allows the expansion of the universe to just happen exponentially now, I would think.
leveraging asset mapping. We've shown you a new way to make the game that can scale, to create thousands of Korean places for civilizations on planets that can be used for missions or immersion gameplay without art and design, hand-placing locations, leveraging world design rules instead. We've seen how populations of AI and NPCs inhabiting locations dynamically adapt their understanding of the environment without custom markup by developers, allowing the creation of more playable spaces rapidly. We've shown you how light and sound also benefit from Genesis data to influence planetary environments, and we've shown how these systems come together when weather comes into an area, changing your gameplay experience significantly. Our goal with Genesis and all of its systems is to create more worlds, better worlds, faster, by applying our tech wizardry and craftsmanship to build systems that respond to data.
Tech wizardry,
That's our Star
I
Engine
like that.
presentation for today, guys, for this year. Have a great CitizenCon. We'll see you on the next one.
Well, there we go, guys. That's Genesis being added into Star Engine. We'll see what the next presentation is going to be. We're going to skip up to
Hello,
it.
viewers. I'm Kirsten. I'm a producer here at Cloud Imperium. and I work with the UI Tech and Planet Tech teams. Off the back of that amazing presentation is the lovely Will Hain on Planet Tech. How are you feeling, Will?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. It's been a good day so far.
Beautiful. That was a smashing presentation. How is it to do it here in Manchester versus LA last year?
It's very different. LA is, of course, amazing. It was incredible to visit, but I think there's something really
Look at
special about
Jared.
doing it here, just down the road
Making
from
a
the
drink in the
studio.
back.
It's amazing to see the people you get coffee with, the people you work with, and you chat about problems and do design with. They're here too this time, whereas last time, it was amazing, and it was lovely meeting all the LA folks, but it's just not the same as the people that you work with each day. I love it being here. It's great.
Oh, it must be amazing to celebrate all the work you've done with the community and the studio here in Manchester.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no one person carries any of this. It's all teamwork, and having everyone here to kind of share in that and see everyone and meet the communities, it's just incredible.
What is Jared making?
Well, with all that hard work that you just got to
just a bottle
show
of
off
water.
to everyone here today, what are the main 3 takeaways from today's presentation?
So it's like Benoit just said, the whole Genesis set of technologies is all about creating more worlds faster and better. We've got a benchmark. Things look great. Pyro looks incredible. But we want to be able to deliver that more. We want to be able to exceed that benchmark and
It's
do
got a
it
chem light.
across everything we make going forward. And the whole Genesis panel, I won't pretend that I know everything about everyone's section because they're all experts. But all of it is coming together to create a much better game and much better content for it.
Amazing. Okay. So, what was your personal favorite moment from that presentation?
The storm.
That's not fair. I love
100%
all
the
those
storm.
people.
All came together.
The dynamic weather demo, I'd not seen that cut. It's incredible. I love it. I have to shout out Seb's work. He makes the techie stuff that me and the Planet Tech team make. He makes it beautiful. And his team, of course, over in Frankfurt, they're all incredible. I love them all. But I can't pick a single favorite. I could shout out everyone because it all looks amazing. I don't want anyone to feel like I didn't.
Very humble. So, tell us a bit more about what players can expect off the bat with Genesis. What are the biggest changes coming for them?
Well, you're going to see the planets become more and more physically based. As this technology matures and is finished out and is rolled out to the stuff that we're delivering to live, you're going to start to see all of these things come together.
Jared.
You're going to see that cohesion that we demoed today. And I'm hoping that we're going to show you some more of the steps along the way as well in the future, where we won't just be showing you Pines anymore. We're going to be showing all that incredible stuff that Seb's been busy authoring.
I really want to see the storm come through a redwood forest with from within a player base, like inside of a player built base, you know? Sig says I'm a Jared fan. Yeah, I like Jared Huckabee. He's hilarious. He's like perfect for that job. You could tell. You could just tell that he's just good at it. He's just natural with it, just lets it flow. It's not this super curated. Like obviously he has a script for a lot of things, but I just like how he does it. He kind of does it how I do my podcast here. It's just right off the cuff, you know, you just get to have a chat with him whenever he does his Inside Star Citizens and stuff like that. He's really great at his job. I'm a big fan of Jared's as well.
Together, it's just going to look amazing. I'm so excited.
We're going to let him talk a little bit more here, and then we're going to skip ahead and find the next part.
Beautiful. A personal highlight for me was seeing the water interaction with the biomes. Is that something you're excited for players to interact with?
Absolutely. The swamp demo with the water interaction, I kind of knew it was coming, and I'd seen like the clip in the background, but seeing it there and it just working is great. I love it, and I can't wait for once those biomes are out and you can go and explore. There's so much more reason to be in the water and see it all. I'm very excited, yeah.
Immersion's obviously very important to our community, but I would just want to touch on the work you and the team have done. Is there anything you want to say to anyone in the studio, or any shout-outs you want to make to the people you work with?
I don't know what to say about fans except come up and say hello if you are one. Back at the studio, you guys are all amazing. It's great being the person to stand up and talk about this stuff together with Ali as well, but there are so many people that go into making technology like this, whether it be the water sim and the rendering and all the people that worked on that, or the Planet Tech and all the people who have worked on the giants whose shoulders we stand on, and then the people who work today. It's not just me. We have a team. We have a group of people, and everyone brings a unique contribution. It's amazing. It's great. So thank you to everyone.
Yeah, just to echo that, thank you to everyone who's worked so hard on all this tech, including yourself. Yeah.
What the heck?
What was your favorite bit?
I like seeing the
It's
Pico
like
get shot.
they're just. Oh my god!
Absolutely.
She
Shoot
likes to
that
see
guy.
Pico
He
get
doesn't-
shot.
We don't need him.
Aw. Well, speaking
How was he gonna
of
say that?
community,
All right. You know what? We're skipping ahead. How's he gonna say we don't need Pico? I'm out of here. Let's go find the next segment, guys. I'm gonna scrub through here and find. Here's Jared talking. What's Jared talking about here? Let's see.
Pro tip, don't get old. All right.
What pro tip? Don't get old.
We just finished our Star Engine presentation, Brave New World. I want to do one more round of applause for all the CTG guys who got up here and showed you their work.
Wait, was Brave New World what we just seen, or did I miss something? Do I have to scrub back a little bit? I think Brave New World was what we just saw. Yeah, that's them chatting at the bar again. Yeah, okay, it was. We're good.
Just when you think our planets couldn't get better,
Shared
they
awkwardness
come up
is
to us
real,
about
yeah.
3 months ago, and they're like, "Hey, we've got this. Do you want to show this at CitizenCon?" I'm like, "Yes, yes, we do. We want to show this at CitizenCon." But you don't think it'll be like an ISC kind of thing? I'm like, "No, that's CitizenCon worthy." All right, so our next presentation
here we go.
are a group of several dear friends of mine and Sean Tracy.
And Sean Tracy.
You know I love you, baby. I love you. It's a presentation
I need to get one of them
that
jackets.
I've wanted to do
How do we
here
get
at
that
CitizenCon
jacket?
for years. And in 2024, well, the time just the stars seemed to align, and I'm so excited that you're going to see this. This is was what I called in our pre-show our sleeper presentation of the year. I hope you give them
here we go.
all the
Sleeper
attention
presentation.
and all the admiration they deserve. Please welcome Benoit Bossager and A Social Universe.
A social universe. Wonder what this could mean.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? 1, 2. All right. Cool. Okay, so in the Star Engine presentation,
120 bucks for that jacket?
In this one,
Is that real? Is that for real? You can buy
bought
that?
My player persona. I will now channel my inner Jared in this one, and I will be your host for this panel. Woo! It's time to discuss a social universe, but before we start, I have a couple warnings. First one, let's take a look at this one.
That's a lot of people on a tram.
I took this in our last technical preview demonstration, and God, I was so happy to see all these people on the train. It just made me like very emotional. And so I want to take a moment to thank every one of you that have participated with Tech Preview Server Meshing Test A, B, C, D, and E so far. You guys
Oh, you can only get it at the con?
thousands to come and
Damn.
help us test this technology. And
Yeah, maybe it'll come
the
online
team and I
to
are
the online
really
store later.
humbled, and we feel energized by your energy. So on our behalf, thank you very much. Now, the above picture is really nice, other than this guy, but it does present a problem. A fundamental part of
Oh, here we
playing
go.
a
MMO Foundations.
multiplayer online game is how you connect with other players, to join in on adventures, or to receive support when you want to get out of a tricky situation, or you want to participate in endeavors that are bigger than yourself, or simply you want to run a business and make a profit. Well, as our game server shards grow, you will encounter more players, and for that, we need to scale Star Citizen's social tools to MMO size. Our ambition has always been to build a grand social system, including not only the game, but the world outside, like on Spectrum. Unfortunately, the focus has been elsewhere for a long time. We have neglected this part of this side of
I mean, it makes sense though, right? Like there's no sense in putting all the effort and stuff into making this foundation of an MMO and having all this interconnectivity and server meshing and stuff if the foundations of the game aren't even there, right? So it does make sense that they're focusing on getting all the core tech in Star Engine and stuff built up first. It does make sense at the end of the day.
The game in favor of others. For example, the Comlink app is by far the oldest application in mobilize. It's now time to correct this and make progress on this plan.
We're getting a whole new...
Our goal,
we're getting a whole new thing in the
Star
mobilize.
Citizen is to cater to all types of players. Star Citizen in that respect is not a black or white. It's not an either-or kind of game. We are not an achievers versus casuals game. We are not a socializers versus solo players game. We are not a role players versus mechanics focused game. Or dare I say, we are not a PvE versus PvP game. We are all of those things. We strive to build a social environment in the game that is easy to engage with, consistent and dependable, and trustworthy, where you can judge danger, safety, or shadiness. And we want this to be deeply rooted in gameplay mechanics, like reputation and progression. So today we're going to take a look at the updated Star Citizen social tools and how they tie into the game. But first, look at this guy, a warning. What we're going to show you is very early work, and we will not
like
be
all of it. It's
making
all
a
work,
revolution or breaking boundaries. We just want to bring our game up to MMO standards. Or like Jared likes to say, bringing our 30th century game into the 21st century. And so in order to do this,
oh my gosh, they're in prison.
Help. First of all, throughout this presentation, all the screenshots are made from you, the community, directly.
Red, how's it going? Look at all these trolls. You're back to make dinner. All right, man, enjoy your dinner.
Most of them are all of our most die-hard Evocati members. And for this, we should really take a moment and thank our Evocati members for their renewed support. They're all powered through.
I'm going to scrub through for
This
a
is
little
an
bit.
actual shot from the last Evocati. Forget the presentation is going to be you. Our senior, the Swedish director. No, you walk it up.
I'm just trying to find the talking points here.
You're close dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off.
Oh, here we go.
What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So we're taking our oldest app in the mobilize, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app.
Nice, brand new social app.
And this
Hell
is
yeah.
now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay.
Oh, this is going to be so
now, this is the
freaking
new
nice.
improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our
Block/hostile? Interesting. I wonder what implications that have on the game.
oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
What? I'll have no friends at all then.
Oh my gosh.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are.
I hope they implement orgs into game with this new social overhaul. It's the perfect time to do that, right? Let us see the organizations, let us invite to organizations and stuff, really truly bring it into the game as a guild/clan system.
Doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect your own status, so you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all.
Oh, that'd be
Speaking
nice.
of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice.
Multiple
some
characters,
people are real
really?
socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben.
Ah, okay.
Well,
They
in
were hiding
fact,
that. Now you can see
We are
notes.
giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list, so you can remember, hey,
I don't know about alts,
this
man.
is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ. Also, you can add people to a favorites list, meaning that the people that you interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list
Nice.
for your convenience.
Those are nice features.
Additionally, we're moving the voice chat into the social app. And, well,
Perfect.
why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well.
Yeah, look at them flexing on us right there. 4.5 billion credits. What the heck? Just flexing on us. This will be really nice, actually, though. They're going to be implementing the voice chat, party calls, all of the different social aspects all into a new mobilize tool now, which is going to really help to connect with people in game.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah,
sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers,
Oh, here comes the
griefers,
block/hostile.
You know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help?
This is why I'm worried about alts. Alts in games like this tend to end up just being used to be a trolls, a griefers, a scapegoat, essentially. You're going to have people who are pad ramming you on an alt. They probably presumably have access to their entire ship fleet, so they can just summon a ship that's got a quick respawn time, go and pad ram people. You add them to your block/hostile list, but it's not going to block/hostile their entire account, maybe. Hopefully it does, but we'll see what they're going to do about that, because having alts in the future is really just going to be an avenue for people to be able to grief you and do types of things like that.
The situation.
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block people as reverse friends. They're just people that you really don't want to talk to anymore. So what we're trying to do is we're doing something called black holing them from communications. So you can't see them talk and they can't see you talk anymore. And not only for communications, whenever you see some of these other systems we're about to talk about where you can group up, we're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now we also have a much requested hostile.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sig. It is UEC, not alpha UEC. I don't know if they just made the distinguishment for the live servers to be alpha UEC, or if that means something deeper. You could be onto something there, but that's a good catch. I really hope that when you blacklist or block somebody, it's blocking their whole account, not just their one alt. It needs to block all of their alts and all of their characters and everything. Otherwise, it's just gonna be a shit show.
Stars list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those situations where someone really wants to go the extra mile to be a super mega ass, you can report them to us, and we'll deal with them for you.
All right, so they'll let you report
All right,
people.
so now I have my friends list up to date. I can find my friends easily based on rich presence in real time, and I'm ready to go on an adventure. But for that, I need a party. The party is at the core of the social experience when you're heading into a mission, meeting with other players, or whether they're a friend or not. Our party system is very bare bones at the moment. It does have some cool features, but what are we planning to improve parties?
Yeah, so as you said, it does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum.
So we can see their location, their system, because again, we're going to be having more systems coming online. You can see a little crown next to them, different icons next to the members there. There's a heart, a red skull, exclamation point if they're online or offline. Online 2 minutes ago. So it looks like people can be in your party even if they're offline. So if they get disconnected or something like that, you can get them back in.
Syncing, it's all good stuff, but let's take a closer look at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and
it says ready check down there.
partying up in hundreds.
100+ people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. we just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with the friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe...
Oh, that's what those indicators are. So the green heart's probably they're healthy. The red one means they're dead. Exclamation point maybe is they're in distress or they're downed or they have elevated heart rate or something maybe. I do notice at the bottom as well, it says list party. So probably, presumably you're going to be able to list your party on a public board and find parties to join, probably by having something like a filter system based on mission status or what it is you're actually trying to do in game.
Maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown.
Okay, that's why that was grayed out there. Check that out, guys. You could see what seat they're in and where the ship is located. So that is turret gunner, pilot. The ship that they're on is maybe called Ben's blaster. Is that what that means? I don't know. Let's see what they have to say about it.
So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause. So you will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before. It's essentially a mini fleet manager.
Okay. Oh. So there's going to be more improvements as well. So you're going to be able to control permission for invites. So only your leaders and assistant leaders can actually invite people. So
Perfect.
It's no longer an absolute free-for-all.
Absolutely perfect.
And we're adding an absolute MMO staple as well, which is the ready check. So
hey,
as we
ready
add
check.
more
Let's
and
go.
more challenging group gameplay, you're going to be able to coordinate a lot.
And you can see it shows it off on the right hand side there, so you can see if someone's ready, if they're the question mark, they haven't picked if they're ready yet. Red X is they're actively not ready, so they've rejected the ready check. And you can see their freighter on the bottom, ship location, online 20 minutes ago, no seat because they're offline. I wonder what those breakdowns are. So it says members, and then you have different categories there. Are those people who are all in the party, but they're showing them in different ships? I think that might be, yeah, that's got to be what it is, because the other one says marked freighter. So Ben's blaster is a ship, and all three of them are on that ship. The ship is in Loreville, and you can see what seats they're in and their ready check status. That's really nice.
A lot better. And while we're talking about group play, and maybe it's unwanted group play in this case, we're improving the quality of life for our streamers as well. So we'll no longer have a shard player list. We're going to be obscuring things like your on-screen name and location and so on.
Nice. Okay,
just
they're
so
going to be
you're
able to hide
harder find while you
our
are
shard
streaming.
data.
And that's the full friends and party tab.
Pretty cool.
So I should be able to stream without a delay now.
It's a party for the eyes. All right, so the new Friends and Party place is really the one-stop shop to manage all your real-time interactions with other players or access your comms channel. That's cool, but as we navigate the verse, it's always very difficult to find people. We have a single channel. People are blasting looking for groups. It's a bit awkward. You never know what you're going to find. With bigger sharks.
Uh-oh, Moose. Moose, are you still in chat, Moose? I know you were asking about global chat because it was ruining your immersion. I think they're about to talk about the global chat changing, maybe having kind of like how World of Warcraft does with different chat channels for different things. And I think they're going to talk about being able to list your group and stuff here. So there are going to be some changes coming to the global chat, I would think.
Shards. I know I'm the bigger shards guy now. But we're going to have a lot more players in there. There must be a better way.
Well, Ben, we have given this some thought. So the second tab in the social app, introducing the Party Finder.
Party Finder, hell yeah. Nice. So it looks like with this Party Finder, you can have gameplay, priority event, role needed. You could pick what you're looking for if you need a medic or a gunner or a pilot or something like that. Transport crew, general crew member, most likely, a bunch of different roles in there. Contract, max members that you're looking for that. Known players, so you can have it only open to your org and your friends. They are starting to implement the organizations into game now. So if I have a party and I want to get it going, I can just advertise it only to org members, only to friends list, things like that. That is super, super nice. It's going to make joining up to parties so much easier. And for people who like to play with random people, it'll be a lot easier to actually find groups to do stuff with. Wonder what that little blue diamond is on the left-hand side there. So you have the party name, the location of the party leader, presumably. You have the contract that they're doing, whether it be Xenothreat, any, non-applicable. Current, max, and pending members, how many ships that you have. Status, if you've been applied to it, if you've been denied from it. So it's just like from World of Warcraft, how you have the, like the Mythic Plus groups and stuff like that.
So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shield.
This is really, really nice.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is kind of like a reverse invite. You're applying to the party, you're joining yourself, you're getting involved.
You're the reverse guy today.
I'm stuck in one gear. So you can then request, the people that are requesting, you can then look at their information and you decide on whether or not you want to accept or reject them, just so you can tailor your group to the kind of gameplay that you're trying to do. Then, on the other side, finding a party should be easy too. So all of those super cool things that Gabriel just mentioned, so like setting your group name, roles needed, party size, and so on, you're going to be able to use those as filters to find the right group.
Nice. So searching for them is going to be pretty easy too.
We want you to find the kind of group gameplay that you want to engage in. And it's for all types of players. FPS combat, racing, beacons, role play, eating burgers at Whammers, finding cool vistas.
One thing I'm curious about is I wonder if this will carry over with the crime and punishment system. If you have a crime stat, is it going to make it known when you're applying? Or are you able to see the crime stat of the individuals of the party that you're joining? Things like that, a reputation-based system. That's going to be interesting to see how they're going to tie that together with this, if they're going to.
It should always be easy to find action, things to do, and people to play with.
So I can create a party from a couple friends. I can party launch into the game on the same shard. Then I can share my party with the Party Finder. And other people will want to join up. Now we're talking. But I'm curious, as we're going to get bigger shards, let's say that already, how will we improve communication? It's very much of a mess right now. Our chat's very bare bones. And voice comms, we never really know if they work.
Well, let's chat about chats. So, we're adding options for you to customize.
What do we got here? Chat box customization, layout. So you could probably do it full, like a full all information. You could do compact. You could change the width, the font size, the color. So allowing us to start to edit some of these UI elements, at least when it comes to the social element, the opacity and things like that. That's pretty nice.
The chat window, giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And
nice. Look at this. General trades group combat log.
Filtered for any area of the game that you are
combat log is going to be super useful.
And Ben, you had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat log in.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /yell commands, as well as sending DMs to other players.
Hey, there you go. Now you can do direct messages a lot easier with slash commands.
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily.
Wait a second. Look at that. The DM is going across Spectrum, presumably to the launcher, or maybe he's on the website or something. Or is this a hint at an app coming? I don't know, but it says just got home, will be at my PC in 5 minutes. So he's presumably not even at the PC, but he got a direct message somehow.
Via links. So first off, here we have
What does this
contract
link
links,
do?
taking you to the contract manager.
I wanna see him click
for
it.
That specific contract.
Cheesecake! Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than center threads. Also, we are adding star map links. Let's have a look at what that looks like.
No way. You're going to be able to put
This means that you can
locations.
click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star
I
map.
love that. That is amazing.
Making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links, and
Oh, that's
well,
cool.
You'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow.
Wait a second. The crafting and home presentation tomorrow, we want to see why we're going to want to link items. He's talking about marketplaces or something. Is he talking about selling items or modifying them? That's why you're going to want to link them. Mark my words. I think I'm onto something here. You're going to want to link items because they're going to have unique modifiers attached to them. All their different attachments, all of their different stats when you craft them using maybe even using different materials. This is Theorycraft here, but you just heard him say what I just heard him say, and I think that that is why he just said that. You could have a Volt rifle that's going to have different stats on it, presumably.
Lastly, we're adding player links to make it easy for you
What does a
to
player link
connect
do?
your friends with one another, right?
Wonder what that would do when you click that.
So while we're talking about comms, Sean just messaged us about VoIP. Do you want to invite him to the party?
I sure can, Gabe. We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite
Face over
Sean,
IP.
Master of Faces Tracy, to join the party.
This is really cool stuff.
Hey, man.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you all here. So, I've come up to talk a little bit about FOIP and VoIP. So, it's a bit of the communication channels beyond just text chat, right? All right, so FOIP and VoIP are our systems in-game. VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, and FOIP, which I termed way back in 2019, Face over Internet Protocol. So VoIP gives us spatialized audio where you can hear and be heard within the universe. Whether you've got a helmet on, you've got a different filter. If you're far away, you can hear that they're far away. But we added Face to that way back in 2019. So it's cool because you can place video calls, you can speak and see each other speak in the game, and you can take fun selfies like this. So again, I mentioned, it's back in 2019, so it's been in for a little while, but it hasn't really been updated so much since then. So the cool part about it, and I really got to mention, it's not a replacement for motion capture equipment. It's not a depth camera. It uses pretty much anybody's 2D-based web camera to track your face. So it can do great things, but it's got its limitations.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting
as well.
tech.
What's kind of cool about it is that FOIP and VoIP are actually coupled. They're encoded and decoded together on the network super efficiently so that it's always in sync. And anybody that's worked on facial animation with audio data knows that sync is super important. So it's been used in expected
Yeah, if you start to
ways
get audio out of sync from
and
the face, it
unexpected
looks
ways
weird.
by the community. Let's have a look.
This is Wallace Clem.
What do we got here?
What is it? Seems someone's on our case. One of our Ninetales facilities was sacked last night. Total loss. The bunker was destroyed.
And 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh my gosh.
This isn't what they said it would be.
The subject has crossed the perimeter.
Most people don't associate ladies like us with salvage, do they, Shell? That's right, Mel.
That looks so
In
creepy.
fact, we're the best in the old system at salvage, aren't we, Mel? That's right, Shell. And you look like you get about a bit.
It's so creepy.
I'll do it. You need a break.
What? No, you're up there in what? Your underwear, just drinking hooch or something and just singing away?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, we have hooch? Hi, I'm Natronics, and you're watching Redline, your source for adventurous stories throughout the verse.
I need to get a webcam now just to do this. Just to make funny faces.
The name's Brad. Agent Davina Brad.
Excuse me, Captain? I'm Aaron Baxter.
We topped off yet, Aaron Baxter?
Just about, sir.
Good. I don't want to spend another second on it.
Something we have in common, sir.
Hey. Yeah. It was that day when I met Mr. President
This is great.
that my life changed for the better.
Eat that apple.
Oh my gosh. Fuck.
Apples.
You were never supposed to know any of this, Detective. You were supposed to die at Safe Haven.
It looks so good though.
Rachel.
Rachel's dead.
Hey man, I'm back again. You have any hats? Oh dude, I read the
Do you have any hats?
What are you looking at, sir?
This is so
Go
goofy.
away.
This Sig says I love this stuff. Yeah, this is awesome. That was so good. I need to get a webcam just so I can do that. And eye tracking too.
By the community, and I love it. I love it. I think it's awesome, bugs and all. But there's probably some improvements that we can make for that. So one of the big ones that we've made is head rotation tracking. It's actually something we were already doing to do head tracking in first person, but we never could move the head around on the actual character itself, which we've been able to do. Some cool stuff like range of Jared?
Yeah, Sean?
Can we just, let's just do a fake video call. Can we do a fake video call?
Oh, you know we can do a fake video call, Sean.
All right, cool. So let's call one of my guys, Oliver Cook. He's been working on some new tracking updates.
Oh my gosh.
Hey Sean, and a big hello to everybody at CitizenCon. How's it going?
Hey Ollie, it's great to see you. Everyone's having a great time. I see you're using FOIP. Where are you?
That's correct. I'm sat here in the comfort of my own home, talking to you via the power
This is pretty
of
cool
FOIP
stuff.
and my webcam. We've been working on FOIP recently, and we're starting to see some improvements to the quality of the tracking in-game.
Wonder how it
That
works with
sounds
glasses.
awesome. Can you tell everyone what you've done to improve it?
Well, we started off by looking at what we originally had, and we realized that some mouth poses were really difficult to pull. So we focused on improving the range of motion of the mouth, which now looks like this.
Nice.
Hopefully, you can see there's more of a one-to-one relationship with what's going on in my webcam, and this has helped some of those problematic poses we were seeing before, one of which being a closed-lipped smile, which was quite difficult to achieve previously. We've also
Yeah, they
started
looked pretty
to add in
good.
secondary motions that happen naturally when pulling combination face
That wasn't
shapes,
too bad.
like squinting in the eyes when smiling or frowning. And when we combine these secondary motions with the wrinkle maps, it really goes to show just how much work has gone into these heads. Let's see how many wrinkle maps we can trigger, huh?
Oh my gosh. That actually looked pretty good, I'm not gonna lie.
And finally, one other thing we noticed was the tracking quality could be quite noisy in environments where the lighting is less than ideal. So to combat this, we've introduced tracking stabilization, which helps to reduce the amount of noise we get from the webcam. We're seeing positive results in low light conditions, but we're
Oh, he's
also
gonna turn
seeing
off
a
that
small
light.
quality boost in optimal lighting conditions. The result is a more expressive and stable face, which is great for using in-game or making videos in the verse. And we still have a little ways to go with FOIP, but the future is bright for this feature, and we can't wait to see what wonderful things you use it for in the verse.
So I see you in the character creator. Let's change how you look.
Yeah,
Wait,
let's
you can
do it.
use
Let's
the
change up
FOIP
my appearance here a little bit and see what we can
in the editor? That's pretty
Super
cool.
cool thing about the character customizer is that it continues to track my face even when editing.
That's awesome.
And this is great if you want to see what FOIP will look like on your character before you commit to your appearance. Let's start off by changing my hairstyle, shall we? We have a bunch of cool hairstyles to pick from, and I used to have pretty long hair back in the day. So let's try and find something longer than I currently have.
Oh no.
Okay, that's wild.
Wow.
Not
That is
quite
insane.
What I'm looking for, but what else do we have?
You can change stuff on the
dreadlocks.
fly.
Super cool. Not what I'm after, though. Let's see here. There we go. Much better. The fun thing here is with the head tracking, it's much easier to rotate around and quickly see what I'm going to look like.
That's sick.
Let's stick with that for now.
Wow.
That looks good to me. We can do the same for anything else in the customizer.
You can just turn your head. You don't have to like click and drag anymore.
Because I want to show you that VoIP still works when changing the structure and characteristics of my actual face. We have a lot of heads in our customizer, and I'm just going to cycle through a few of them here to show you that whatever we choose, we're still tracking and we're good to go. We can even start to manipulate individual aspects of the face.
That is
with no
crazy.
detriment to mapping onto the head. VoIP won't break when you combine these heads together. So if you just want to tweak a small aspect of your character, or take on the likeness of one of the heads included, you can do so, and test out exactly how the tracking is going to look based on your face movements in the webcam. You can now see I'm someone totally different, and we're having no troubles tracking. And if I don't like what I've picked, I can always just randomize here. Which I think
What
is
the
a
heck?
great way of not only showing
Oh, he's got the face
countless
tattoo of the
combinations
skulls.
of heads that we can make, but also that
That's
VoIP will
insane.
continue to work with anything that we throw at it. I think I'm looking pretty good here, Sean. What do you think?
Yeah, good. I think it's pretty unique to Star Citizen. Thanks a lot for showing it.
Anytime. And I hope everybody has an awesome sitcom. See you later.
That's pretty cool stuff. I mean, I've never really used that feature yet, but might have to now.
All right, that's great, Sean. But the reliability of our voice transmission has been a bit spotty, with many players reporting quality loss or even full audio loss. What are we doing to improve the overall infrastructure behind VoIP and FOIP?
Well, first of all, we've heard you. We know. We've tried it. And it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't work. So,
yeah, that is true.
What we're going to be doing is we're going to be updating the voice service and a total overhaul of the voice server. This is actually important, and we need to do this anyways, because we have to update the voice infrastructure for the much larger shards that are coming. So this is going to improve reliability and the voice quality. So one of the biggest things that we're going to be doing for you guys is to make sure that you have feedback in
Easy
the game
answer,
for
Discord?
when this is working
Yeah, but when
and
you're
this is not working. When you're
encountering with random people in the game and you're just in a bunker and all of a sudden you realize there's someone else down there and you want to tell them that you're friendly or, you know, call something out to them or something, and you're going to tell them, here, this is a link to my Discord, go ahead, join it. Like, no, you're not going to be doing that. So I think it is important to have in-game VoIP.
transmitting, when you're receiving, you really have to know. So whether that's picture-in-picture, whether that's an icon telling you you're transmitting, these are all going to be things that we're adding as we go forward with these features.
Cool. Good stuff.
Because the density of these servers is going to be increased to MMO status.
Am I done?
So I do foresee a lot of people using the in-game
Yeah, let's
VoIP
get
to
Gabe
talk
back
to
in
each other.
here.
Hey.
Okay, there's room for 4.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people on stage now.
It's a bit crowded, right?
Can we kick Sean?
Yeah, we can.
I think we should kick Sean. Bye, Sean.
Certainly do it.
Bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
Oh, do they vote kick him? They vote kick. They're showing that they have vote kick, I think.
All right, now we've made some friends. We've
Maybe
joined
not.
parties.
Maybe they were just joking.
And we even kicked some people. That's super great. But what if you're new to the game?
Exactly, Sig. Yeah, I want your cargo. Sure, join my Discord. We can talk about the terms and options.
The guide system. So we've introduced the guide system on the web a while ago, and this allowed new players and experienced players to match.
The guide system's pretty interesting. It's not the easiest thing to use, though, and I don't like that they were tying rewards and stuff like that behind the guide system with how not user-friendly it's been. So I'm hoping this got implemented in-game, hopefully through the social tab, actually.
Match up, basically for a new player to get training and learning the ropes. Wait, are we bringing it in the game?
Yeah, of course we are.
Absolutely. Look at that. Super nice. And it is under the social tab. That's awesome.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And it's very important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes.
One of the reasons this is so nice to have in game like this is because with Star Citizen being such an advanced game and there's so much to learn, it's literally like Second Life or something. There's so much going on. It has a steep learning curve, and having this implemented in game just streamlines people's ability to be able to find help in game. Normally they could go on Spectrum, sure, they could try and use the guide system, but now it's like you got to learn how to play the game and you got to learn how to use the website just to be able to find someone to teach you how to play the game. So having this streamlined in game, hopefully it's easy for them to find. I mean, it looks like it's right there in the social tab next to the rep org. So there is an org tab on here now too. Hopefully they talk about that, contracts, health, and then it looks like you can go to the sides with that or see all apps. It's basically like a smartphone. That's what your Mobi is.
So we want to keep the guide types from the website because there's already a lot of good ones there. And they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that.
Base building as a guide type? That means we're getting base building before we know it, guys. That's awesome to see that that's already in the guide system. This is going to be showing people how to actually go about constructing their base, it looks like.
Which is a little teaser there for tomorrow.
No, teaser. Dear tease.
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So in order to become a guide for that, you're going to have to prove that you actually know how to do that by making sure that you're eligible. You're not eligible yet because he's only constructed 2 bases on different planets, not 3. Sig says this small bit also got me. Oh yes, I totally know what you're talking about here because this is going to be pretty cool. You could see your eligibility in order to teach these to other people based on your accomplishments in game. It's almost like a pseudo achievement process here.
Or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own hearts?
No.
Nope, there's going to be rewards for sure.
You want to get paid. Some of you love to help, and a lot of you already are. But while I don't have time to get into specifics today, there are going to be rewards available for those of you that
What do you mean you don't have time to get into specifics?
Like to get paid.
You do like to get paid. But ultimately, we want you to want to help.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of guide stuff, and I've reached a guide level in a field that I like doing tons of content on. Or I'm a new player, and I'm training in a key area. How does this all tie together? Let me answer my own question.
Yes. Okay. This is exactly what I was just talking about, and hopefully this carries over to the rest of the social system. Presumably you're going to have a service rating here like they're talking about here. Hopefully you're going to have a reputation system that carries over to people joining your parties as well. For the beacons and trust and service rating, the more beacons you complete, the people will be able to rate you and say, yeah, this person did really good. Now, hopefully this isn't purely based on just what rating they give you at the end, because then it could be abusable. You could actually rescue them and they could just give you a bad rating just because or whatever. Hopefully it takes into account if you actually got them up and things like that. Hopefully it goes a little deeper than that, but a trust and service rating is going to be paramount. Maven, this is going to directly be related to you as well. Trying to do service beacons to rescue people, you'll be increasing your rating probably in search and rescue missions and things like that.
It ties into beacons, trust, and rating systems. Or as we say internally, beacons, but actually good. Yeah. So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look
This is awesome to hear.
Juicing them up. So first off, tying in.
I know I'm pausing a lot, but I'm trying to break it down and see for myself exactly what's going on here. So there's guide beacons and then there's service beacons. I think service beacons are probably going to be put out by, so the guide beacons are probably put out for people for these different things that they're wanting to learn. So you could probably pick it up. And then service beacons are probably put out for things like, hey, I need help in combat, I need to be rescued. Paid by Interstellar Transport Guild, 15,000 credits. Paid by you, 5,000 total payment, 20K. Oh, okay. So for the guide beacons, just for receiving help from something, the Interstellar Transport Guild is actually paying you 15,000 to accept that, and then the other player, or the player, is paying 5,000 of it. So the payout is actually 20K because it's subsidized kind of by that Interstellar Transport Guild. That's pretty neat.
Into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons.
With a text field,
it means
too.
That if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves, you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question, you broadcast it out, the guides get alerted, they can accept it, contact you, and once you have the information you need, you take the beacon down, get out there, and use your newfound knowledge. So obviously there's many different types of guide beacons here, but we're also adding more categories to service beacons.
Now all this beacon stuff sounds fine, but let's be honest. I have a friend, not me, but every time they use a beacon, they get ganked. How are we going to do that? What are we going to do to make sure that
Reputation.
whoever's answering my call for help is trustworthy?
Are you sure that's your friend and not you? Yeah, okay. So we've got a few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guild.
That's actually a good point, Red, that you're bringing up there. Watch it get spammed by two dudes rescuing and downing each other over and over again. Well, the thing is, there's probably going to be some fail-safes to prevent that type of abuse of the system, and I don't think it'd be that hard to implement it. I don't know exactly what they would do to combat that, but I'm hoping that there'd be some form of system that would prevent that from just happening. I mean, the crime stat system alone would probably be a hindrance on that, and maybe repeat missions by the same people in a certain, maybe there's like a cooldown or something. We don't know all that's going into it just yet. Maybe they'll go more in depth on that though. Let's see. That's a good point though.
Shortly, but that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
Because we like getting paid.
And ultimately that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people that are helping. And this actually finally makes it viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the
I really
beacon,
like that. You're going to be able to do like
payout
refuel
beacon.
beacons
So that's one
as
incentive.
opposed to just one beacon.
The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating.
Check
Responders
that
can
out.
earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region.
That's pretty cool.
So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good.
I wonder if you could charge more, or if you can somehow negotiate or change the beacon cost if you want someone of a higher tier or status to answer your beacon. Or maybe the people who are accepting the beacons, if you are that platinum, gold, or high tier, you're only going to be accepting beacons where people have increased how much they're willing to pay for that beacon in order to get the higher tier of people coming to train you or something like that. Red says, I'm going to shoot for being a platinum bum of the stars.
Or you like to misbehave a lot. Failing a beacon will result in losing rating. And then
Says
offenders
VIP
will
escort,
enter the red
towing,
zone.
medical,
zone.
delivery. That's pretty cool.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system.
Hold on, I got to hear that again.
Key offenders will enter your region, completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want
can have a
to help
negative
you out.
rating, it looks like.
Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot.
Oh my
Failing
God,
a beacon
Red.
will result in losing rating. And then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then
This is going to have to be balanced as well, because what if somebody just cancels the beacon. Surely that won't give you negative rep. What if somebody has it planned in order to make you fail a mission somehow or fail a beacon on purpose to try and hurt your rating? There's going to have to be, there's a fine line here. And I say this a lot with PAX Day, but there's going to be a fine line here that they're going to be dancing on to find that balance between authority over getting a rating sent to someone who actually does something bad or good and having a system in place that prevents people from griefing that system.
Only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure. So we're putting a lot of focus on making the system difficult to exploit as well.
Oh, here we go.
In the many
He's talking
different
about it.
ways that it can be right now. So criminal types, like you, Benoit, will have to get much more creative.
So yeah, that's all great from the beacon.
I'm going to pause this here again because I want to break this down and see what we got here. So he said it's going to be a dynamic system. They're going to be working on making it automatically out of the box hard to exploit by criminals and stuff like that. It looks also like when there's a beacon put out, not only does it just go on the mission board and get accepted by anybody, it looks like you actually get to apply to do the beacon, and then the person gets to accept you as their help. So it's a two-way thing now, which is really nice. Repair guide beacon, repair service beacon. So there's two different types of repair beacons you can see there. There's one where you want someone to teach you how to do repair, and there's one showing that you actually need repair. I don't know what those pips mean just yet, but we're going to find out, I think. There's the distance from it. Healing, Lorville, service beacon, 2 red pips, 1 green pip. This is really cool to see, though. I love stuff like this. This is going to really fuel immersive, interactive, emergent gameplay with players.
Broadcaster's perspective, right? Pretty cool stuff.
Wonder what those pips mean.
They're not the only ones getting ganked. The beacon responders, they're also in a bad position. So what are we doing for the beacon responders? Well, we
They're probably going to rate the people who put out the beacon.
Of the risk you're putting yourself into.
That's what those pips are.
To the beacon. So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they've broadcasted.
Oh,
they have 2 neutral.
That's all of that's their past beacons. They had 2 neutral beacons, 1 bad beacon, and 2 good beacons.
Once something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something, but they have also
this is awesome.
Been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can.
Could still be abused though, because you could do 5 bad ones in a row, then have your friends do fake ones, get it back up, then go troll people again. So you could cycle your troll ability.
Assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So
I like that though. That's really good.
One more big thing I guess we need to talk about, right? Which we're really excited for.
Red, you did say space wieners in Quantum. Get the double dog.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
I wonder if they're selling double dogs at the event. Yo, I would get a double dog.
In Sweden, we call this a double barrel.
Well, it's not time for lunch just yet. So, who would like to talk about player organization?
Yep, this is that player org tab. Here we go. This is going to be good stuff right here, I think.
Right.
Bringing orgs in game.
Few people in orgs in the house today. But Benoit, you talked about this a while ago, right?
It's been 84 years. So I was originally asked to outline the original ideas behind how organizations would work in the very early days of the project. A younger Ben, big ideas, same ideas, now action. You have no idea how happy I am that we're finally tackling this task and this design in the game to truly give you all the tools you need to make your empire in SC. There are more than 70,000 organizations registered on the RSI website.
It's a lot of work.
69,999 of them of decent size, and then test. Ridiculous.
Too big.
But all of those have custom identities, logos, charter. The amount of creative and high-quality content you guys have always produced has always amazed us and inspired us. Those orgs range from a small group of friends with just a name to large companies spanning a large amount of players with the intent to share wealth, missions, and campaigns together. Now we want to make those orgs matter in the game.
Let's
Should you
freaking
choose
go,
to join
guys.
or create an organization, we want this social aspect to be part of your progression. But don't let me spoil it. Let's get a real designer to cover this stuff. JJ, you are a self-proclaimed big MMO player yourself, so why don't you give us the details?
I didn't realize I went around self-proclaiming so much, but thank you. But as an MMO player, I understand that different terminology is used in a lot of different games, so I just wanted to very quickly go over how we're using it in Star Citizen. So orgs, as many of you know, the players coming together to achieve a goal, whatever you want your goals to be. We give you the framework, and you set it up and drive it forward. And we were going to shout a few of them out, but I was actually told we couldn't play favorites, so we actually made our own. So we've got the Fellowship of JJ and
the Balt's Fault Buccaneers.
Those guys.
You guys made your own orgs?
Yeah, we kind of left you out.
They were told that they couldn't promote other orgs. That's funny.
We also have NPC factions, and they're already in the game. And you can earn or lose reputation with them. Now, contracts and doing nice things will earn you rep. And killing and stealing and all of that horrible stuff you love, Ben, that will lose you rep. Ling and Redwind and the ones that you can see on there are just a few examples, and there's going to be a lot more to come going forward. Now, there are also guilds, like the Interstellar Transport Guild. And these are essentially collections of several factions.
Interesting.
And we're putting them in a position to be more prevalent.
What? You're saying there's something bigger than factions?
Oh, yeah. So they're going to be something you interact with a lot, and they essentially handle contracts for the factions. But you will earn rep with both still, but as the bigger entity, the guild will be much more important. And you'll find out a lot more about guilds.
So you don't have to necessarily grind rep with each individual faction per se to earn status within that faction now. You have guilds that are maybe encompassing all of ArcCorp or something like that, or all of, insert planet and its moons or something like that here, maybe just reputation-based system where they have connections or trade channels with each other. You're going to be earning guild-wide rep now. Be interesting to see how this plays out.
Tomorrow at the Stars My Destination presentation at the end of tomorrow.
Again, a tease.
But now we can dive into some of our new org systems.
Yes. Let's start with the basics. I want to find or I want to recruit for an org.
Yeah, so welcome to the new app for everything.
Yes, it's in-game.
Tease with the mask.
So orgs can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like
this is the
every
recruitment
designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression gameplay and mission and crafting and leveling up.
I hope we get
my
this
Balt's Fault
soon.
Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't do any of that stuff. Now, we're in it for profit, interdiction lines, shipboarding action. We get all that sweet cargo for free.
For free? That sounds pretty illegal, Ben.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's in those?
Oh my gosh.
Slam!
Anyway, it sounds like you guys might be interested in joining some big orgs. Well, I prefer something smaller. So I think it's fair to say that we like playing in different ways and will want to join different orgs. The recruitment
This is just the recruitment tab,
is the place to find them. So we're giving you the tools to promote your org to potential members in order to give a best first impression to them.
I've just noticed that, Ben. You might want to have a word with Rich. It looks like...
What?
Like he doesn't want you.
No way. I'll have a speak with him.
Anyway, yes. So we're adding filters for when you're basically trying to find...
Crafting, exploration, building. Check that out. Look at those org focuses. Crafting, exploration, building. Let's freaking go, guys.
The home. And we want to cater to all types of players because we're a massive game, right? And orgs are combining tons of different gameplay in tons of different ways.
RP,
so you can search by
hell
name
yeah.
if there's an infamous org you've encountered out there in the verse or online. You can search by size. So if you're after a big and active org like me, or a small and more close-knit org like Gabriel. Then you can also search by the gameplay focuses you enjoy. So maybe you love trading and PvP, or maybe you like events like the Daymar Rally. Safe, yeah. So I guess you'd end up searching for, say, social and racing, maybe?
What if I love committing crime and roleplay, asking for a friend?
Asking
so I got to
for
do
a
the
friend.
presentation. Anyway, you can search for whatever you like, and if it's not there, why not just create it yourself?
Oh, they have a custom tab?
We allowed you to join multiple orgs back in 2014. I can still do that, right?
Oh, yeah. So we're keeping it supported, and we're actually doing the Star Citizen thing, and we're going one bigger. One bigger.
Nice,
so we're
okay.
giving you an additional one to join when we actually bring it into the game, too.
So now you can
And we
see
wanted to keep
the
it
different
because we've
orgs
all
on the
played
side
games
there
where
that you're a
it's
part of.
far too limited. Like, one org per character just isn't enough for a game this size.
Yeah, and here you get an idea of what the full screen will look like. It's going to be your one-stop shop for joining or finding players for your org. So let's have a look at the core functions and features to look forward to in the rest of the app. This is the Summary tab. On here, you can select one of your orgs that you're in on the left-hand side, and you'll see, well, a summary, a lot of at-a-glance information. So we'll introduce some of these one at a time. So first off, announcements and
Very
org
good.
information.
Very,
Simple
very good.
stuff. You use them how you want to. Also, we're adding an events log.
Oh.
So
Dead Cat 5 marked Dennis Corp as hostile, alliances and rivalries built in. I wonder if that will carry over to your HUD when doing official missions for an org. You'll be able to see enemy orgs and stuff like that. Interesting. Crafted a P4 AR. This is interesting.
in here, you'll get a summary of important events within the org and changes to org statuses or settings. In short, these things, well, it's a big verse, and it's easy to miss cool things that happen in your org. And these features will help you stay on top of the day-to-day life of being an
It looks like a calendar off on the right.
Okay, we're also adding an events calendar. So
yep.
By default.
Nice.
So
I
by
love it.
default, it's going to be populated with our in-game events, so you never miss a thing. But more importantly, you'll obviously be able to add your own as well. So you'll never
Very
miss
cool.
another meetup to get together for group content. It's tough to get everyone on at the same time. Right?
But does
So
it
use
have
this for your
permissions?
Convoy Tuesdays, casual Fridays, holding hands in Horizon Saturdays, whatever you want.
Getting crushed by the Buccaneers on Monday.
That's Gabriel's favorite.
It is my favorite.
Remember that it is our...
What the heck? Hold on, what just happened here? It reset for some reason. Where the heck was I?
Complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important.
Hold on, guys. I gotta find where I just was. It just reset the tab for some reason. I think I'm close. I'm close. Hold on.
You want.
Getting crushed by the
There we
Buccaneers
go.
on Monday.
That was weird. It just refreshed the tab and
It is my favorite.
it put the timer back at the beginning.
Remember that it is our intent that all the features we're looking at here are available on Spectrum as well, allowing you to access...
Oh, you know why? It just ended. Their live just now ended. So we're at 3 hours and 31 minutes out of 9 hours and 8 minutes of day one. So their live stream just now ended from CitizenCon must have closed for the day. So we're going to be able to go through all the stuff that happened today. That's why it reset, because it's actually became a video now. It's no longer a live stream. That's exactly what happened.
Even if you're not in the game. This applies to parties, comms, friends, and all other functions. So I can join multiple orgs, like the Buccaneers, the Corvette Club, or the Slam Truckers. But how will others see me in the verse if I have multiple choices? Surely I need to pick a banner.
So that's covered by something new called representing. And it's actually quite similar to the existing affiliation main status system on the website. So if you're in multiple orgs, you choose which one you want to represent, but you can only represent one at a time.
Okay, yeah.
Now, there are ongoing benefits for being in orgs, which we'll get to in a minute, but you choosing who you represent asks which one you want to benefit from at any given time. But why? Well, we wanted to support players who like to play with different groups of friends, but we didn't want players who are just in one to be at a major disadvantage to those that are in the full 6.
Right,
Because
exactly.
really, joining multiple orgs should be your choice and not feel like it's a necessity.
And there's no need for you to switch which org you're representing to see things like this Mobi screen or org chat. But we want to put limitations on how often you can switch.
Yeah, because you don't want people
to
just
avoid
switching back and
exploitation
forth like 10
while
times a day.
exploiting the systems. And we don't want to punish anyone who's, well, playing by
Welcome
the
in, everybody who's new.
And a big part of representing is visualizing it in-world. We want you to be able to fly your banner for your org. So we're adding another MMO staple to the game. Tags.
Nice. I love to see it.
So the org leader will be able to set a tag for the org, and this gets appended to the name while you're representing. So you can easily see who is in which org at a glance. So we'll have it in chats, in world, and if you're not interested in this stuff, well, you have the option to turn it off as well.
I love tags.
How novel! We'll be able to identify people around us.
Wow.
JJ, I'm curious. You mentioned guilds before, and I'm guessing they fit into this somehow.
Yes, so you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So,
org alignment. Oh, is this your org's alignment with those guilds? With those bigger guilds? And then you get bonuses as you get up on tier with them. This is awesome. This is what I've been wanting, because this is going to allow us as a group. It's kind of like in World of Warcraft when you have guild achievements. This allows for guild reputation with, or org reputation with guilds. This is going to allow us to earn tier 1 to get plus 6% contract payout, tier 2 to get another additional 6% reputation payout, tier 3 to unlock at 75%. That's freaking awesome.
Relationship between org and in-game guild.
Yep. Perfect.
Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as
San
well.
says, guess I'll join the org now.
Pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which guild should you pick? So all of our guilds are going to have a specific theme and associated gameplay. And you can basically pick the one that matches your theme or benefits your org the most. So a combat-focused org, like the Fellowship, might want to align with themselves with the Mercenary Guild. Or one that enjoys making cash through trading and hauling, they'd probably want to align with the Interstellar Transport Guild.
Yeah, so how do these benefits work? Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits.
This is really, really cool stuff.
So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild, we might get research speed improvements. As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment raises, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time. However, that will put your alignment back at 0. So
okay. So you can only choose like one guild to align with?
Every member gets full
or
benefits.
A couple?
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty.
Where did it say research speed? Where did it say that? Hold on, let me go back.
So,
where's research speed? I'm looking. I don't see that. Reputation, contract payouts. Oh, he said it.
Every member gets full benefits.
Let me go
Other
back a little bit.
guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild alignment, you are not locked in forever. Well, as your alignment with a guild, as it raises, you both unlock new benefits from that guild, as well as improve your previously unlocked benefits. So, for example, if I align my org with the Academy of Science Guild,
Oh, you're right here.
we might get research speed improvements.
Yeah, good catch, Sig. Research speed improvements. That's probably going to be for the crafting system. You have to research on how to craft these things or something like that. This is really cool. This is going to bring a lot of depth to the organizations now. Really just taking, they used to just be hey, yeah, we're in an org. Cool. We're on Spectrum. We have our own little forum and stuff. Like no one really cares. It was just a thing that was outside of the game mostly. Now it's being implemented into the social stuff. It's being implemented in to have reputations and perks, calendar. It's literally full-fledged now. It's going to have all the things that you'd expect.
As my org performs contracts for this guild, alignment
That's pretty cool.
increases, and that speed benefit gets better. And needless to say, other guilds will have other types of benefits. Finally, on guild
I wonder if you can have more than one guild alignment at a time.
alignment, you are not locked in forever. You can switch at any time.
Because you can switch, but you just take a hit to your
that
rep
will
with
put
them.
your alignment back at 0. So it's a big
Oh, it puts you back to 0.
So every member gets full benefits.
Well, not necessarily. We're also introducing loyalty. So it's similar to the org alignment with a guild, but this represents your relationship to the org you're in.
Ah, okay. So if you are loyal to the InterSleuths and we have a high rating with a guild, you have to stay representing InterSleuths to earn loyalty with InterSleuths, which will then allow you through the organization to have higher returns from the benefits that are gained from these guilds. I think that's exactly what he's talking about
Anything
here.
you do that benefits the org while you are representing it will gain you loyalty with them.
Yeah.
So for example, you could be doing missions for the org-aligned guild, or you could be depositing money and materials into org storage.
Org storage?
Org storage. You can put money into org storage? What?
Ooh.
Dude, this is the best CitizenCon ever. Org storage, org bank. You're going to be able to put resources, materials, money, vehicles, ships, buildings. I have no idea. This is crazy, though.
Ultimately, we wanted to encourage long-term membership because we don't think you should just be able to join a well-established org and then just get everything instantly for no effort. So to put it simply, having low loyalty limits what you gain from the org's alignment benefits, and having high loyalty gives you full access. We also wanted org leadership to be able to view members' current loyalty and use it as a tool to reward appropriately with things like ranks and permissions. And then loyalty resets to 0 when you leave an org, so there's some incentive for sticking around.
Wait, does that mean I lose my loyalty if I change my representation away?
No, so not representing puts your contributions or ongoing benefits on hold. So when you start representing again, you essentially just pick up where you left off.
Okay, that makes sense.
What if I leave the org?
Sa says people put Raz in storage. How's it going, Sa? Welcome into the stream.
Right.
We're having a great day today.
You know, in my org, my Buccaneers, they're mostly scoundrels, and so they tend to join and leave, and you know, it's not very loyal in general. Larger orgs, they tend to be a pain to manage, though. With the flow of joiners and leavers, do we have any tools to help managers like me?
I like this. Because it's going to promote and incentivize people to want to not hop around. So you can be a part of different organizations. Sure, you can represent these different organizations. But if you're staying loyal to an org, you're going to be able to climb that reputation with them.
Well,
it incentivizes
let's
you.
have a look at the members tab. So this is less complex than the previous tabs, but it's equally important. This is where you see the community of your org and your place.
And ranks. Yep, there's
so
ranks.
In here, you'll be able to manage members, you can leave notes, and see the ranks of members.
Very nice.
And as we did with the friends list and the party list, we're adding rich presence in here as well. This is the rank panel. It gives you a clear indication where you sit within the community. And you'll see permissions on here, but that's something that we'll delve more into at a later date. For now, I'll just say that the leader might be able to determine permissions for each rank.
So if you're just joining in, you got to go back, I don't know when it was, like an hour and a half ago, something like that, maybe not even that long. They showed off a culmination of all the tools that they've been working on that they showed in this one presentation. You got to see lightning strikes, dynamic weather, the new lighting, the new audio. Really, really cool stuff being shown off here at CitizenCon. Now we're going over all the social features being brought into the game.
Things like inviting new members or accessing org storage.
Stop teasing us with org storage. God.
Org storage.
So, all right. So,
oh, it even tells you if they're an arena
and
commander.
friendship and animosities build up. Maybe my Buccaneers and the Fellowship of JJ don't really see eye to eye most of the time. Would be great for this to translate in game, wouldn't it?
It's going to.
It would, wouldn't it?
Alliance and rivalries. Here we freaking go, guys. This is amazing. I hope this comes with 4.0 or before.
So yeah, it's a good job we got it covered, which is with our new alliances and rivalry system. So you're going to have the ability to create alliances and go to war. And there are many reasons to make friends. You might want to have trading partners, or you might want to group up for protection if you're playing somewhere like Pyro. And at the same time, there are probably going to be many reasons why you won't get along. Maybe an org keeps attacking or stealing from you.
This is awesome. Wonder what it translates over to in reality.
Two org leaders, and it has to be mutual. You can't force someone to be friends.
Unlike real life.
Unlike real life. Oh.
Requests are sent from the screen if you have permission, and you could respond here as well. And as a bonus,
diplomatic roles.
Allied orgs are going to have additional lines of communication, like Alliance chat, or being able to share Alliance events on the calendar, just to name a few.
Amazing. Beautiful integration.
Rivalry, that isn't a mutual agreement. If someone decides you're their rival, well, tough luck. However, you could reach a mutual agreement to make a truce, putting you back at neutral. And there's no real benefit to having rivals, so we want to make them easy to identify. That's why alliances and rivalries tie directly into hostility indicators. So
wait a minute. So if it's going to show hostility indicators, this is where it becomes a gray area, though, because if you're still in an area that has a crime and punishment system enabled, like if you're in Stanton, and you kill an enemy, if you kill a bad guy, you obviously don't get a crime stat. Does that carry over to enemies now? Because that means that an org that wants to kill everybody who wants to be a pirate can just declare war on everybody and have no crime and punishment for that? Surely that is not how this works. If it's a player and they are hostile marked and you still have, if they don't have a crime, it's probably going to have to show you that they have a crime stat or something, because if they're just an enemy of your faction, surely you can't kill them everywhere. Sig says it's becoming a game. It's all grown up.
just like now, you'll be able to see neutral contacts in white and party members show up in blue, whereas your org wingman will come in a dark green and your allied orgs in a paler green.
Okay, nice. There's an enemy.
Your rivals will show up in red.
Or people in your kill list.
The kill list.
The blood list, they're in red.
That we mentioned before will also show up in red or orange.
Okay. So if you're in an area where you can't freely kill them, they'll be orange. You still get a crime stat.
Well, they're not
right?
legal to attack.
Yes, exactly. Okay, there we go.
If you kill them here.
Solves it.
So
amazing. I love it.
Accessibility options for this stuff as well, to make sure that everybody can benefit from these updates.
Oh yeah, so like colorblind and stuff. We'd love to see it. This is awesome.
So that's everything for Orcs today, but it's just the tip of the social iceberg.
That guy's still sitting there. Look at him. He's like falling asleep now. He's like, really, guys? This is boring me to death. When do I get to fly my bangle? I need my javelin. He's literally sleeping now. Look at him right there.
Time to show you everything.
He's unimpressed.
Lots more to show in the future. And we're super excited because we finally get to deliver it.
Yeah. Now, what have we learned?
What else do you got for us?
We're upgrading Star Citizen social tools to MMO size. With a new social app in the mobilize, proper tools to manage parties with rich presence, ready check, and ship information. Richer chat with the niceties normally present in every game. A new party finder, a system that allows you to find players to play with. Revamp beacons and guide systems powered by rating and proficiency. On orgs, we're bringing orgs in the game.
Finally.
We're
freaking finally.
with a new orgs app, but also Alignment. So you align your org with a guild and get benefits for your members. Representations, which identifies you in the verse and gives you benefits and loyalty to your orgs. And alliances and rivalry to identify friend from foe.
This is awesome. I'm so excited.
We're going to leave you with a short video to end on because we couldn't show everything we're working on. But what would it look like in the unlikely event where our two powerhouse orgs came together as one?
And my org, right?
Yeah. It's a little teaser for tomorrow's crafting your home presentation and what you can build together as an org, and teasing something else coming in the future.
This is going to be
good.
good.
Have a great CitizenCon, guys. See you there. Yeah.
Wait, you could get shirts now with your org on it? Let's go. That's awesome. That's presumably them building a base as well. Dude, they got logos on their ships and their armor and everything. Oh, this is going to happen. You know this is going to happen. You're going to be able to make custom paint jobs. You're going to be able to put logos on your ships representing your org. You're going to be able to have armor. Look at this. This is amazing. Are you going to be able to label your boxes? This is presumably their ground base or something like that, and their orgs are coming together to build this base. Look at the ground vehicles have their logo on it and their colors. This is awesome. Even the guns. I'm absolutely grinning right now, guys. Ear to ear grin.
Yes!
Jared Huckabee. Look at his shoes. He's styling, man.
Sometimes it's just the simple things, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, Jared.
I put that crap on a shirt. All right, so we're at our midway point of day one, guys. We're going to take about a 45-minute to 60-minute break, depending on some technical stuff that we're going to figure out backstage. This is your chance to go get some food, go to the bathroom, stretch your hammies, whatever you entertain
I'm gonna
yourself
skip
for the
ahead
next
here.
45 minutes. But come right back. We're coming back with the cosplay contest and then 2 presentations, I promise. It's
2
only
presentations we got
from
left,
here.
guys.
Thanks for watching, guys.
Only
We'll see you in
up
about
from
an
here?
hour.
Are you serious? So they put a timer up for 45 minutes. I'm going to skip ahead to here. And I'm going to run and grab a drink. I'm not going to put up my away screen. I'll only be a couple minutes. I'm going to run and grab a drink so that I can stay hydrated. And then we're going to check out, maybe we'll look a little at this cosplay. Not too sure, but we're going to check out these last 2 presentations that we have here. Some pretty cool stuff coming, guys. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. I have snacks. I have drinks. Let's see what else they have in store for us here.
Parlez-vous français?
Je parle français.
That's all I got. I'm gonna do fromage. All right. Thanks, man. Hi, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Like I said, we added an extra 15 minutes to that.
How's it going,
to get us
Jared?
on schedule and stuff, because that 5:30 thing has to be like right at 5:30. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. We are back in Hall B, which is what we colloquially refer to as the UEE Barbary. This is our Bengal hangar here. Let's go ahead and take a look around. Do a spin around. People see me enough. No. Show the thing. There we go. Look at all those people. Say hi, everybody. You're on YouTube. My understanding is that if you're on YouTube, you automatically makes you a better person. All right. So
That's
we're going
not
to
true.
take another walk in case you guys missed the beginning of the show. We're going to explore the hangar area.
All right, we've seen this. Let's go ahead and skip ahead to the next presentation. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this the challenge coin?
Oh. So one of the great things about being here at CitizenCon is people hand me all manner of stuff. And then it goes in my pocket, and then it goes in the bag.
It goes in
By
my
the end of
pocket.
the weekend, I have an entire bag full of stuff. And which is not so bad when you live here in the UK. When you have to travel back across the world and you have a bag full of weird metal trinkets, TSA really loves that. But thank you. This is a challenge coin. Challenge coins are a staple of the Star Citizen community. How many orgs here have their own challenge coins?
We need to get our own challenge
Yep.
coins made.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a pretty good round. This is a what coin?
U.S. Army Aviation.
U.S. Army Aviation. Okay, hold on. I am getting older. I got to say without this. So United States Army Aviation.
It's cool how he just
Nice.
interacts with people at the event.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. You got your M1A jacket too.
Yeah.
I like yours.
Yeah, it's just a normal flight jacket.
Yeah, no, it's the inspiration for the ones we're selling
That's
right
pretty
now.
cool.
So yeah.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Let's see this costume
He's
contest.
done one of these in a long time. Then
Guys are eating nachos, making me hungry.
Here we are in the Edison Lounge, where we'll find all sorts of uninteresting people and devs and whatever
Uninteresting
else. I wonder if
people.
there's anyone around here we could possibly annoy. Why, hello, Benoit. How are you doing today?
Oh, fancy seeing you here. Awesome. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you, Benoit. You've had 2 amazing presentations already this morning. How are you feeling about the next ones?
Oh, I feel excited as hell for everything that's left at CitCon. I think everything is...
I'm excited as
chef's kiss.
well.
Beautiful. Are there any highlights from this morning? Any main takeaways from either of the 2 presentations you've given already?
Well, now that my stress level...
Oh my God, Jared.
doing a good job, man.
Thank you.
You're doing great too.
He's the man. He is the man. So, highlights. Well, I mean, now that my stress level is down, I think both presentations were just stellar. I'm really happy with how it went, and I'm especially very proud of the teams that have shown content today, either being in the Social Universe panel or in the Star Engine Brave New Worlds panel. I think the teams have been working like crazy. They deserve a hand. Let's go, guys. Let's give it up for the teams from the first 2 panels. They were outstanding and have really given it their all, and it shows. And so for me, I can't really call a highlight, you know? I can't play any
All right, where
favorites.
is the fashion show? Let's see.
But damn, that Zeus exit.
She's still
was-
talking to this guy. Let's see. Oh, right here. We got something going on.
You by Toby, so I'm gonna away.
Here's the cosplay competition. We'll check a couple of these out. Then we're going to get to the next segment. Still got 2 segments left.
Greetings, citizens. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch break. How many of you guys had some torpedo burritos? Okay.
We're selling torpedo
How many of you
burritos
had
there.
some Big Bennies?
The double dogs. Let's go.
All right, clearly we know what the crowd favorite is. Well, welcome to the 2954 cosplay competition by Toby Gaming.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit so we can see these. I want to get on to the next demos.
For our prizes, let's talk about that for a minute. Cosplaying as a mining worker.
Here we go.
Yeah!
Hey, looks just like him. That's awesome.
I think I've seen this outfit on ISC at one point. All right, and for our fourth contestant, we have Cat Goddess dressed as Molly. If you saw our commercials from last year's IAE, you might recognize her. Oh, what do we have
What has she got in
here?
there? Picos. She's hoarding Picos.
Who wants a Pico?
Oh, she's bribing. She's literally bribing. She's going to check some Picos.
Thought we had a deal.
Bribing the audience, I think.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right, and up next we have Amon Grask, who is a Xi'an diplomat.
Alien diplomat. Let's see.
Wow.
Oh, dude. That's pretty cool.
It's a real life character. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
I love it.
Really cool.
Oh my gosh. Should have tucked the neck in.
All right, and our
Of the mask.
sixth contestant is Little Drift Boy as Garmin Humble, another IAE fan favorite.
Oh, nice. Looks like Mandalorian. He's got a burrito.
With the burrito, I see. All right, and up next we have Dana
How many contestants are
as
there?
Pico the plushie.
Oh, no way. Yo! It's actually a Pico. Life-size Pico. That's awesome. I don't know about the Xi'an, but I want some.
All right. Just making sure you can see with that thing, okay? And we have another Pico up next, Carlito.
Double Pico? Pico de Gallo? Let's go. Oh my gosh. Dude.
Oh, he's got a snowboard.
Maven says, get it. I need that for my hanger.
And last but not least, we have Kin Shadow as a duster.
Oh, this is probably pretty cool. Yeah, check that out. That's cool.
Wow.
He's brushing off the dust.
All right, now that we have all of our contestants on stage, judges, feel free to come take a closer look, ask questions, and let me know when you're
The
ready
miner's pretty
to
good.
make your final call.
All right.
Let's skip ahead and see who the winner is.
Yeah.
Is at
All right. How you been? All right. Oh, Pat.
What is it made of?
I do not speak Xi'an.
I do not speak Xi'an.
But
If we could have tucked in that mask somehow,
I feel like we can.
it would have looked way better.
This is impressive.
Still pretty cool stuff, though.
All right.
Does the helmet
Wow.
have any
Yes.
ears?
That's what I'm talking about.
Ah.
That's what I wear when I'm playing.
It's all right.
Nice. Oof. Will you stop squeaking for a second? I'm trying to concentrate.
He's got med pens too. That's awesome.
All right.
Of course.
Very good. Very good. Again.
All right, let's see who wins.
Characters.
Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick, judges, are you good to turn your mics off? Yes. All right, if we can turn the mics off for our judges while they decide who our winners are going to be. Give me a little test. All right, I think the mics are off. All right, cool. In the meantime, Hydrosa has given me a tiger claw.
Yo, tiger claw.
To the audience.
They're going to hack their crime stat? Let's go. This is cool.
And, are you giving me one too? Okay, let's do this. So I don't
trying to
wanna
bribe
chuck this thing because it's quite heavy. But if you have not gone to the community booth section yet, there might be a device that you can put
No
this
way.
into that will maybe
That is so cool.
redeem a prize in game.
What? That's freaking awesome.
How do we want to give this out?
I wonder what
Let's
you
see.
get. They just chuck it into the crowd. It's metal. It just knocks somebody out.
And I want you guys to make the loudest noise. All right, let me see. I want to see who's the most hype.
I wonder what that thing is going to give them for redeeming it. Look at the guys wearing the med cloak thingies. What are they called? Med gowns. Wait, where is he? Where is he? Where's the sleepy guy in the front? Oh, I can't see him. Maybe he has a different seat now, damn it. That guy was the best.
Over there. Come to the front of the stage. He knows who he is.
I wonder what is on that thing.
There you go. Thank you. and then we have a med pen. I think we have to give this to the ones with the med gowns, clearly. Oh, we got two.
Oh my gosh.
Med gowns, come up here.
They're actual EpiPens. That's hilarious. This is so cool. He's got a gown box.
You know what? I do not regret this
Oh
decision.
my gosh.
Thank y'all.
That is hilarious.
All right, judges, how are we looking? You need more time? You guys are good? All right, so.
All right, let's see who wins the costume
with
contest.
Our best in show, Forrest, let us know who is our best in show winner today.
Well, everyone's a best in show winner, but there can only be one.
Oh no.
The
Yo, the
Xi'an
Pico.
diplomat.
Oh, the Xi'an. Okay.
Congratulations. All right, Armando, can you tell us who is our best performance winner?
Yeah, it was pretty hard, man. We're gonna go with Pico.
Oh my gosh. Look at him. Look at him dance.
Congratulations. And Kat, what do you got for us for most creative?
Anyone that stops crime and eats burritos in armor that good a quality is the most creative. So it's Garmin Humble, guys.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right, so you guys are all right next to each other. Okay, if we
Yeah,
can
what are the
have you
chances of
guys
that?
Step forward. Now we're going to do you as well. Oh, you might need help. That's okay. We got you. We got you. Garmin Humble's here if you need extra help too. Okay, so now we have to decide our audience favorite.
Oh, they're gonna make them scream.
Let's do this. We're gonna come over here with our judges, and we're gonna go one by one to see how much hype you guys can give our contestants to find out who is going to win our audience favorite. Sound good? Cool.
All right, I don't need to hear people scream.
That's a lot. All right, and next, let's give it up for...
What is this?
Crew have worked on for the retribution model.
There's a bangle.
Sorry, was that
Is that a
15
bangle or a
50?
javelin?
15.
Still a lot of people. That's still a lot of people. And as you can see, there's a lot of detail in here, so that makes
That's
sense.
a bangle, I think.
Can you briefly explain the process between taking the concept of the retribution and then making it into this massive physical model? What was that process like?
Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. Here's Jared on stage.
It hurts. All right, guys.
Retribution?
I think that's long enough of a break. Let's
Oh, that was the
back to some
retribution.
presentations. How about it?
Here we go, back to the presentations. We got 2 more presentations to see here.
First of 2.
Guys, we're already over 4.5 hours into this stream. If you guys have not given this stream a thumbs up yet and you've made it this far, please consider giving it the thumbs up. If you're not already subscribed, please consider subscribing so that way when we bring more content to you guys in the future, you don't miss it. Help us reach that 1,000 subscriber goal. It would really help out a lot. I would greatly appreciate that. Let's find out what else they have in store for us here at CitizenCon.
Amazing presentations. This next one, Dress to Kill, is...
Oh, Sai, you're not going to want to miss this.
What can I tell you?
Dress to Kill. Clothing?
Who
Cosmetics?
CitizenCon 2016. Please welcome to the stage. Who is it?
Who is it?
I can't see it. Oh no, it's supposed to say his name on there right now. Show me his name.
It's supposed to show me his name. Look at him, he's just staring at it. Oh, there he goes. Jared's so funny.
Thank you. How's it going? Hello, hello. So my name is Nick Pearce, like Jared mentioned. It's my second CitizenCon, but it's my first time presenting. So I'm very excited to be here. And just on behalf of myself and the team, thank you so much for coming to this presentation. Thank you.
Let's see what else they have in store
I'm here to
for
talk
us.
to you about an initiative that was first introduced right here at CitizenCon in 2019, and that's adding distinct purpose and specializations to armor and clothing in our game.
Ooh.
So let's get started.
They're probably going to talk about the different mining equipment you can have, like gear with the HUD on your helmet, just like they have for the combat HUDs on combat equipment and helmets and things like that. They're probably going to go into medical equipment, maybe. Maven, medical equipment. So wearing an actual suit that is designed or even maybe programmed or engineered to work for medical gameplay, you'll be able to see things like health status and other things like that, and maybe even some perks. I don't know. This is theorycraft. Maybe if you're wearing a medical helmet, you could see weak spots and armors and stuff like that, and you can call it out to the rest of your team. I don't know, but I think they're going to get into the very basics of the HUD being changed by your armor here.
So, Star Citizen is a game about almost everything where you can do almost anything. With so many different options of gameplay, whether that be mining, piloting, FPS combat, or even a captain of industry. Unlike other traditional MMOs, we don't impose rules or classes onto the player. In real life, people are not just one thing. I'm sure you can all relate. I've had many different jobs. I've not always been a game designer. In fact, it was only a week ago that I found out that Jared used to do tech support for prosthetic legs. It's true. You can ask him. That said, if you're like me, you like to excel at whatever you're doing. So that brings us on to the concept of specializations. This is about bringing more purpose, more considerations, and more decisions to armor and clothing you wear beyond just looking cool. So, what are they? Specializations are the focus of your current daily adventure. That could be a daring racing, a cargo hauler, or a first responder. Specializations are a series of attributes assigned to each piece of clothing and armor in the verse to allow you to make informed decisions on both how you want to look and how you want to perform. What are they not? Specializations are not assigned classes.
Nice.
There's no
So they have some
magic
freedom
toggle
to
where
them.
suddenly you're forced into a role like a cleric or a wizard or even a pizza delivery person. They also do not limit you. You can still do almost everything in any armor and clothing you want.
Almost
You just
anything you want.
You just won't do it as well as you could have if you had specialized. Why are these necessary? Well, specializations enhance gameplay depth. They add a level of roleplay and immersion. Specializations can provide a sense of ownership of your playstyle. At its core, SC is driven by choice, with specializations offering a deeper layer of player options. And that's the option to excel, to fool around, to min-max, or give yourself a unique challenge. Specialization allows us as developers to make gameplay experiences that are deeper and more complex. So whether you're a salvager, a bounty hunter, or a medic, there will be specialized suits that will help outperform your peers. So at this point, you may be asking yourself, okay, well, how do I specialize? It starts by determining your playstyle. What do you want to do today? Are you going to be a trader, a smuggler, an assassin?
Is it going to be determined by your armor?
Is there a void
your
in your organization that
loadout?
needs filling? This is a decision you get to make and remake every single time you log in. Or, if you're like me, perhaps several times in a single play session. Once you know what you want to do, it's time to start hunting for the right gear. Specialized items are not intended to be found in any old store.
So it is driven by your gear.
You'll have to align with some of those guilds and factions that JJ and Benoit just talked about in the previous presentation.
Nice, okay.
You'll have to
It's
explore
going to be
the
deeper.
galaxy, find hidden stashes, and rare opportunities for better gear. Specialized items are meant for those who are willing to put in the work to exceed at your role. And once you've done all that, it's about selecting the right combination of armor and clothing. Yes, I said
Clothing?
it. Mixing clothing and armor is built into the very fabric of this new system.
How's that going to work?
Can I get a hell yeah?
I wonder how that's going to work.
All right. I know you guys have wanted this for a long time, so yeah, great. And to tell you even more about this new system that we do called Starware, please welcome to the stage lead character technical artist Armando Lira.
Nice. All right, let's get a deeper dive into this. If you guys haven't yet, I think you can still pick up your CitizenCon digital goodies as well. There's 2 redacted things on there.
Thank you so much, Nick. Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here presenting for the first time.
He looks nervous.
How cool are specializations? We are sure you'll enjoy finding the best combinations for your playstyle. And for that, we had to create a system that gave you all the freedom that you deserve. It's something that I am sure you've all been waiting for so long. Starware. So,
Starware. And oh my gosh, look at that. You can unzip your like
Are you
overalls
tired
and
of
stuff.
choosing between clothing or armor? Yeah. So finally, you'll be able to
Here you go,
mix
Saw.
and match.
This is directed at you.
Starware is fashion that meets purpose. As specializations provide you with a multitude of stats to combine, you'll also be able to choose the visual style that you want. But beware, with added options also comes the responsibility of choosing the right combination for the right situation.
This is going to be pretty cool, I
Let's look
think.
at some of the possibilities that Starware will be able to provide you.
Oh, that looks awesome on the far right. Hey, there's my helmet on the far right. This is cool to see. All the stuff mixed and matched. Oh, that looks nice. Looks like an assassin right there in the middle. Is that a plastic bag? It's a plastic bag as a helmet. This is going to add a lot of variety. You're not just going to see people running around in just full suits of armor anymore.
As you all saw, the possibilities are huge. Like, have you ever wanted to put on a jacket on top of an undersuit? Yes. Yeah. How about an armor on top of a sleeveless shirt?
I hope that this comes along with wardrobes and outfits. Because how nice would it be, now that we have this system being developed here where you're able to put, like he's saying, mix and match all these things together. What if you could just go to the wardrobes that are on your ships or in your habs, maybe even persistent habs, and you could just have your wardrobes that you have preloaded out there. And as long as the clothing items are available, you can just swap onto those things, does a quick animation or something like that. You swap out your pieces of gear, bada bing, bada boom. Now you're wearing that stuff. So you won't have to like do it individually each and every single time. Maybe that'd be kind of nice because those wardrobes do slide out and they're like little mini closet things.
Or even without no shirt at all, like backpacks on clothing. Yeah. So Starware allows more customization than ever. But be careful, certain gameplay implications will still be true. You won't be able to go into the vacuum of space without a space-worthy undersuit and helmet.
That makes sense.
And in certain planets, you'll need a breathable mask or helmet to survive. I hope you guys are excited about this as much as we are. And we've heard what you all want, and we're making a system to bring it all to you.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. Like I said, hopefully it carries over to like a wardrobe system or something to help manage those clothing items.
That is enough about Starware for now. Let's go back with Nick and learn more about how Starware and specializations will improve your gameplay.
Well done, bro. All right. Thank you, Armando. Some nice dancing as well, by the way. So as you can see, the Starware system is about adding function to fashion. We are still Star Citizen, one of the best-looking video games out there. But we're always going to make sure that you look your best, but now with added purpose. So to recap, we're going to go through adding intent and purpose to all our clothing and armor sets. As designers, we really want the visuals to match the stats that our great character art team have made. So, for example, if a pair of pants look particularly armored, chances are they'll have modest damage mitigation to match.
Oh, that's cool, yeah. So they're actually going to make sense how they
will
look.
Be specialized for distinct use cases. Currently, we realize right now bigger is generally better when it comes to FPS armor, and we know that shouldn't always necessarily be the case. There will be some armors that won't have EVA thrusters built into the suit, so you lose EVA capability.
You're not going to be able to have thrusters, interesting.
Specializations means getting better at certain things at the cost of attributes and others. This is about compelling you, the player, to make tactical decisions for every situation you may find yourself in. So now let's look at some practical use cases for the Starware system.
That's going to force a lot of variety.
Are becoming specialized. Let's take a look at a select few, which I will add are some of my favorites. We are going to assemble a team to tackle one of Star Citizen's most anticipated adversaries that you'll get to meet later on. Let's meet our first specialization.
Got a nice cutter flying in there. I love that ship. It's a nice little ship. What is this, a smuggler? Sniper? Mercenary? What is this? Bounty hunter. Oh, the leader?
All right.
What does that even mean?
Leader. Let's get into it.
How is that a
So the
specialization?
player's choice of clothing will be crucial in a way it hasn't been before. With magnetic plates built into many clothing items, players can now holster both primary and secondary weapons.
Oh, that's cool. So on your clothing, you can have stuff on your
In the
back.
near future, there will be locations in SC where armor and weapons are strictly prohibited. Clothing allows the player the opportunity to access these restricted areas without needing to change. And some clothing will even allow the player to conceal smaller weapons from security.
You're going to be able to have concealed weapons now? Are you serious? That's pretty damn cool. So as long as you don't have to go through an actual security scan, maybe they won't be able to find it. Maybe it'll act somewhat like the shielded cargo on the MSR. Maybe you could have some type of shielding on your clothing to conceal weapons as well. That's pretty cool for gameplay.
Should the need arise. Another new addition we're going to be introducing is flight penalties based on the mass and size of your armor and clothing. You'll still be able to fly in medium and heavy armor, but you're restricting the precision of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted.
Wait, hold on. I got to hear that again. Where has full mobility on foot and when piloting vehicles, can enter areas where armor is prohibited. So some areas have armor prohibited. Very interesting. And you're going to have full mobility on foot and when piloting vehicles. I mean, I guess that means that sometimes you have armor that's too heavy, you're not going to be able to just hop in a pilot seat or hop behind the wheel of a ground vehicle or something like that. That's kind of interesting.
Of your control. If you're enclosed like our leader is here, or a flight suit or light armor, you'll be able to fly unrestricted. Now, if we look at an overview,
Civilian clothing, protection, mobility's maxed out, stealth. Okay, now we're talking stealth, active scan, G-force, EVA mobility. So he has no EVA thrusters. He's got no G-force mitigation. There's probably gonna be fighter pilot suits that are gonna help with the G-force mitigation. Active scan, I think that's like FPS gameplay, probably like for combat armor to do scans, presumably to find hostiles and stuff like that. Full suit features. Let's see here. So you can enter into areas where armor is prohibited.
we've cherry-picked 6 generalized stats to give you like a high-level understanding of how various clothing and armors we specialized. This is by no means a comprehensive list of everything we have
there's going to be more.
It's just a little, yeah. So here you can see the leader has low protection compared to a full suit of armor.
You do have some protection,
no
though.
EVA capability for obvious reasons, but has great movement, low emissions, allowing them to blend into bustling cities and stations.
That's
the leader
awesome.
really excels at freedom of movement here. Let's meet our next members.
He didn't talk about stealth. Nice, Valkyrie coming in. Nice big drop ship. The pilot, okay. Got our Mirai racing suit on. The driver down there. The driver and the pilot. This is really quite interesting, actually. So they're going to need probably G-force mitigation, medium-ish armor with EVA capabilities. That's probably what I would guess.
So here we have our pilot. If you remember, back in 3.23, we introduced our first specialized helmet visor, the combat visor. This introduced the dynamic crosshair and all the magazine information.
They're about to tell us that we're getting a flight helmet, a helmet that's, because they have the ground combat one that gives you kind of markers and stuff like that for ground combat. There's probably going to be a pilot helmet
on your HUD. This is our pilot visor.
Yep, MFDs can cast onto your visor. Nice.
MFDs
That is
directly
awesome.
into their visor. This provides the pilot with all the essential data like ship health and shields. So no longer will the pilot need to break concentration during an intense situation to look down at their MFDs. Again, like the leader in this situation, there'll be no penalties to flight. Plus, with added G-force resistance, the wearer will be able to get the most from out of their ship.
Amazing.
So if we look at the pilot stats, they have fantastic mobility.
So this is the pilot, and it has almost maxed out G-force. Presumably, there's going to be like maybe a fighter pilot that's going to have maxed out G-force. Something like that, maybe. And could be interesting.
Like I mentioned, great G-force resistance for when combat takes them to the limit of human endurance. And finally, this suit comes with the best EVA capability in its class for when remaining in your ship is no longer an option. Here's another variant in our flight suit class, the racing flight suit. This is what our driver will be wearing. This suit, unlike the pilot flight suit, has features which are more streamlined, which allows us to have
G-force
truly
resistance.
G-force
There we go.
resistance for the hardest corners on the most challenging of
Hey,
race
John, how's it
routes.
going? Welcome into the stream, buddy.
It also offers great oxygen capacity and thermal protection for those planets.
John, I got that little package you sent me, man. I really appreciate that. I haven't really had a chance to check them out yet, but I got that those 2 samples that you sent me. I really appreciate you sending those out my way.
Of hostile environments. So as you can see,
Maxed
this flight suit
out
excels
G-force.
at G-force resistance, but it loses its protection and has much weaker EVA capability. Let's meet our next team members.
What do we got here now? Let's see. Marine or ground combat? Oh, it's a heavy. The tracker. What is a tracker? He's going to have ground scanning. This is exciting stuff, guys. He's going to have ground scanning capabilities. The tank. Limited mobility, heavy armor. So the English survived to colonize outer space.
Okay.
It's gonna be really interesting to
Here's
see
our
how these
tank,
play
who is
out.
wearing our heavy combat armor.
In-game.
Combat armor is similar to what you're used to, only we're specializing it even more for combat. So what does this mean? We want our wearers of heavy combat armor to feel like walking tanks. The armor should
Interesting.
have fantastic coverage to limit any weak points they may have, and actually have a greater damage mitigation than what players are currently used to.
Ooh.
Due to its mass, the armor will also feature the strongest resistance to force reactions, so that's flinch, stagger, and knockdowns, which brings me on to a full suit feature. If the player is wearing a full set of heavy combat armor, they'll not be able to be knocked down by small arms fire.
Interesting. Okay. I like that.
Thank you.
Mobility is low, stealth is low. Active scan is medium, though.
However, as you can see here, for all that protection, coverage, and stability, we have some major trade-offs. You're going to lose your mobility, stamina will run out much quicker, and your movement speed is severely reduced. The majority of combat armors will also lose
No
built-in
EVA.
thrusters, meaning you're going to have to add additional weight to be wearing an EVA pack.
You could put an EVA pack on. Yeah, I was just going to say it. You could probably put a pack on, and then you'd use that for your mobility.
Next up, we have our tracker in the heavy hunter armor. This is another suit in our heavy armor class. However, this one is aimed at less of pure
Interesting.
combat and more about hunting its prey.
I like that.
This is all the armor for you bounty hunters out there.
This is
The heavy
cool.
hunter armor has the most powerful active scan for hunting their targets. Its scanner outshines all others in locating infrared and electromagnetic emissions. Perfect.
Just going to pause here really quick. I wonder if you'll be able to eventually engineer these things into some of the other suits. Let's say you want to make your own unique suit that's got a lot of protection but is very stealthy. You'd lose all other capabilities or something, but you could implement like dampeners or something into the suit, maybe, potentially. I don't know, that's theory craft, but that would be really cool to see a system like that with the crafting coming in to be able to customize the items that you're going to be wearing.
For locating those targets trying to lay low, whether that be human or creature alike. Whilst it's still classed as heavy armor, it does mix things up, so it'll have slightly faster movement and mobility, but it loses the protection. You'll also be able to store more devices like deployables and throwables.
Nice.
So to compare the stats, whilst not as tough as our combat armor, it does gain an increase in mobility, and while its scanner is the best of the best, the armor is also incredibly noisy and emits powerful emissions. So while you may find your target with these,
you have a huge signature. That's why your stealth is gone compared to the heavy armor. It is noisy physically, but you're putting off a huge signature that you're going to be able to be picked up on scans as well. That's interesting.
there's a good chance that they'll know you're coming for them. Next up, let's look at our last additions to the team.
What do we got here? The engineer and the sniper. Oh my gosh. He shot another Pico. The sharpshooter. Oh, the sniper. There we go. That's going to be Starbuck. What? What is this? No way that's serious.
I can tell who the fan favorite is there. Yeah. So we have our sniper, who is wearing our light stealth armor. Here's another example of a full suit
Undetectable
feature.
on
If the wearer
scans.
has all pieces equipped, that
So he's saying that this is a full, like a set bonus almost. If you're wearing this full suit, just like if you're wearing full heavy, your weak spots are greatly reduced and you can't be knocked down by small arms fire. If you're wearing the full light stealth armor for the sniper, you have a set bonus where you're undetectable on scans, on active
helmet, core,
scans.
arms, and legs. Due to its mass and the suit's material, their missions will run so low that they will be undetectable on radar.
Only if they run it solo.
With it being light
Interesting.
armor, it also has a great level of mobility and traversal speeds, meaning should the wearer be spotted, they can quickly escape or reposition with ease. And remember, with it being light armor, no flight restrictions. So with the best stealth and fantastic speed,
This
it's
is
a
really
must
cool.
for any players looking to
This is great stuff because now you can't just have it all, right? This is where Star Citizen is really going to get dialed in. You can't just wear heavy armor and be a combat pilot. You're going to have all kinds of restrictions from your mobility and stuff like that. You can't EVA. You really are going to need to dress the role now, and you're going to lose the ability to do everything always all at once.
Assassinate.
Which some people aren't going to like.
Be a sniper.
But it's good for the game
protection
overall.
provided is minimal. You don't want to be engaging in a full-on firefight in this suit. And just to reiterate, folks, as well, like great specialized armors like this one and all the ones that you've seen today, you're going to have to put the work in to have these at your disposal. And finally,
yeah, what the hell is this
our
one?
group, we have that one friend. We've all
Where
played
his
MMOs, right?
intelligence.
We all know that one friend.
Style? Question mark? That's great.
That friend's me. No. They ignore all the rules and the strategy.
Self-awareness.
They can only play for 30 minutes a week. They might prefer a bit of glint on their sniper scopes. Who knows? Well, here at CIG, we also support that friend, so they're on the roster too. So, we have our group. What do you guys think?
That's pretty cool.
Fun? All right.
And this is just something they can expand upon in the future. And really what I guess this is indicating towards or leaning into is set bonuses, really. You are what you wear. You're going to have these different armors that are going to assist you. They're going to augment you in order to be able to do whatever role it is you're trying to do. And presumably you'll be able to mix and match these, but you're going to lose the full set bonus if you're not wearing enough of the set piece bonus or enough of the set pieces to get that bonus. But I like that. You know, if you're wearing a full tracker suit, you got a high signature because you're putting out all kinds of EMF signatures and stuff like that, but you're able to find everybody and report it back to your team. If you're a sniper, you could be getting intel from that tracker. Your heavies are going in the front door, taking all the shots. I'd like to see them expand upon this. I'm sure this is just the first iteration. They're just their first ideas there, but you could have light armor, which maybe gives you like a jump pack. You could have, I don't know, all different types of infantry units. This is really, really exciting to see.
All right. So let's see what they face ahead and if they're up for the challenge. And to talk to you about that challenge, please welcome to the stage Senior System Designer, Zach Priest. You've been great. Thank you.
Oh, luckily this thing's only got 2 buttons. So,
What's in his pocket?
I'm Zach Priest. I do a variety of things at CIG, but thank you, the people at the front. I do a variety of things at CIG.
2 people clapped for him.
I do a variety of things at CIG, but I'm mostly a designer who works with AI and guns. So most of you will be wondering, what could the next part of the presentation be about? Well, let's get stuck in. Star Citizen, at its heart, is about community. From our relationship with players to the big dynamic events that citizens work together to complete. We love group content and missions that allow players to work together to achieve a goal. But for our group specifically, you do have to wonder, well, now our crew is assembled, and in a universe as big as Star Citizen, who knows what trouble they could run into?
A lot of trouble.
Let's find out what they're going to face.
A lot of trouble, especially once Pyro
they're
comes
heading
out.
to the planet Monarchs, which is in the Pyro system.
Oh, they showed us
without
that
further
one, I
ado,
think.
let's find out what they're up to.
Love them big VTOLs. What an amazing game. Got the driver down there, the pilot. There's the driver. What the hell was that? Something just, it's a sandworm. Yo, it's a sandworm. It's gonna be a sandworm, or is it a sandstorm? Yep, I knew it. It's a freaking sandworm. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. There's the tracker. I don't think your heavy armor is going to help you. That worm. Are they telling us that the sandworm is going to be on Moloch? I think that's what they just said. Work in progress, actual gameplay footage here, guys. This is crazy. Is that an F8 Lightning? Railgun? Oh, whoa, whoa. Is he gonna crash? Yeah, he's dead. It's spitting at them. Ground vehicle down. What is it? Oh, it's trying to burrow. I think it's hurt. Couldn't it just stay under there until it was fully healed and then come back? Look at those FX. That friend is in the back of that thing on the gunner seat. Oh, he just got blown up. That was a nice flyby. I'm getting the feels, guys. This is crazy. Is this coming with 4.0? That's what I want to know. Someone go tell the mainframe devs to come pay attention to how to do PR. That is insanely creepy. It changes color when it goes to go underground. I want to see a Hercules drop a frickin' nuke on it. This is gonna be wild. I was waiting for this reaction as well. I think you got it. This is crazy. Holy shit, it made him spin out, it didn't blow him up. Is this thing even killable? They're gonna have to drop a nuke on it. Oh, he just got effed up. They're gonna have to drop a nuke on this thing. I wonder what the biggest munitions we're gonna get in-game will be. Will we get nukes? I know, we know we're getting laying of mines, which are probably gonna be pretty damn devastating. Oh, is it dead? Quasi-grazer, thumbs up. Are they gonna get to loot it? Rip its scales off or something? Or harvest something from it? Or just take screenshots on it? I want to laugh if it wasn't. Oh, yeah, look at they're harvesting something. What is that, a barnacle? Yo, it's a pearl. It's an egg. What is that? And its teeth. Wait. What did that say? Hold on. Apex Valacar Fang? Apex Valacar. So these things are called Valacars, that's its fangs, and this one's an apex, so presumably there's going to be smaller ones like little baby worms or something like that. I think I'm onto something there. I want to know what those little balls are. Yeah, that right there, what is that? Does it show us the name? Damn. Come on, grab it. Oh, I wanted to see what that pearl was. That's exciting stuff right there. You're probably going to be able to take those things out, get all those materials, go and sell them. There's probably going to be a bunch of gameplay, maybe missions to take them out. There's going to be different sizes of them. Definitely not an egg. You don't think that was an egg? It looked like a pearl almost. It's too round to be an egg, but who knows? It's an alien. Could be an egg.
Oh. That was cathartic. Absolute cinema as far as I'm concerned. The teams at CIG have worked so incredibly hard to get to the point where
Well, those white things came out of those, it looked like barnacles or crustaceans on its scales. Maybe that's where it stores its eggs before it lays them or something, or maybe that's how I don't know. It's an alien world, you know, so it could be anything really, but interesting nevertheless.
what we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the Valacar.
That's what it's called, the Valacar. The mighty apex Valacar lives within Monarchs. Yes, it's gonna be in Pyro.
A huge thank you
Monster hunting comes to Star Citizen.
to get to the point where
300 meters long
is gameplay. As you can imagine, all of that is work in progress. We have some good polishing to do on it, and we didn't want to hold it off. We just wanted to give you an honest view of where we are. That was from a build last week, so...
That's awesome. Really, really looking forward to that. Monster Hunter meets Star Citizen. Let's freaking go.
Monster Hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
I'm pumped.
And the best part,
That's
we're
amazing.
starting off this epic series of fights with the infamous Valakar, who some of you may remember from 2016. This absolute monster of a creature is 300 meters long and sees your light fighters just as puny little ants. You're going to need to assemble your quickest and most nimble pilots to dodge the Valakar's ranged attacks, as
This
well as
is
your
awesome.
fastest drivers to bait out the Valakar from the surface, as it's the only way to bring this mighty creature out of the ground is by disturbing the surface with a ground vehicle.
Oh, okay, so you got to piss it off. You got to piss it off with ground vehicles, and then it can shoot those like rocks at you. John says in 2954, the poor worm faces the fate of the buffalo in 1870.
How does the Valakar stack up to our crew? Well,
Oh my gosh, look at its stats.
unfortunately, the Valakar stats don't really fit on the screen due to being so powerful. But for some context, it's around 150 times harder to kill than an Aegis Avenger Titan. But to be fair, it's most likely to kill you. So how does it do that?
150
The
times
deadly
harder than
Valakar
an
has a
Aegis.
variety of ways of killing possible threats. So for a high-level overview of the fight, it regurgitates rock-hard sand that has been compressed inside the Valakar and uses it as a projectile to target foes.
That's
But
amazing.
if something's a bit too close for comfort in the sky, it uses its ginormous body to swipe ships out the way. Anything on the ground that it sees as a threat will have to contend with its bite or its deadly slam. So, little bit fun bit of information. As the Valakar becomes more injured, it will retreat back into the planet's surface, and you'll need to make sure that your ground vehicles stay alive or have backups to bait out the creature again.
So it's got different phases.
Interested. So, the big question, in a game like ours, how are we going to communicate the health of this creature?
Yeah.
Well,
Physicalized
things being
damage. Yep, there we
physicalized
go.
is at the heart of Star Citizen. And we know how much of a large fight the Apex Valakar is, and we need to communicate that in a diegetic way. So you'll see here the Valakar's health from 100%.
Squirrel, how's it going? Welcome in,
See
buddy.
its skin getting more battered and bruised as the fight progresses, to give you an idea of where you are and how
Hope you're having a
close
great
you are.
day.
So the nice thing about this, it communicates the Valakar's health without needing any UI or health.
I like how you
bars.
don't have a
It really
health
keeps
bar,
you
yeah.
immersed in the experience.
Although it would be kind of cool if you, with your combat HUD on your combat armor, if you could see some type of health overlay to tell weak spots and things like that. I don't know, stuff like that would be pretty interesting. I don't know how exactly they would implement it, but so those are pearls. They're precious pearls mined from the growths on the Valakar. You need a mining tool to actually take them out, and their teeth, biggest teeth the Valakar can be harvested. You need a tractor beam in order to pull the teeth out. Pearls and teeth are incredibly valuable and craft powerful equipment. This is going to be cool, guys. We're going to be able to have bases, stockpile this stuff, craft people, different things with the materials that we have. This is going to be really, really awesome. Squirrel says, just chilling at work. I streamed this morning during CitizenCon, just taking my cutlass out for a spin. Nice, man. Yeah, I was going to wake up and stream at like 2 in the morning for this, but I figured there really wouldn't be that many people on. And this way we can pause it. We can skip ahead. The whole thing's live now. It's 9 hours and 8 minutes. I can go through it at our leisure. We've already been streaming for almost 5 hours and 15 minutes now at this point. Squirrel also says, I killed 2 F8 and 2 Titans in my cutlass. It was pretty funny. I'm sure I got a little bit of salt from the people that need to learn how to fly in decoupled mode. I mean, there's something to be said about decoupled for doing certain maneuvers and stuff, but coupled's not as bad as a lot of people make it out to be. I mean, it's really a mix between them, but yeah, there's a lot of new people getting into Star Citizen right now. That's for sure.
So
The game's
number one
exploding.
question, why do you want to kill the Valakar? Well, because it's fun, but I know you sweaty gamers, so it's got loot, also known as harvestables.
I know you're sweaty
The Valakar
gamers,
has
he
two
says.
very valuable harvestables. Firstly are its pearls. You'll need to mine growths on a variety of locations of Valakar to reveal these pearls. And once you've destroyed the growth skin, you'll see disgusting squidgy innards. But next is its big apex teeth. These are within its mouth, and you'll need a very
This
strong
is
tractor
exciting
beam to be able
stuff.
to yank these things out.
So you need a large
And
tractor beam. You can't use a
these,
small one.
These harvest tools will not all come out at the same quality. So you'll be able to learn.
Okay, so the crafting is going to have different quality of resources, of items. So as you use these ingredients, these pearls, these teeth, these whatever other ingredients there's going to be in the world, they have quality to them. It's not just going to be, hey, a pearl's a pearl's a pearl. You're going to have different qualities of these that are going to go into this as well. Squirrel says, I really do not like the new MFDs. I love the MFDs. I think they're absolutely beautiful. I've only seen one of them, though. I've only seen the one in the zoo, so I haven't seen the other models, but I absolutely love the MFDs in the HUD. I think they're amazing compared to what we had before. They have, oh, you don't like the ones they have for the Drake ships. I hate the color orange. Well, that's kind of like their thing, though. They're trying to keep that identity. It would be interesting if maybe through engineering gameplay, you could swap out the MFD panels or something like that. So that way you could use different colors. But I haven't seen the Drake ones yet. I'll have to pull out some more ships. Maybe later today, I'll pull out some other ships and go check them out. Thankfully, my Drake ship still fly as good as they do. Yeah, I'll have to check out all the other MFDs. Drake ships normally have green for the MFD color. Oh, they did say that not every manufacturer has their manufacturer specific MFDs. Some of them are placeholders like generic ones. So maybe it's a generic one, or is it actually
Learn more about that.
Is it actually
and
the new
how
ones
Harvestall's
for
gonna
them?
be used tomorrow in crafting your home. So a fun thing here is you'll see the character is standing within the Valakar's mouth as well. So when
That's
it
insane.
dies, it keeps its collision, meaning that you can climb on it, land ships on it, and it's essentially
I
your
love
playground.
that.
But this really shows how big it is. But how big is it really? Well, fun bit of information.
That's an Idris, guys. That's an Idris and a Titan Avenger Titan there. That's not a small ship. And that thing is just ginormous. But that's an Apex. I'm assuming there's going to be smaller ones. Maven says, yeah, I lost my green ones and have the orange ones and the Cuddy Black now. Yeah, it's because the Cuddy is made by Drake. I hope it's a generic MFD and I can swap it out for something better. It's really fugly. Yeah, hopefully they let us change them out. That'd be kind of nice. I would presume that'd probably be done through engineering or something. Maybe you could swap out the colors. Maybe they'll just let you do it on the fly in the settings for them. Who knows? I know it is their first iteration, and Star Citizen, whenever they first implement something, it's more restrictive than it should be once it gets an update polish pass on those things.
When we first made the collision for this model, Star Engine actually gave us an error saying, like, no living thing needs to be this big. You've accidentally added an extra 0 onto the size. But to give you an idea of the
That's
sheer
funny.
ridiculous scale of this monster, you'll see here an Idris. Anyone who's done Xenofret knows how big the Idris is. You feel like an ant when you're in the Idris, and this makes the Idris look small. There's also an Aegis Avenger Titan here as well, but if you look even closer,
The radar acts like the one from Elite Dangerous. It's at least easy to read now. I really, really liked the radar from Elite Dangerous. I thought it was very easy for target acquisition when you're cycling through targets and stuff like that. So I'll have to check more into that. I only played a little bit of the new patch so far, but they're going to be hot fixing it. They're going to be pumping new stuff into it. Hopefully they'll make some changes and everything.
there's actually a Copion in this image. I'll give you a second to try and
Wait,
spot it.
where's the Copion? I don't see
There
it.
it is.
Oh, it's on the
So well done
Idris.
to anyone who spotted it. So it's big. So for some fun numbers, it's 250 Copions long, 47 Aegis Avenger Titans long, and for our American friends, that's about 3.5 football fields.
3.5 football fields.
But lucky for our Copion friends, the Valakar actually comes in different sizes.
Yes,
So
I knew it.
you'll
I
be
knew it.
familiar with the variant.
Guys, I have not watched this yet. This is all brand new to me. I have been spot on with as I've been calling stuff. I'll pause it, I'll give you my thoughts on it, what it could mean, and then boom, here he goes. Now there's different sizes.
With our
I've been pretty
Razors
spot
and our
on.
Copions. They're in different biomes and they have different aesthetics.
I saw
But
Apex and I
moving on, we
realized,
want to
hey, there's got to be
also
new
introduce different
sizes.
creature sizes. So these sizes will have unique behaviors, animation, audio, and harvestables associated to each size. So for our first size, we have the juvenile.
Nice.
These juveniles will respond
That's
to
cool.
stimulus such as noisy footsteps and loud mining beams. This will cause them to burst.
Maybe the small ones will be scared of too large of noise signatures, so they won't come out from ground vehicles. They only come out from foot traffic and mining beams, like hand mining beams. As you go up through sizes, maybe there'll be different ways to actually lure them out. And again, I don't know if that's the case. We're about to find out here, but John says one of these days, I'm going to have to get out of my Star Citizen bed and open the door. You let me know whenever you want to, John. We'll get you in there and we'll do a little stream where we'll take you out in the ship, show you the basics of everything, take you out on whatever mission you want to do, anything that you want to learn in the game. Me and a bunch of other people love teaching everybody how to play various games, whatever we're playing with the community. And if this is your first time here, guys, make sure you join our community. Type !Discord in chat. We're pushing 5.5 hours into this stream now. If you do not mind giving it a thumbs up while you're here. If you're not already subscribed, please consider subscribing. Help us reach that 1,000 subscriber goal. But if you guys want to come out with us on ships and stuff like that, we do all sorts of fun stuff together over in the community, the Cheeky Buggers United Community Discord server. That's !Discord in chat. And if you want to join us in game, whatever game it may be, one application gets you access to everything. That's ! Website in chat. You'll get a link over to our website where you can submit your very own application. Once you have the verified CBU member status, you can choose to join any guild, any clan, anything like that within the Cheeky Buggers United, and you'll be good to go. John says finding flax in space. Absolutely. Squirrel Lords Gaming says Pyro is complete and ready to go. Some of the lucky, a few members of the community are already playing in that system. Yeah, I know it's out on Evo. I'll have to check and see if I got an Evocati invite. I was on Evocati once before. Zerovex Gaming, how's it going, man? Welcome into the stream. Oh, Star Citizen. Have they decided on a release date yet for Star Citizen? Well, we have a funny story, actually. We have the release window for 4.0 right here. 4.0, which has an absolute metric shit ton of stuff in it, including a new star system, is coming out Q4. And they're showing us off a bunch of new cool stuff at CitizenCon. But no, there's no like release date or anything. I'd be surprised if we don't hear a release date for Squadron 42, which is a single player game, because now it's feature complete. It's just in its polish phase. But welcome in. Let's continue on and see what different sizes we have here.
Who's disturbing them. And you'll find these in caves near.
Oh, the juveniles are going to be in caves.
So for our next size, adults. The adult Valakars know not to pick fights and tend to
nice.
themselves. However, if you exterminate too many juvenile Valakars, this will cause adults to show up, which are 3 times larger.
So these come
and
out
more angry.
when their kids are threatened.
Creature sizes are great because they allow us to create varied experiences as well as show you how creatures grow and evolve in the environments they live in and grow up in. Beyond that, we have our Apex, which has the most valuable harvestables and the most deadly attacks.
That thing is just
biggest living thing in the
insane.
verse.
I would like to see more sizes incrementally inside of this. Maybe you have a variety of their sizes so they're not all using the same model. Zervex says 4.0 before it release the full game. Gotta love it. Yeah, I mean, once it goes to 1.0, again, this is 4.0 for the alpha. So 1.0 will probably be the introduction into beta when 1.0 comes out again, and then they'll go through the beta, and then they'll probably work their way towards a full release eventually. But I mean, it's no surprise to anybody that it's taken a long time. We're over 10 years in now at this point. I mean, it's a long development process. But they showed us off. If you missed it in the beginning, they showed off a lot of the new stuff. They build the engine from the ground up. That's what's so amazing. Every single system that's in the game. It's not like using Unreal Engine where you can just have all the tools at your disposal and just modify them and use assets and things as willy-nilly. They're actually building all the systems. They have engineers building all this stuff from the ground up. It's quite cool for me because I like that technical stuff. For people who don't like that technical stuff, then to them they just see an unfinished game. But I love following the development of things like this. I think it's really, really quite cool.
So far.
He said so far it's
in
the
summary,
biggest living thing.
Monster hunting is coming. This is the first in a large series of Apex creatures that you need to gather your crew together to take down this mighty beast.
Zervex says, every system? I thought it was just the Soul system. What did I miss? So currently, we're actually only in the Stanton system. And with 4.0 is coming. There's going to be over 100 star systems in the game. But coming with 4.0 is the Pyro system. It's a lawless system. The stars at the end of its life cycle. It has all kinds of hazards and stuff that come along with that. It has different factions, different missions, all kinds of different stuff. And they have jump gates. You can actually go visit the jump gates right now. You can actually go over to different systems. And there's a lot of talk going around that after the Pyro system comes out and is stabilized, that these other systems are going to be coming out in pretty quick succession behind them, because now, again, they already have all of the systems in place to make this stuff now. They have the resource distribution, they have the river tech, they have the cave tech, they have the outpost and base tech, they showed off the weather tech and all kinds of stuff. So now it's really just a matter of importing new assets, inputting new mission types, new archetypes, new enemies, new AI, new behavior. They're going to put in all the new assets for these new zones, and then they're going to have the same tech be able to flesh out these biomes and stuff. There was a amazing, absolutely amazing demo of the weather system that's being implemented, of the environmental hazards from lightning strikes. It's really quite crazy stuff. I understand your reaction, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, Star Citizen is a huge project. It's going to take a while for it to come out, but I like following the project, and I like keeping up to date with it. It's pretty cool to see all this stuff. As always, I always tell you guys the truth, though. I'm never going to sugarcoat or bullshit anything with you guys. Same with PAX Day. I'll always tell you guys the truth about its production, about things like this. I love keeping up to date with this stuff and being able to tell you guys my thoughts, my honest thoughts, as soon as possible. Squirrel Lord Gaming says, I've tried to like master modes, but I just can't. I really like master modes. I like how you have to distinguish between how do I put this? It's easy when we've been with the game for so long to think that when they make changes and stuff like this, that we're just losing something. I used to be able to do all this stuff, and now I have to choose which way I want to do it. It's easy to see that as losing something. Same thing with the new armor systems and specializations that they just talked about. You're not going to be able to do ground scanning and fly your ship and EVA all while wearing heavy armor and expect to be good fighting. They're pushing you towards more realistic goals now. I think it's a good thing that you can't have shields and quantum and all of this stuff all at the same time. To me, it makes sense. Not only from a power distribution standpoint, I feel like from a purely from a gameplay standpoint, it makes a lot of sense, and it adds a layer of depth to the game where it's not just I can do everything at all the time with no restrictions and things like that. But I know where you're coming from. You hope they get rid of master modes and replace with something better. Yeah, maybe they will. Maybe they'll refine it and it'll change and it'll get to a point where you like it a little more. But I think a lot of these things are still early. I don't think master modes is in its final iteration. I don't even think the flight model's in its final iteration. I mean, they're going to be changing all of the boost speeds and all of these things like that because they want to get people more up close and personal. You're going to be able to eventually target subsystems on the ship to be able to take out certain parts of larger ships. I mean, we've seen that with soft death being implemented, and that's just waiting for the Maelstrom system. So there's so many moving parts, right, that I would not be surprised if Master Modes gets fleshed out a little better.
You need a diverse lineup of ships, ground vehicles, loadouts, and skill sets to take out the Apex Valakar. Everyone at CIG is incredibly excited to get the Valakar into your hands.
I cannot wait
we hope it shows we're not only
to fight this
down
thing.
Creatures, we're also committed to bringing you gameplay experiences that only a game of our scale can provide.
Monster Hunter World in Star Citizen.
That's all for the Valakar, for this Valakar. Let's take a look at some other fauna. Now, the Valakar is very exciting, but I also want to share with you the bigger picture.
We're going to get to see more animals?
So let's start with some Valakar variants. Variants so far have
Okay, there's different variants for the different biomes. Let's freaking go. This is awesome. I'm all for monster hunting. Can't wait. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. And that's one of the nice things about this game is, it's a journey, right? Come the 5th of November at 3 a.m., we're going to be able to hop into the new PAX Day patch and see all the new stuff. It's going to be a one big new world, and we get to live that journey together as a community. That's what's fun about Star Citizen. Good, bad, or indifferent, we get to get out there together. We get to experience the ever-changing environment that it is, Squirrel Lords Gaming says, I wonder wonderful get an ocean with, like, Subnautica. That would be awesome. Could you imagine that with submarines and stuff? Dude, you've just blown my mind with that comment. I wasn't even thinking that. They did announce Subnautica 2, by the way, and it's going to have multiplayer, which is going to be a lot of fun to get into. That would be awesome with underwater base building, with harvesting of resources, with their own fauna and stuff under there. This could be crazy if they do that, but we know there's going to be different variants now of different animals, because look at this. Apex Jungle Valakar variant. And it looks like there's smaller ones to go along with it. So we're going to start to see variants of these things. Squirrel Lords Gaming says, my voice keyboard is super weird. I wonder if we will get an ocean world like in Subnautica. Oh, yeah. If we get a whole ocean world, that'd be even cooler.
Typically just had
I'm all for that.
to their loot and appearance. However, we want to go further with what variants can be.
They're probably going to change their
what
fighting
if the
mechanics.
Valakar evolved and grew in a swamp environment instead of a desert planet? Or if a Valakai never
Oh
made
my
it to
gosh. Look at that. It's freaking creepy looking, dude. Apex Cave Valakar variant, which means we're probably going to be getting much, much bigger caves. Maybe even worlds that are just barren husks and everything is underground. You can't even bring your ships in there. Maybe there's some avenues you could bring smaller ships in, but only into a certain degree, and then you got to land and go on foot. Or maybe you'll have maybe the little dragonflies and stuff can get around down there. Who knows? But the possibilities are endless with Star Engine and with Star Citizen. It's absolutely insane. Zervax says, have you tried the new season in Diablo 4? I've actually not played Diablo 4 at all. At all. I like the old school Diablos. I have not tried Diablo 4. Diablo 3 was not my favorite. Diablo 2, absolute masterpiece. The remaster was really, really great. Squirrel Gaming says, I'm glad that my starter is a Pisces. Some of these giant worlds have massive caves. Would be perfect for the Pisces. Exactly, yeah. And I've even done that with some search and rescues. I've gone and landed in some of these larger caves.
surface and only lived in drowned caves? These are the kind of questions that make
This is
sci-fi
really cool.
one of the best mediums. And I can hear the questions already. What does an adult cave Valakar look like? What does an apex quasi-grazer look like? Well, it's these
Oh
questions
my
that get
gosh.
everyone excited that works on creatures to give you a glimpse into the big picture. All of these variances and differences
I'm
in
so
new
stoked
creatures
for
make up
these
what we
worms.
call our fauna matrix.
Fauna,
The fauna
matrix.
is basically our creature encyclopedia. So these concepts should show you that we want to get more weird and wonderful with our creatures. We've started off with more traditional animal references like dogs and birds and cows. But now we're in a position to create the things that we love about sci-fi, which is the weird and the unknown. So
Oh man, look at that. It's like a giant space jellyfish.
looking at where we're going, all of our creatures have been defined for the road to 1.0. We've ensured we've got a rich, diverse, distinct roster of creatures to make each of our planets.
That's the thing with, I know I keep pausing a lot right here, but this is some pretty cool stuff. That's the thing about Star Citizen as well. Now that they have the systems in place to add in creatures and add in their AI and their behaviors and their loots and all the systems and database entries and all that stuff, it allows them to create animals much more quickly. Once the infrastructure is in place, it's really a matter of just adding more to it, right? So now that we have 2 in-game creatures already, they've set the precedence of what can be made. And now it's going to start to pick up a lot.
Planets feel special. As well, as considering the unique elements of various planets, ensuring that they're populated with appropriate creatures. We've been designing creatures in mind so that planets' ecosystems influence their behaviors, designs, aesthetics, and harvestables. With that being said, I would like to give you a sneak peek at our fauna matrix. That's all from me. I'm very happy to be bringing the Valakar to all of our backers. It's really like nothing else you've played before. I'll leave you with this last video. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon, everybody.
Here we go, another video of this giant-ass sandworm. Oh, all the different creatures, maybe. There's the 2 we have. There's the one that's coming soon. And there's the sandworm. What else do we got? Yo. We're gonna be pausing on this quite a bit. There's like a fish monster, probably from a swamp. Right here. Where's my cursor? Right here. This thing looks like an anteater, maybe in some jungles or plains. This thing looks like some type of buffalo. Maybe it's a variant of the quasi-grazer. It's like a male variant or something. It's got antlers. This one looks like porcupine top. Raptor-looking bird. Seagull-looking bird. A weird upright. Look at different variants of these guys. Little cat-type creatures. The giant tentacleized octopus things in the skies. More pterodactyl-looking things. Little bird perched on a stick. Those better be mounts. Oh, that'd be freaking cool, man. Could you imagine that? They already showed off earlier pseudo first implementation of pets. They had a tamed Copian, and it was with an AI, actually. And it has different vision and stuff. They were talking about the lighting system and the vision system that's going to be implemented with the new cover and lighting models. And it looked really interesting because different creatures can have different levels of night vision, different types. Maybe one is blind, it can only hear sounds, so it has like a sound beacon or something. It looked really, really interesting. But look at all these different animals we got here. we go. Let's pause it there. You can see the cave variant of the giant sandworm. I don't even know what some of these are. This looks like a small little rat thing. Some variants of the copian, maybe a cave copian or something like that. This just looks like a dog. That looks like a freaking face hugger of sorts. Oh, this one looks like a snail sandworm or something in the bottom left. A mole-looking creature. There's the giant sand crab things. Those are going to be a lot of fun. I hope there's an entire planet that's overrun with giant bugs like Helldivers, where you are just fending them off from your bases and you have outposts there to try and harvest resources because the resources are worth a lot, but it's extremely dangerous and you need to have fortified bases and these bugs are coming to take you out. That would be freaking awesome, guys. But look at all these different variants of things that they have sketched out so far. So they now have runewords in Diablo 4, Diablo 3. It's way better than Diablo 3. Can't even compare. Yeah, I was not a big fan of Diablo 3 at all. Let's catch up on some more chat here. Zervex says, if I can loosely agree on 2 to 8 month release window, I'll have a starter pack and help them out. Not before. Well, it's definitely not going to be within 2 to 8 months. I mean, you got to keep in mind too. Again, they're making the engine from the ground up. It's not your typical game where it's like just taken off the shelf engine and you're off to the races. I mean, they are having to make every bit of everything from scratch that's in this engine. Diablo 3 sucked. Yeah, I really wasn't a fan of Diablo 3. But the nice thing, like I said, if we go back over to the release view window, they are very transparent with what's coming out. You can see the patch, what quarter it's going to be released in, and what's all planned on coming in that. So you can see 4.0 and you can see all the different tech. And if you go to the progress tracker, you could actually see which teams are working on it, how many deliverables there are. You can get a very detailed breakdown of what's coming in the game. I mean, there's a lot of games that have been in development for 10 years. there's a lot. I mean, maybe not fully 10 years, but there are games that have been, I mean, most AAA titles are in development for like 5 years. Or even longer. You just don't know about it because they're not crowdfunded. It's a crowdfunded game. Every penny that they get from us is how they produce the game. I'm sure they have investors and stuff now, but it was a Kickstarter project. That's the unique thing about it. It's not like World of Warcraft where they have a huge, backing behind them and stuff like that. Yeah, but not early access. Well, I mean, to be fair, if the game wasn't crowdfunded and they didn't have us in there playing it, it would still be probably the same state of development, but we just wouldn't know much about it. We wouldn't be able to go in and test it and stuff like that. At the end of the day, it's your personal preference. I don't try to sell anybody on getting into a game or not. Same with PAX Day. I just show you what there is in it. And I have a lot of gameplay videos going in and hanging out and in Star Citizen and having fun with everybody. So you can have a lot of fun, but early access games aren't for everybody. I mean, PAX Day is early access, and I know some people who are holding off waiting for it to go full release. And that's why we're doing giveaways to help give free copies to people of PAX Day so they can hop in there with us. I know what you mean. Early access isn't for everyone, that's for sure. This isn't even technically even early access. This is an alpha. Those are some pretty cool creatures, though. So I think we have one more segment.
Some amazing creatures, but we also have some even more amazing ships. Let's give it up really quick again for that Dress to Kill panel. That was amazing.
No, you don't need a
Did an
HOTAS.
Awesome job.
I don't have a
We are back
HOTAS
here
anymore.
at
I sold
Colossus
it.
Workshop.
I need to
We
get
got
another one,
cut
though.
off for time earlier, so I want to give these guys their due. As you can see, they are makers of awesome Star Citizen miniatures. I mean, just look at the retaliators.
I want to skip
the
ahead
razor.
here. We're going to skip ahead to the next segment. But no, yeah, Zervex, you don't need a HOTAS for the game. You could use mouse and keyboard, and some say it's actually even better because you get a little more precision, but I like immersion. I used to have a HOTAS for Elite Dangerous, but I stopped playing Elite Dangerous when their one expansion came out that was terrible, and I sold my HOTAS. I need to get another one, though. They have some really high-quality switch panels and stuff like that for different switches and buttons and all that, and HOTASes and things that you can get Tobii eye tracking, you can get face recognition, a lot of really cool tech in Star Citizen. It's definitely a labor of love. I mean, the level of detail and the fidelity that goes into this game is amazing. But yeah, it's not required. I'm going to be getting one just because the level of immersion. It's a lot of fun to have that connectivity with your ship, as opposed to holding a mouse and keyboard. So I think this is the next segment here. I think this is the last segment of the day, potentially. It looks to be a very long one. So let's see what we got here.
Last name took me 3 years to learn to pronounce correctly, and I'm still not entirely certain I did it. Please welcome to the stage Star Citizen's creative director, Mr. Ian Leyland.
Beyond Pyro, here we go. So they're already getting ready to talk about things that are coming, well, beyond Pyro. So we have Stanton. We know Pyro's coming with 4.0, coming later this year. It's going to be insane. It's already in Evocati testing currently. Beyond Pyro, like I said, there's a lot of whispers going around of people talking about how these next star systems are probably going to be able to be pumped out very quickly because, again, the infrastructure and the tech is made now. It's there. It still needs to be iterated upon and added to and stuff like that, but the actual infrastructure is there to make these systems more quickly.
Hello, everybody. Did I say it wrong? I did.
Yeah,
okay. I did. I still didn't get it.
One day. Thanks, Jared. Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see you all. Thank you for coming out. Did you guys see that worm? Really cool. All right. So right now, it's all hands on deck to make 4.0 the best experience for you. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences. All with completely new and wonderful music from Pedro, which will create an evocative and emotional backdrop. Rich and I have been working directly with Pedro for many months now. Beautiful music awaits. But today, I'm going to talk to you about what's beyond Pyro.
Here we go, guys.
So let's strap in.
Exciting stuff.
And we'll take a look. My name's Ian. I'm the creative director for Star Citizen. And let's start by looking up into the stars and saying hello to an old friend.
An old friend? Gosh, that looks good. Everything you're seeing is work in progress still, guys, by the way. As you'd expect. Tells you right there at the bottom. This is gray box phase. Is that a wild jump gate? It's very beautiful. Such a beautiful game. You really got to go watch that storm scene from the beginning of the stream. It was unbelievable. That looked like a jump gate at the beginning there. So they have said that we're going to have these official jump gates that lead, to the other systems and stuff. And they're going to be secured or whatever, or not secured, however they're going to be. But there are going to be wild jump points that are almost just like wormholes that are unstable that could lead to different places that you could just find out in the wild.
Awesome. All right. So this is Nyx system. Nyx was discovered in 2582 by Carla Larry during the height of the...
What are the chances that they're talking about the Nyx system here in Star Citizen when the new server, the new shard we're getting over on PAX Day is the Nyx RP server? The US or North America Nyx RP server? What are the chances of that? That's kind of strange.
The newly formed United Empire of Earth's territorial expansion. Its most defining feature, and the source of its name, is the sprawling black dust cloud that occupies most of the system. The dust cloud severely hampers visibility and can interfere
with your ship scanners.
Oh, okay.
This system does, however, border with Vandal space.
Oh, I'm digging this.
So, visitors are being advised there are Vandal raiding parties hitting locations throughout
Let's
the system.
freaking go, guys. This is awesome.
But despite this, a small community.
Hey, Burger, how's it going?
has
Welcome in,
formed
buddy.
the system.
We're having a great day.
Is on an asteroid.
We're checking out CitizenCon 2954.
And this asteroid is called Delmar.
Okay, interesting.
And here it is, hidden deep in the Glacium Ring. But actually, Delamar should be, and now is, an actual asteroid. And as it's an asteroid, the space is a zero geolocation,
Nice.
giving a unique identity for a landing zone.
That's cool.
So let's take a closer look at the main POI on Delamar.
It's crazy that they're already talking about other systems now. Like Pyro's hit Evocati, and now look at that. It's like a tube going in. This is freaking awesome. Delamar rework, yeah. This is cool, man. I cannot wait till we just have a bunch of different star systems, server meshings all incorporated. The future is bright, man. There goes a Caterpillar in for landing. Caterpillar's a pretty cool ship. Absolutely astonishing. I love those docking areas, those landing pads, those circles on the wall, those holes in the wall right there. Dermax says, look like the skeletal remains from Death Star from Star Wars. Kinda, yeah. That was awesome looking.
Awesome, awesome. So, for all that remember, it's awesome to be able to say, welcome back to Levski. And for new players, let me tell you why it's a cool place. This used to be an old mining facility, which was mothballed and then abandoned.
Wait a second.
There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels.
What was that? What ship is that? Oh, it's a Carrack. We're seeing it from the top. It almost looked like the freaking bounty hunting ship for Boba Fett. It looks like it's coming at us forward, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like that? That threw me off.
There is an internal network of abandoned tunnels and mine shafts, and these are now populated with refugees,
Burger says Levski was so
fugitives, and
cool.
criminals.
Oh, this is awesome, man.
This is also the home to the People's Alliance, who you'll be doing some work for.
All these different factions.
As Levski was made some time back, it needed to be updated so that it can fit into current gameplay features and systems.
Yeah, it's like 300 years
and mission
old.
loops. So let's take a look at the first update, and that is to the hangars and landing services.
From when it was first, well, they're talking about gameplay features and stuff like that, but I'm talking like when it was found was like 300 years ago, right? When the system was found. Polaris. Nice. Docking collars coming out. That's awesome. I cannot wait to see those function like properly. Kraken. It's got a vulture on it. A Cuddy Black. A cutter. That was cool.
Release the Kraken! All right, cool. So
Release the
Left is
Kraken,
still
yep.
perched over the borehole, but now has a suite of hangars that are arrayed around
Yeah, I like that.
inside the borehole.
That looks really nice.
We're also increasing the quantity of hangars. This is to meet the ever-expanding players per server to remove hangar wait times. And this pass will be done for all landing zones in the game right now.
Very good. Yeah, we won't have to wait for hangars as they increase
And for players
population
that
cap.
don't want to store their ship, docking services will be added high up on the cliff walls.
Yes, that's awesome.
Now, other than hangars and docking services, there are other ways to enter the location, which are also getting new updates. Let's take a look.
Redeemer going by there. Nice white skin on that. That looks pretty cool. These garages? This is freaking awesome, dude. Wait, did you see that? Look in the bottom right. There's like a drone. Oh, that's a dude flying. Never mind. There's several of them EVAing around. Little door down there you can fly down to. Constellation Series landing there. That's a nice looking paint job. Argo SRV, looking nice. Burger says new Levski looks nice. Yeah, this looks really, really nice. I'm digging this. Hey, there's the Atlas walking. Looking good. Is it just me, or Burger, or is it like everything's really coming together as of late in the game? There's so many key systems that are coming online. It's amazing. Got your Starfarer. Caterpillar. I love the Caterpillar. It's such a unique ship.
All right, awesome. So around the main entrance, there's still gravity plating for on-foot access. And these will lead to open landing pads for quick drop-off and pickup.
Nice. So just like the space stations. It's cool.
And we're also adding access to gameplay areas for a variety of local missions and gameplay types. And as you saw in the video, there will be banks of exterior
Yeah, server meshing's not
freight
perfect yet, but
elevators.
they're getting it figured out.
These can be used
It's
for
exciting.
quicker gameplay loops without requiring hangar services. Now, as this is a zero-G location, it also gives an opportunity for another type of specialist freight services. Let's take a look.
Interesting. Specialist freight services. Wonder what that could mean. Look at that. That is so cool. Damn, dude. Reclaimer right there. Hercules. It's cool to see all these giant ships. Is that a Hull C? Really gives you a sense of scale when you know these ships, how big they are. Oh, okay. This is like where you could load up on cargo boxes and shit. That's awesome. Check that out. That is really freaking cool. Yeah, cargo, man. What do you think about that, Burger? That is sick. There's a dude standing there, station transit. I like that. That is super cool.
All right. fly.
You were waiting for this?
So
Yeah, that's
first
awesome.
off,
It's going to make the whole sea
now
really
the
come alive.
borehole goes all the way through the asteroid, which is awesome to fly through.
Yeah, I like that. That's really cool. It goes all the way through
Down
now.
at the base of the asteroid, there will be banks of exterior zero-G freight elevators.
Hell yeah, dude. This is so
These
cool.
will be priority access for Hull Series ships. So for all the Hull Series folks, we got you covered. The same functionality is also coming to space stations in both Stanton
Oh,
and
nice.
Pyro.
So yeah, they're implementing that tech across everywhere now. That's really nice. That's great to see.
But wait, there's a little bit more. Let's take a look.
Yeah, station transit. What's this? This is really great. Cargo services 06. Oh, nice little chill area. Got your handbox drop-off location. I'm kind of excited for, you got your terminals there to sell commodities and stuff. I'm kind of excited for passenger missions and things to come online and then have those arrival and departure things actually mean something for people who are doing personnel transport. That was a nice little interior. The music was pretty good.
So, the external freight elevators will now have direct access to cargo decks to be able to quickly sell or
Love it.
pick up for the next run.
Absolutely love it.
So that concludes some of the exterior updates coming to Levski.
The exterior.
But the interior is also
we
getting
go.
some updates to
See
bring
what they
them
did
in
in here.
line with current gameplay requirements. These will be spaces like cargo services, as we just saw,
Yeah.
for hauling and supplies, and refinement centers, so you don't need to travel far to refine your ore.
Very nice. Very, very
And
good.
We're updating the interior layout to provide better access to gameplay spaces. So to conclude, Nick's system will be the next system. after
Hey, there we go.
Yay.
The Nyx is coming next. I think we're going to see it pretty quick, too. They already have a lot of the planet tech ready to go.
Delamar is now a physical asteroid with a zero-G play space. All right, not so much. And we're updating Nevsky to fit current gameplay mechanics and gameplay
This is
loops.
awesome. I'm looking forward to this, man.
And most importantly,
It is really
we're
kicking
adding
off.
local areas for gameplay content.
Yeah, it's not too big of a system. It's not. I don't think it's tiny, but it's not anything super big. So it's gonna be a lot easier for them to pump it out pretty quickly,
Now,
I believe.
Speaking of gameplay in landing zones, let's leave Levski for now. And let's jump to Rainy Arcop,
Oh, okay.
which is missing the most gameplay spaces right now. So we're continuing the Building Interior Initiative. We're adding additional districts.
Burger,
to
do you know the
landing zones,
astronomical units
which are gameplay focused?
of Nyx?
These gameplay areas will interweave with the landing zone, but ultimately will be independent. So for Area 18, let me introduce you to the Municipal Works. And this will be split into two locations. The actual Municipal Works, which will be an open world sandbox area for all players, and the lower Municipal Works, known locally as the Depths, which will comprise of several instanced levels. So,
Oh, it is
how do I
11.2
get to
astronomical
the
units.
Municipal Works?
Yeah, only 3 planets though. That's
The
right.
Municipal Works is accessible in
Sounds about
multiple
right.
places in Area 18.
I like what I'm hearing with these municipal
Some will be
workplaces.
available
This
for
sounds pretty
everyone,
cool.
And some you'll need to unlock with mission progression.
Ah, okay, like rep and
As
stuff.
an example, here's a map of Area 18 Central. And as I said, there'll be various access points throughout the
Dude,
landing zone.
that's awesome. I like
and
that.
Some will be easier to access than others.
Very cool.
These access points will lead to transit systems, taking you deep into the underbelly, eventually reaching the municipal works.
Sewer network? Let's
And the municipal works
go.
will
This
have
is
spaces
cool.
like maintenance, filtration,
This is
and
going to add a lot of fun
sewer
gameplay.
network,
Check that out.
which is what we're seeing here.
Like a dungeon.
It's a very exotic place. So down here, it's an open world sandbox for you
Mutant
and other players,
sandworms
very
and toxic
similar
sludge.
to contested zones in pyro stations.
Okay, contested zones. Nice. I like
It's
it.
an area to do local missions like exploration, repair, or even pest control. But the main purpose is provide access to the depths. And these will be instanced areas.
Nice. So it's not going to have to load
So,
everything else.
What is an instance area? Well, an instance area works in the same way as an instanced hangar. And as the name says, it's a separate space for you and your group. But
The nice
why
thing
do
is there's
we
no
want to
loading
do
screens.
this?
You can have these instanced areas without
This
having loading
gives us
screens.
the ability to create tailored missions that will provide
This
a
is really
mixture of
cool.
content,
Puzzles.
like combat or exploration or puzzle gameplay, and fundamentally allows us to design challenging, meaningful content.
Okay, these really are like dungeons. This is awesome. I love that. Really great stuff there.
All right.
So that means you could go down there with your party and it'll be like instanced. I don't know. How many people does it let in there? Maybe it lets your whole party. Maybe you have to be a part of a group. Maybe it just gives you, puts you in with a certain number of people. Maybe like there's a cap of like 100 people or something. I don't know. And then maybe they can have like a free for all, like the underbellies of Dalaran, where you could have the dueling and stuff down there. Who knows? But this opens up a ton of gameplay, and this could then be implemented again. This is what they do. They make core tech and then they implement it across other systems. Once they have this, now that they have the hangars, once they have this, they'll be able to make other instantized areas in the world, really bringing the world alive as you go into and out of these different areas.
So let me illustrate. Going over here. How the depths will be split by levels.
Oh, there's different levels to
Stay
it
with me on
as
this.
you go
I'm gonna rattle
down.
through it quick. So let's say you're
This
in
is
level
awesome.
B01. You're
All
running
right.
a mission, you're having a
B01.
great time with the curated content I just mentioned. But down here, you'll have to do a variety of content over a period of time and over multiple play sessions. At the end of the mission, you'll find an access point, which will bring you back to the landing zone. And you'll do this loop multiple times.
Yeah, even
with
Events Burger
different
could be.
mission content.
This is
After
amazing.
achieving the required amount of progression, your access level will be upgraded. So this
Oh, and then you
time,
can go deeper.
you head down the access point elevator, and now it takes you all the way down to level B02, and you continue on with your journey.
Then you go back up. Then you get
Now
more
this
access and you
is
can go
your new
deeper.
area with different mission content, new rewards.
This is
and a
amazing.
new access point back to the LZ. The same as B01, you'll do this loop multiple times. And you guessed it, eventually you'll get access to level B03, and we continue deeper.
This is going to open up a
Each
ton of
level you
gameplay.
unlock, you
It's like
access
Bunkers
new
2.0.
areas. For new mission loops, you'll access new, more challenging curated content and access better and better rewards. And this is what will form progression-based content.
I love it. That's going to have cool aesthetics too. Yeah, like a raid, maybe.
So as I just described, was a very condensed version of an actual play sessions. But this
I'm
still
looking forward to
describes
that.
the unique
I
gameplay
cannot wait
experience.
to get that in our hands.
Landing zone areas which will offer long-term gameplay progression. So that concludes
I love
this
that
section
aesthetic, too.
on
It looks so
gameplay
cool.
spaces for landing zone. We're excited to show you more.
Look at those rats.
All
Those things are
right.
huge. Bigger than a freaking
So we're going to head
football.
away from Arcot for now. Let's look again into the stars. And now we're going to talk about solar systems. All right. Stanton system was the primary system in the game. It
Discovered
serves as a lawful system.
2,851.
It's protected by the UEE and will continue to be evolved and updated as we balance it with other systems. Then we have Pyro system, which we've spoken about.
Oh, next system after Nick's Burger says? Maybe.
The primary unlawful system, and it's the perfect contrast to Stanton.
Then there's
as we
Nick's.
just saw, we have Nick's system. It's not a
Terra,
totally
Magnus,
unsafe
maybe.
system like Pyro, but it depends on where you go. As it borders Vandal space, see that little bit of red? That's
I like
Vandal
that.
space right there.
I really, really like how they did that.
And the UEE.
They're making each of the systems unique in a way, like Pyro, Lawless, Stanton, heavy security. Nyx, depends where you go. There's some areas where they have raids coming through because it has a heavy presence of Andul. This is really going to be able to make your gameplay unique to yourself. You're going to be able to go where you want to go and experience what you want to experience for whatever game session you may be in, and maybe hire a carrier to get you there faster or something. There's so much gameplay that's going to be opening up as this stuff comes online. So let's see what's going to be after the Nyx system.
Does not protect this system. But we've got a little bit of space there, haven't we?
Got a little bit of space there. Pun intended. We need a system with heavy security. Well, I guess Stanton is kind of heavy security. I'm sure it could be heavier.
I thought you were saying click system then. I'm like, I'm not sure about that one. All right. But we've got a bit of room at the bottom.
What's going on? Let's
It
see.
would be a shame not to fill it in with something, right?
Come on.
So
Terra?
if we get a big
No,
cheer,
it's not Terra.
we'll reveal the system. You ready?
Let's go. Yes, but
Very
not
cool.
the UE.
Very cool. All right. Here it is. Oh, wait.
Oh my gosh, no way. He friggin' trolled us.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
Dude, that would suck to be him and have to do that.
Let's
Get
take
booed
a
by everybody.
sneak peek at system number 4. Here it
Oh,
is.
okay, we're gonna get to sneak peek it. Let's see. Let's see if we can distinguish what it's gonna be.
Well, it's awesome, right?
Yeah, they're trolling us again.
All right. No, in order to reveal the 4th system, let me take you on a little history lesson.
Let's do it.
And to do that, we're going to load up our old friend, the Galactipedia.
Nice.
So, we're back in the
There's the
height
Xi'an Empire.
of the human-Xi'an Cold War. Tensions were at breaking point. In 2542, Armistead Perry introduced a designation line for a group of 8 planetary systems that marked the borderlands between Xi'an and human-controlled space.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The United Planets of Earth designated the systems as no-fly zones and utilizing them as military staging grounds.
Interesting.
But one system on the Perry line
Ah.
offered a key strategic position for a potential invasion into the Xi'an Empire. And that system was Castra.
Interesting. Yeah, it's Casterburger, you're right.
But luckily for us, war was averted, the Perry Pact was signed, which was a peace treaty between the now UEE and the Xi'an Empire, so the Cold War ended. The systems of the Perry Line were divided up between humans and Xi'an, and fast forward back to present day, humans and the Xi'an enjoy a more prosperous relations. And everyone
Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh.
So, the 4th system will be Castra.
Nice. Okay, this is cool. It's gonna be very militarized, I would think, because it was a staging ground for military stuff, and they said there's some secret thing there or something like that.
History lesson's over, so let's jump in.
Wait,
and
hold
find out.
on. I need to go back and pause this. Let me read this really quick. Zone is a staging area for the naval bombers. Castra was a key military position along the Perry Line during the Xi'an-human tensions of 2530 through 2789. Once the Akari Treaty was recognized by the Imperator Toy, The UEE military largely demilitarized this system, so it's not militarized anymore, and opened it up for habitation, public habitation. Castro was recently experienced a boom in population thanks to the inexpensive real estate that opened up in the wake of the military departure. So it's maybe not going to be heavily militarized anymore. We'll see. Yeah, this skybox looks absolutely amazing.
History
Let's take a look
lesson's
into
over,
it.
So let's jump in and find out a little bit more. First, we have Castor 1. Here it is.
First planet. I like how it's
Castor
green.
1
Hopefully it's
is a
swampy.
dead, coreless
Oh, it's
planet
dead.
because it's too close to the sun to be terraformed for human habitation. So instead, the UEE Navy used Castor 1 for target practice,
Holy crap, it's just a big
giving it the
target.
nickname of Bullseye.
Wow. It's like a
All
nuclear
the weapon
wasteland or
testing
something.
throughout the Mesa era has left Bullseye covered in craters. And as you can see, it's super toxic, meaning
Probably a
ground exploration
radioactive
will require
sandworm.
high-end environment suits.
Yo, we need radioactive
And as you saw
protection
in the
now.
weather demo, raging storms will create difficulty of access, giving risk.
Do you think we're going to get like radioactive storms and stuff? What if they had something, and this is pure theory craft, but what if they had something kind of like the game Fog or Mist or whatever? When these radioactive storms come, there's these creepy monsters that live within the storms only when the storm's happening, and you need radioactive protection, and there's like horde survival stuff there. That'd be really freaking
Risk and rewards for adventurers seeking unique minables and other items.
cool. Okay, so there's some mining going on there.
Then we have Castor 2. The second planet from the sun is called Cascom. And
Cascom.
this was
It's
the
got a ring around it.
location of the military's staging area.
Beautiful
Since the
hues.
system was opened up to non-military settlement, it has since become a center of trade and tourism, but is still considered an Earth-centric traditionalist system, which prizes citizenship above all else.
Oh, okay. So you'll probably be able to get
Let's
some land
head down
here.
to the surface and check it out. Breaking through
QT
the clouds,
engage.
you'll find a landscape full of Great Lakes and lush crimson forests.
Oh,
And as you
nice.
saw in the CTG presentation, you can see how we're going to make these worlds with the new technology. High up on the mountain range, here at the highest peak, we can just make out
Can you imagine Ocean Worlds?
the landing zone called
Sherman, look at that. I love that aesthetic. That looks beautiful. Water Worlds would be amazing. Subnautica style
which is
gameplay.
fondly known by its residents as the island in the sky. Sherman is currently in pre-production, but I wanted to take the opportunity to show at least.
Wait a second. If Sherman's in pre-production, that means that what was the name of the other system that's after Pyro? That means it's already like probably done then, or close to it's in polish phase because they're starting Sherman. Wait, no, this is the fourth one. So that means they have several other systems that are probably in polish. Yeah, the landing zone's amazing on this. I mean, that's a Javelin going in. So that is an absolutely ginormous landing bay. I love it. It's beautiful. And there's a smaller one in the top right as well.
A sneak peek. Let's take a look.
This is looking amazing. The new weather tech. Look at that. What a view. For pre-production, that's amazing. I have a feeling this is going to be a very cool place to be. Burger, your new home? Yeah, maybe, man. This is looking really, really great. Welcome to Sherman. Military Air Base, Sherman. Look at the size of the guns on that thing. Clearly it's pre-production because you saw the textures and things like that. They were placeholders. You know, obviously it's not full fidelity. Landing pads there. Yeah, those guns are like the size of an Idris. I mean, but for pre-production, this is crazy. Look at that hammerhead down there. An A2 going in for landing. What bridge are we on? What ship is this? That was a Javelin? Nice. There's a Polaris right there. Man, the hype around this is going to be real. Unreal, man. That is amazing. This makes Unreal Engine look like a toy.
Awesome. Let me take you through some of the areas of Sherman you just saw. The dominant landmark you see in the center is Spaceport Ulysses, named after the mountain Sherman is sitting on.
Oh, the name of the mountain
is
is
where they
Ulysses. That's
staged
cool.
the bombers that were on active rotation, waiting on any sign of any aggression. But now it's mostly a commercial spaceport. The Navy still has an air base here.
That's so cool that it's
but
repurposed.
It's a great place to see some big ships of the UEE. Commercial hangars are located inside the main trench. And even though this is a converted from a naval base, it still has an impressive military flavor. And speaking of military flavor, the original AOV-9s anti-orbital cannons are still present around the
That
defensive
is
walls,
crazy.
with most of them
Anti-orbital
being decommissioned
size 9s.
once it became a civilian city. Over to the left of the spaceport is the Sparrows Industrial Park, home to the sprawling cargo yards and manufacturing plants. The Sparrows has evolved from its days as a military supply and munitions depot into a bustling and modern industrial park. To the right side of the spaceport is Fort Riggs, which originally used to house the army when Sherman was
That looks
used
really nice. Look at
as
that
a
park
staging
down there.
point for a potential ground assault of the Xi'an Empire. Since the area was decommissioned, it has now been turned into a business park,
That's
and is the
awesome.
governmental
I cannot wait to
center
explore
of
that.
CASCOM, with the Governor's Council headquarters located here. As this base was built during the Mesa era, as humans were expanding their borders, this introduces a new architectural style for humans. Between the First Travarian War on one front and the Xi'an Cold War on the other, a new style called Henoism arose. With an emphasis on prefabrication
Look at those towers down there
and fortification,
with those lights.
the designs were robust, durable against warfare and harsh enemies and harsh environments.
I love the architecture here,
And from
man.
all the locations we just saw, high up on the upper wall,
It's a
you can see
terrapin.
the commercial district, and specifically the Ansel shopping complex. Situated high above the sprawling main base below, the Ansel area originally served as the command center to Sherman's military operations. Inside this building, you'll find key areas like the Edge of Oblivion Bar, which was converted from the old officers' lounge. You'll
The Edge
also
of
find
Oblivion Bar, I
ECOC
like that.
Security headquarters, and you'll find the Mercenary Guild headquarters. The other areas in the commercial district include the OPA towers for habitation. That's the building on the left. And on the right, it's the Imperial Sherman Infirmary. There's also the Reeves Military Museum, where you can experience the history of humanity's military and the role that Castra has played in keeping the Empire safe. And finally, we have Overlook Point, which is the name of the vantage point and park situated in front of Central Command, which has the best view overlooking the
That is
landing
going to
zone.
be amazing to look
So
out
that's
of.
a quick overview of some of the key areas of Sherman. I think it's devastatingly beautiful, with a rich history and unique mood and vibe.
Presumably, you'll be able to pick these places as your homes, I would think, in the future. Because right now, when you pick your where you want to be, you pick Stanton, and then
So
you pick
before I
the
go, I want to
planet.
thank you all. You are all awesome. All your passion, all your dedication make our lives as devs so much easier.
Yeah, really, really nice work.
And thanks to the CIG staff, who's the awesome work we're seeing in front of you.
Burger says, I hope it'll be your new home. Yeah, I'm
thanks
definitely going to
again.
be going there.
You are all amazing, passionate, and enabling us to dream big. Enjoy the rest of your show.
I'll just do that. All right.
That was awkward.
Okay.
That was awkward, he
We're
says.
just about at that time. Before we get there, I do have a couple announcements. Now, this time last year, I did a couple announcements and it made a couple of people upset. I used this opportunity to call out a couple of people who bothered me. Mostly, I just want to
No,
say
they did
the
not talk
ground
about
floor and the
Squadron
first floor
42
could be
yet.
the
I think it's
same
coming
floor.
here at the end, probably.
No, we actually do have some actual honest-to-goodness announcements. Two of our partners, Scan Computer and VKB Joysticks, are doing giveaways for the people here exclusively. Now, there are numbers on the
I'm going to skip ahead to the next segment here.
3404 to buy your last piece of swag to check.
All right, looks like there's 30-minute intermission here. Let's go ahead and find when it starts. Looks like Chris comes back out. Two, one, action. Let's see what they got here at the end. Is it Squadron 42, you think? It could be.
Command had confirmed that
This is an SSN news flash, delivering the news
You think Chris equals Squadron 42?
issued by the aUEC Naval High Command Office has revealed that a Vandal incursion into the has been stopped. News flash. More coverage.
I think you might be right. Yes, here we go. United Empire of Earth, 2nd Fleet, Squadron 42. Here he comes. The man, the myth, the legend, Chris Roberts. Burger says hype. Yeah, absolutely, man.
I hope you like what you've seen so far in day one.
Hey, Amber, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. About to get a Squadron 42 sneak peek. You guys holding up a banner? What does that say? I can't even read it.
Thank you very much. Anyway, so I hope
What do you got, Chris?
like what you've seen so far in day one of CitizenCon 2954. I think the future of Star Citizen is incredibly bright. We have a few more things to show and tell you about tomorrow. But let's talk about the Hornet in the room. Last year, we announced that Squadron 42 is feature complete. So what has the team been doing since? Given the scale and ambition of Squadron, our teams have been focused on polishing and optimizing to ensure the game meets the high standards that I have, the team has, and you guys have. This level of quality does take time, and we're committed to delivering an experience worthy of the journey. So I'm not sure if we've officially talked about gameplay time, but the story on a regular playthrough is anywhere to 30 to 40 hours in length, which is not inconsequential.
30 to 40 hours for Squadron 42. That's pretty decent if you think about it. It's probably more like, probably more like 20 if you rush
thought
it.
it would be best to boot up the game.
No
and
way.
Start at the beginning.
No way.
Now,
I'm excited to play
quite a
that.
few people want us to play a pre-recorded video where we played it safely offline, but that's not our style.
They're going to show us gameplay live. They're going to boot it up.
So, we are
Like, it's something, and it's lore.
I've played it through many times, flawlessly not crashed, sorry. Occasionally, we've had a few, so if something happens, it happens. But fingers crossed. But what you're about
Actual
to see is
gameplay.
the prologue of Squadron 42's and you,
Oh, I'm hyped for
the player's
this.
origin story. And you can think of it sort of like the opening of Gladiator, but even more epic. And I want to remind everyone that we are still polishing and optimizing. So what you're about to see in here is still work in progress. And will
It is
continue
feature
to be
complete,
improved.
though.
But I hope you agree it is shaping up to be something special. So to take us on this live journey, I would like to bring Richard Tyra.
They're going to bring a
Senior Game
professional gamer
Director,
out.
to the stage to play the game.
Let's go. Enter stage left.
All right, Rich.
Professional gamer entering. I need to get me one of them jackets. That jacket's nice.
Absolutely. Hello, CitizenCon.
Let's see what you got, man.
So,
Now, I really hope he's not doing fluff, missing shots for dramatic effect and stuff. Get the headshots, man. We know you're using a mouse. You have precision. Don't be effing around here. Why does that chair have a cutout in the crotch? Look at that.
my name's Rich Tyra, and I'm the Senior Game Director for Squadron 42 in Star Citizen. And I think we've got a little bit to play, so who wants to start?
Wait, how did you buy one 2 hours ago? I thought they were only sold on site.
Okay.
Can you actually get them?
So as Chris says, this is going to be
Check
playing
this.
it as a natural playthrough with, hopefully we don't run into any issues.
Dude, he's
But
in
we'll
the
go from
game right
there.
now.
And this, what you're seeing here, is the combat pilot training application.
Bean says
form
it's for peeing into a
that
bottle.
We're going to submit for your application.
Wait, can you actually can get one on the RSI website? I thought it was only on site that you could get one. I'm starting a GoFundMe to get a flight jacket for Star Citizen. All right, let's see what they got here. So combat pilot training is where you start off, or application form on the UEE Navy Flight Academy website thing. Current rank, service member. So current rank is Starman, service number, and then it has a number there in the bottom right. Terms, policy, and cookies at the bottom. That's hilarious.
But once we get into
Go on
the
merchandise,
game,
I'll have to check it
kind of
out,
be
yeah.
quiet and just let the game speak for itself.
Is that an F-8C Lightning? I think the Lightning's a really cool ship. I think a lot of people think that. Henry Cavill. Here he goes. Commander Ryan Enright. Such a nice looking ship. Just launched out of a bangle. I'm going to break this down as we go through it, guys. There's a custom F8. So it looks like here you have 1, 2, 3, and 4 single seat combat engagements, combat search and rescue, troop transport, logistical support, convoy training. Academy. Recruits will be trained in a variety of piloting disciplines before specializing. So that's the training screen. Requirements. You become a UEE Navy, or if you become a UEE Navy pilot, you will be the lifeblood of the military activities throughout the UEE and beyond. So High Command looks for qualified candidates who are able to withstand the physical, mental, and psychological stress of the job. Got a VX 330, pass all the VX 330 physical performance tests. Number 2, receive clean physical and mental bill of health. Number 3, clean background check and eligibility for security clearances. Step 4, a DX 334, pass the DX 334 psychological profile test. Bean says, looks like HOTAS time, poor wallet. Yeah, I need to get one too, buddy. Teams of flight. After a period of general flight instructions, you will be assigned to specialized flight training based on aptitude, qualifications, and service needs. Then it goes through the different, you have single seat multi-crew, reconnaissance and intelligence, and research and development. This is cool, man. Then start your application.
So should we go rookie?
Oh, this is your difficulty, looks like.
Which one?
Go wingman.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, he's going Legatus. Oh, crap. Select your home world. Terra, Hurston, Jen, Mars, Earth, and this is pretty cool, man. Angeli. Anagli, however you pronounce that. Oh, you got to actually put in your name and stuff. This is sweet. It's cool that he's actually playing and it's not just some safe, pre-recorded thing. You know, this could crash right now. Okay, guys, it's not finished. Let's hop back in. Emergency contact. That's amazing that you get to do that. Mars start for sure, you say, Bean?
So you will be able to fully customize your character further into the game. But in the prologue, this is how you select it.
I assume you talk to all rookies that way. I assume you talk to all the rookies that way.
That's your security credentials.
Should we go?
First name Chris, last name Robert. That's his emergency contact. That's hilarious. Burger says, yeah, Mars start as well. Vega System, United Empire of Earth, 2945, 1057. You hyped, Burger? Me too, buddy. This is awesome. I'm gonna grow potatoes on Mars. So, Bean, this is actually Squadron 42. This is the single-player experience game that they're coming out with. It's feature complete. It's in Polish Pass, and they're just, fixing up stuff with it now, but it is feature complete. There's a bunch of really awesome stuff that we got to see. This is just day one as well, and there's still quite a bit of time left on this bar here. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? Welcome in, buddy. We're checking out the Squadron 42 coverage here. They just got into it. Reason why you bought it in the first place? Hell yeah, man. This is the prelude into Squadron 42. Chillin', just literally got home. Nice, man. Welcome home. Welcome into the stream, buddy. Second Fleet, UEE Navy. Location, high orbit above Vega 2. Operation patrolling Vandul border. Look at that. Several Bengals in there, dude. That is not somewhere you want to be fucking around. Making laser beam sounds, Bean says. The stuff that they showed us today is unbelievable. UEES Gauntlets Javelin class destroyer. Look at the size of them guns, dude. And there's the player, supposedly? Or presumably?
I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged and went dark. The word is it might be that clan that we've been battling with. Guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would.
Ghost says sheesh would love to fly that thing.
Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
It's probably boring to fly. Because it's so big. Wait a second, hold on. He just sent that to Chris Roberts. That's hilarious because that's his emergency contact. I love that you get that level. You see some screen tearing? That's not on my end, guys. That's in... He's playing the game, probably no VSync or, you know, the polish pass isn't done yet. He sent it to Chris Roberts. That's amazing.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
It is. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Burger says quality is amazing. Absolutely. It's one of the things about Star Citizen, attention to detail.
Captain McLaren to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up.
Applied again?
Took me a couple times before I got in.
Really?
Thank you, sir.
Interesting. This is giving me chills, guys. This is going to be a really great story. Nice. So it shows you basic stuff for new players, how to look and move with Wasad and all that. We are on a Javelin.
Yes, this is a live demo, and no, it won't crash.
I probably will.
Well, we hope so.
The screen tearing's crazy on his end. Yeah, this is kind of like the tutorial, so to speak. It's the prelude, I think they called it. Oh yeah, when we did a tour of a Javelin once, you got to see stuff like that. Roped off areas that are under construction. There's a turret.
And why are we sitting here? Vandul aren't stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want.
Those are pilots?
Well, they can hit whenever. Hey, there you are. Hey. Where's your helmet? Can't gun without it. Come on. Rookie mistake.
The screen tearing's nuts. You'd think they would have fixed that before they showed it, but it is what it is.
Jacobs told me the Vandals had 4 ships, and I haven't been able to sleep since.
The immersion of a living ship, dude, is gonna feel so freaking cool. I'm gonna spend so many hours in this game. Ghost says, imagine the amount of people you need to operate this monster. Yeah, absolutely.
total initiative horse shit. High Command's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun.
Almost like the suits on Earth 1 and attack.
Think you should oblige, you know. Let a couple of hours slip on.
Look at that level of detail. So immersive. I mean, look at all the bunks, dude.
Would they seriously do another show about the fall cattle?
Absolutely ginormous ship. New entry, Squadron 89. What did that say? I'm going to go back 1 second, guys. Squadron 89, the Lost Squad. Interesting. Probably one of the missions or something like that. Report for duty. Get your equipment in the top right. And you can see in the top left your minimap, which we now have in-game. Shows you a little marker to go and get your equipment. Can you even buy a ship of that size in-game? Well, you can get a Javelin. They're not in the Persistent universe yet, but you can get it from referrals, and I think you can purchase some of the other big ships. Yeah, I think you might be able to actually purchase Javelins, but yeah, I don't really consider it. Some people are like, oh, it's pay to win. I don't really consider it pay to win because you're not gonna be able to pilot this thing by yourself. Like, you're gonna need a crew of people. It's not the same as like, oh, I just bought a gun that does more damage than your gun, so I win type deal, you know? This is how we're going to be able to change our gear in Persistent Universe, presumably. This looks good. Nice. Oh my gosh, I love the boot up sequences. Things like that. I love that.
Hey. All set? Hey, you got any sleep last night? Yeah, me neither.
Burger says you could do nothing solo with the ship. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a nice boot up sequence, huh, Bean? Oh, I hope we get to play those arcades. Right now they just look cool. I hope we can actually play on them.
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for his last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna be screwed.
Oh my gosh.
This is Captain McLaren. CitizenCon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your
Oh, shit's heating up.
Looks like this could be it.
CitizenCon changed to orange.
Hey, good luck. I'll see you up there.
You got it.
Can you see his helmet boot up? No, you can't. It's only one-way visor. Yeah, and this is cool to see because this is the type of AI that we could presumably be able to see in the Persistent Universe once the servers aren't lagging all to hell, which having server meshing is going to help with that, you know?
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there.
Oh, we're getting in a turret.
Glad you could join us.
That's...
Once you calibrated and ready to fire
yeah. It's going to be all the controls are going to be messed up because Goofy... So we're trying to become a pilot, but we're a gunner right now, looks like. Got the sheer number of guns on this thing. Voice acting's really good, I think, yeah. Initializing, complete. It's doing a boot up sequence for this as well. I love that stuff.
Goofy uses this thing with those settings. I'm just going to do a full reset so you can get operational. Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program. Stand by. Start with tracking. Since we're out here hunting a Vandal clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow.
Nice tutorial. They are really helping to teach you everything. This is nice.
All right. Should be all set.
Size 8 turret burger. Hell yeah. This thing's awesome.
Firing mechanics. The system projects simulated rounds, so don't worry about friendly fire.
That's a cool training. That's cool training right there. Simulation. Oh, we switched over to the cannons.
Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy.
That's what we're going to need in the persistent universe, targeting subsystems. Awesome.
Okay, your targeting is tracking solid, so that should do it. Checking the other gunners and they seem
Looks so clean. Yeah.
Everyone up? Marcus, test your tilt. System says it's sticky.
Are they going to jump in to hostile territory?
Good. All right, people. Eyes open, mouths shut.
I would love to see, like, grav tubes to launch fighters.
Staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening. My money's still on the drill. What'd I just say? Sorry, sir. About time. Shut.
Did you say shut up? Just told them to shut up. Admiral Bishop on screen.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn, and
We have seen this speech before.
there have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more. Today, we fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system.
Oh, shit.
This means
What the hell just happened to that guy's face?
is headed our way.
Live demo.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will be no time for sorrow. We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance.
2 billion souls. Look at all the civilians down there.
Illusions about what we were up against. In the history
Oh, they're going down to
of the
bunkers.
UAE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions.
This is getting you pumped, man. You know it.
We will not lose the system. We will not fall back. We will win, because we have to. We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today.
So say we all.
Bishop out.
It's giving me Battlestar Galactica feels.
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
I think there's a lot of famous people in this. Oh wait, those are grav launched. I didn't realize the Bengal had grav launchers on the runway inside. That is awesome. I've always wanted stuff like that, like from Battlestar Galactica. That was really cool. That is one hell of a fleet. Let's see what the Vanduls are. Made the same in the Idris, that'd be cool. Several hammerheads. I would like to see a mass lock type thing that they have in Elite Dangerous. Where are they at? Holy crap. Here they come.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Check this out, guys. This is tense. This looks amazing. Vandal Scythe right there.
Strip safeties from the Goliath. I'll have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
Ooh, check that. What size gun is that?
What are they waiting for?
What is that? What is that? What did he just say? Kingship? Holy. That is wild. That's a Vandal Kingship? That's unbelievable. 30 kilometers long? That's insane, dude.
I thought it would be bigger.
I thought it would be bigger.
So did I.
We need aliens in game. Imagine how cool it's gonna be to go to like alien worlds and to be encountering all these different species and stuff.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
This is crazy, guys. Wonder if they're gonna give us a release date for Squadron 42. Damn, they are ugly, Ghost says. Oh, look at all those fighters, dude. Here comes the swarm. Jeez Louise. Well, weapons free. Let them have it. You could see the rifling in the barrel. Did you see that? Give them hell. The Idris with that giant nose cannon, that massive railgun. Hammerheads are no joke either, man. Those are all fodder. Lead the charge. There's turrets on the turrets to protect the turrets. Did you see that?
Got one. I got one.
This is crazy. This is the guy playing it now. This is live gameplay. He's playing this right now. This is what we call a target-rich environment. My favorite type. He's playing on the hardest difficulty, by the way, too. When he first spooled it up, he put the hardest difficulty on. Yeah, there are a lot of them. But that's the thing about these bigger ships, and they've talked about this for the Persistent Universe as well. These tiny ships, they're not really going to be able to fully... I mean, sure, maybe you could take out the turrets or something like that. But you're not gonna be able to. You're not gonna be able to get through the shields of a giant capital class as a light fighter. It's just not gonna be a thing. You don't pack enough firepower with the size class of weapons that you have equipped. That's why you have some of the heavy fighters, the capital killers, where they can actually do some damage to them. But this thing's riddled with turrets. This is so freaking cool. You think they're not too hard for the tutorial phase? Maybe, yeah. But they also probably just can't do much to the ship. I mean, I'm sure they could do something to the turrets, but it is definitely a target-rich environment. This is awesome. Really cool to see this. Cannot wait to play this game. Ah, brush off. He's gonna do a flyby, and we're gonna keep him off of him. I wonder if they script things where you just can't save the guy. Oh. Did it crash? It's not... I hear sound again. Submitting crash report, collecting files. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Really cool gameplay, though. Hey, he's back! He's back. He actually sat up because he was waiting for Squadron 42. He's right here. This guy was like sleeping the whole time. He was very unimpressed with all the other tech, but now he's actually sitting up, arms uncrossed, paying intentful attention.
It's all right. We're going to keep going.
Did it save right where he was, I wonder? Oh, he's gonna go to the next phase.
Fighting to protect your home and loved ones, or even learning what you're truly capable of. Those are just the first.
Hey.
I'm Commander.
Ah, so let's go to...
Dude's a fake gamer.
back in the game.
He seems pretty legit to me. He's a professional gamer. Why does the player look like Superman? Because that was an advertisement in the game. It was an ad of the UEE Navy trying to recruit people, you know, so they're putting the super soldiers and stuff, the heroic stuff on. Yeah, look at this guy's super into the Squadron 42. He's awake now back there. All right, he's right back in. That's hilarious that it crashed, though. Collecting data live. This looks clean. Oh, he's doing the brush off now. Here he comes. Looks smooth too. Yeah, it looks really smooth. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's performing that bad, to be honest. I mean, screen tearing, sure. Crash, okay, bound to happen. These cinematic scenes are amazing. What are we about to see now? These guns are crazy. If you guys haven't hit it yet, thumbs up on the stream for Squadron 42, man.
I should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvus. Redirect to fill the gap and take those gunboats off integrity.
Like, you don't mess with a bangle. I mean, look at that damn thing.
Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
Ooh, shields are taking heavy damage. Open them torp holes, let them fly. Are those nukes? Direct hit. It's not the little pew-pews, it's the big boom-booms that win.
See how strong that line is. Raiden, you're their support.
That Idris is taking hits, man. Let's see that railgun in action.
Multiple impacts, sir. Could have been capital ship fire.
It's too focused. It's more like heavy fighters. Do we have a line on them?
Turrets have been taken out, sir.
Oh, belly's exposed now.
We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
So they're gonna go to the bottom side where all their turrets were taken out. There's heavy fighters doing some damage on the belly.
You heard the captain? Want those dual ships fried and crispy. Copy? Aye, Captain. Copy that.
On it, sir.
Let them have it, gunners. It's us or them. Good kill.
This turret play looks really good. This really shows you the potential for the persistent universe once we get things of this scale into the game.
Those fighters knocked out the nearest shields. Enemy bombers are incoming. Take them out. Tracking target.
Oh, he's busting the engines off. Sub-component targeting. That's cool. Oh, it said friendly target because he missed and it went past and hit the bangle. Bombers coming in. You can see the turret taking hits in the top left. This is freaking epic. What do you guys think of the scale of this battle? Ooh, a little bit of frame drops there. There's a lot of stuff going on screen. Burger says, I want to play now. You'd be both. I think everybody wants to play this. This looks so good. I cannot wait for this scale of stuff to come to the Persistent universe. I love it because I want to play it like right now, Ghost says.
Here we go, target down.
There's so many of them. This is insane. Oh no. He just got freaking lasered in half, bro. That Idris just got sliced in half. They gotta launch some more torps from those javelins, man. Oh, it's taking out the turrets on it. I wonder if you could do like search and rescue stuff after the battle. Because there's got to be people who had flight suits on or something that were inside that Idris that maybe survived. The debris is getting in the way. That's cool. Its shields are still holding. This is crazy, man. Oh, they're gonna take out the giant cutty beam. Oh, it's getting them. That turret's gone. Better take that thing out quick. Those beams are nasty, man. Cut an Idris in half. Vandal weapons are insane. Yeah. Oh, the turret's down. Thank gosh. Oh, boarding spikes. Those things are going to attach to the hull. Oh, one of them just made it past.
I need help! I need help!
Here comes another one. Is he going to target it? Oh, he got it. No, no, there it is. What the? I think they got boarded by some of those spikes. Vandals made planetfall. Oh no, it's gonna cut that bangle in half. It's charging. Oh, it's like a multi-part gun. Holy crap, dude. That bangle's done. Oh no.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors.
Oh my gosh.
This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
Weapons.
Suicide
I need
run.
you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Kraus? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir. Wait.
The Van Duel
Take a hit.
gonna blow themselves
Drop
up.
our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, Shields?
Sir.
Navigation.
Sir.
Adjust heading. 10 degrees port.
Aye, sir.
Let's get their attention.
They're gonna put all power to weapons by dropping shields power. Need to get those javelins to launch some more of those nukes, man. Get in real tight with a firing solution and let them rip. God, those guys are ugly as hell. They bleed and you would hesitate? It's hidden behind the work in progress. I can't really read what they're saying. End them. Oh, they're charging up the laser again. Hammerhead down. This is getting hairy.
Starboard 4 exposed. Sir.
Hit them again.
Waiting on you, Mr. Kraus.
They're gonna kill us.
Oh, they're missing a gun. Oh, man.
Power spikes. They're charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Here it goes. What are they gonna do? Boarding pod. Oh, it's gonna go to the first person. You're gonna have to probably fight off these. Wait, they can't get through the shield, can they? Go. What did he just say? Retaliators. Here comes Squadron 42 in. They got retaliators, F-8C lightnings. It was a trap. They're doing a bombing strife on him here with these retaliators. What size burger? What size guns are those retaliators running? What size? They got torps of what size? Here comes a bomb and run. He said go. That's what he said. Defense turrets deployed. Size 8 torps on those retaliators, guys. Let's see what they can do against a kingship. Here they go. Getting a lock. Can they make it before the fighters get to them? Can they make it before the weapon charges?
You can cover, I can make a run at that shield, Jenny. Copy. Hey, Roker.
Digging the colors on these ships.
Those fighters. Beetle, Mug, you're at me. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear you a shot.
Better get those retaliators in there or you're screwed. Oh no! Is it crashing again? Right at the best part? Come on, recover. Oh, it crashed. That's crazy.
Wow.
Need those paints, Burger says.
You don't want that.
Are they gonna go back in? They're going back in, don't worry. I'll jump ahead a little.
I just want to know, there's something wrong with this computer.
Something wrong with the computer, he says.
I literally played this last night full. Our QA played it.
I'm gonna jump ahead a little so we get back into it. You're at CitizenCon? The announcer live, you're at CitizenCon right now? Well, it's ended now, right? So you're out in Manchester? How was it being there? I'm just covering it after the fact here. Thanks for stopping by the stream, great to have you. Anything that I want to know? We want to know everything. Chat. Let the announcer live know if there's anything that you guys want to know from behind the scenes or anything like whatever. I don't know if he's got behind the scenes info, but back at the hotel and oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god, he says. Pretty sick stuff, right? Guys, let the announcer live know what you guys want to know. Want to join Discord? Yeah, you could join Discord. After this is done here, I'm going to be cutting the stream off, but go ahead, join Discord. There you go. Love to have you, man. Let me know what you've been seeing out there, if there's been any good stuff. And everybody in chat, let the announcer live know if there's anything you want to know from CitizenCon. He's back at the hotel now. I'd love to be able to go to a CitizenCon. Oh, this is back. We have to skip ahead a little. We've already seen this.
All of our weapons, even steel.
So after the recovery, they were back a little bit. This is where he's telling them you're weak.
They're gonna kill us.
This guy flinches a little bit here. They're getting hammered. He calls in Squadron 42. And here we go with the bombing run. Right where we left off.
Flight, Echo Flight, prep for boost.
The announcer live, thanks for stopping by. You having a good time out there, buddy? I was going to stream at 2 in the morning when it went live over here, Central Time in the US, but I figured there wouldn't be too many people on, so I waited until after the fact and we could skip around and stuff.
All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Guys, let's get thumbs up on the video for Squadron 42 doing a bombing run, guys.
Copy, Doug. You can cover, I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Rover, take Charlie and Delta, screen up those fighters. Beetle, Bug, you're with me.
Make sure you guys are taking part in the giveaway. We're giving away another copy of PAX Day this month as well, too. All you gotta do is be subscribed, leave a comment on all my uploads. Every upload that you leave a comment on, you get an entry. I cannot wait to see this bombing run. They gotta get those retaliators in close enough, otherwise the missiles or the torps will just be shot down.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
Might be right.
There were some amazing booths there. If you got some pictures you took, throw them in the Star Citizen, the Cloud Imperium room. I'd love to see that, man. Oh, they're taking out their shield emitter. Now they're vulnerable. Shields down. They're panicking now.
Shields up!
The gameplay was amazing. Only two crashes only. Ooh. Is that an engine pod?
Report!
Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
The Kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
Glad the crashes happened, though. It shows that it was live gameplay. That is true. Here they go. Size 9 torps away. Holy shit. They're screwed. There's no way you're living through that many. I don't care if you're a kingship. Look at that. Get absolutely fucked. Hell yeah. This is awesome. What is he doing? Is it like a staff? Preserve and tear down our enemies. Oh, is he going down with the ship or something? Is that part of their, like... Is that part of their lore? Is he gonna turn this into a giant bomb? I think so. I think he's about to kamikaze him. This guy's gonna evac with the staff, whatever that is. Some type of symbolism going on here. Passing of mental power? Or passing the mantle of power? Yeah, that's what it seemed like. There he goes to escape. Is he gonna turn that kingship into a giant kamikaze? Oof, one retaliator down. The Vandal F8C. I would like to see Mass Lock come to the game. I don't think it will, but that'd be kind of interesting. Like Elite Dangerous has. What is this guy gonna do now?
Sir, Kingship's headed right for us.
Yep, I knew it. He's gonna ram him.
Shot took out the main thruster, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
Getting a rapid increase in the Kingship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the...
Oh, you saw the life-size F7A? That's so cool, man.
Attention fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship. If you want to volunteer
Escape
to
pods.
stay, we could sure use your help. All right. Tell the gunners to concentrate all the power they've got. Maybe we can take out this king ship before it hits us.
Yes, sir. Logistics. I want every ounce of juice pumped into those guns. If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Here we go. FPS race. I mean, not FPS. DPS race. It's going straight for him. Look at the sheer scale of this battle. That javelin looks operational. Hit it with those giant torps. Oh, never mind. It's getting cut in half. Oh, here's you knocked out. You're about to come to come conscious now again. Get the hell up, Tyler.
There's a plot here, come on! Go, go, go! Come on! Come on, come on!
Oh shit. 79% health flashing in the bottom left. Get to the nearest escape pod. Find a med pen and heal. Med pen dispenser? Error. Oh no. He's gonna rip it open. One left. I'd save it. You're only at 79%.
I think I can crouch over that.
This is the tutorial. You gotta remember that, guys. So if it seems a little more guided, it's probably on purpose. Oh shit. Time for some FPS gameplay. Hell yeah. This is such a sick intro. The intro to a game, guys.
Hey, hey, hold the door!
They're gonna close it on you. Ah, I knew it. It's gonna get blown up. I knew it! Oh my gosh, I'm calling things left and right. Burger says epic intro. Yeah, this is amazing. I can't wait to play this.
I need to find another way out of here.
I think it looks like a lot of the stuff carried over between the two games, like press F2 to pull up your map and stuff on your Mobi. Ghost says, wait, this is just an intro? This is dope. Nobody has ever done this for an intro in a game ever. Yeah, it's definitely an epic intro. It's like the prelude or whatever. The announcer live says this was amazing to watch this with all the others in the hall. The lights were reacting to the video. Oh, that's really cool. $4,400, only 600 didn't show. I'd love to go to CitizenCon, man. We'll just see where they announce the next year CitizenCon's going to be. Showing a little bit of the FPS scanning gameplay here. Oh, it's going to be in LA. Got to find the credentials. Hey, does this thing have secret tunnels like the MSR? Nice. That's awesome. You can see the map in the top left. You got your navigation beacons or markers. Access shafts? Hell yeah, this is cool. Why does nobody have guns on this ship? That was creepy. Dude. This is wild. Oh, there's a gun on the ground. Grab it. Grab the gun. Yeah, let's go. Got an SMG. Announcer Live says, honestly, can't wait. And yes, the release year is at the end. Oh, they do tell us the release year? Oh, this is going to be cool. Oh, he just got freaking stabbed. Nice. Burger says it'll be so hard to operate this ship. Exactly. I think it needs to be, though. You know, it's a giant capital class ship. You don't want these things to just be easy or pilotable. I don't think you should be able to pilot it hardly by yourself. Maybe you can control main thrusters, but you can't control that. I don't know. They need to find some way to make these things balanced for the persistent universe, but nevertheless, it is insane to see this. What the heck? Oh, reactor. Reactor just went off. Burger says, yeah, it needs to be hard. Absolutely. Completely different flight method? Yeah, exactly. You need to have like a crew just to pilot the thing. Oh, here we go. This is the fire extinguisher gameplay with the fires that they showed us off. This stuff's coming in 4.0. This looks really good, actually. Only serious orgs will operate ships. This ship in a good way. I mean, I don't know. I don't really consider us to be a quote-unquote serious org. We're more casual, but I think we could. Easily. You just gotta have enough people, be coordinated. That's what we're good at. That's what the Cheeky Buggers United's all about. Teamwork. Announcer says you will see the how to fly soon. Oh, we're gonna get to see that in here. That's gonna be pretty cool. Oh shit, get your gun out, bro. What the? Oh my gosh. He's busting down the door, dude. Ooh. Explosive decompression to persistent universe when? This is wild. He's got no thrusters, presumably. He's got no EVA capabilities. Are they going to show us him grabbing onto something? That's going to hurt if he hits that with that much force. In the next round of EVA, we're probably going to get what he's about to do right here. This. Being able to crawl along the surfaces and stuff. I'm so happy with the new EVA model. So much better than what it used to be. This is unbelievable. Get this in the persistent universe. EOTB says, you know he's gonna live. Well, a player's controlling this. There's a professional gamer up on stage controlling this, so I'm sure you can fail at this. But you would just reload. This is the single player Squadron 42. This is not like just a cutscene or anything. He's actually playing. I like how you actually target where you're going to be jumping to. It looks intuitive. Press F to grab. You got a distance marker on it. You can see suitable locations. This is nice. That explosive decompression was amazing, though. I really enjoyed that. Also, welcome in, EOTB. Hope you're having a great night. Announcer says this was all a live demo. Yeah, exactly. And he says at the end, at least I didn't die. Oh, he tells that to Chris Roberts. That's funny. Ooh, big jump here, big jump. You can see he's rotating with E. Q and E's to spin, presumably. There he goes, grabbing on. I'm really looking forward to the fire model coming in, the explosive decompression coming into the persistent universe. It's going to be really cool. I don't really think anything would be sitting still like that. It would be bouncing off of everything, as everything would have different momentums and trajectories.
I don't have an EVA pack.
Yeah, he's got no EVA. That's why he has to crawl like this and grab onto stuff. It's working really well. Wonder if he'll find an EVA pack. This is insane to see. Burger says, dude, the game looks amazing. I'm impressed. Yeah, this looks so good. The level of detail, the attention to detail is just next level. Star Engine is an amazing engine. Hey, there's a hammerhead. Giving cover and fire. Oh, it's search and rescue. It's got a light going. I mean, the scale of that battle, that was next level. I like it when you land on stuff, you affect its momentum, because now this thing's moving down a little bit. Keep in mind, too, this may look easy. He's got on the hardest difficulty. It may look easy because he's developing this game, so he probably knows the best way to go for all this stuff. We're going to have to, like, make wrong jumps and struggles and die and reload and stuff. It's not going to go this smooth. AOTB says, I hope he finds a ship to bug out in and report back to duty. That'd be kind of interesting. Burger says, and ray tracing not in yet. Yeah, I don't think ray tracing's even in this demo, right? Like, it's not implemented. I have high hopes for the Vulkan render API to bring a lot of performance increases as well.
Warning, oxygen low.
Ooh. Oh, his oxygen just recharged. I think, did he enter a place that was pressurized?
Pressurizing.
This has ray tracing to a certain degree, you think?
Pressurized.
There we go, now it's pressurized and gravity's on. That may have been a bug. As soon as he entered the room before it was pressurized, his oxygen went back up. Right after it said oxygen low, it recharged because he entered this room. That may have been a bug. The beta guy, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Seeing some exclusive Squadron 42 content here from CitizenCon, and the announcer live is live at CitizenCon with us right now as well in chat. Beta guy says, sir, we're gonna have to cancel your ship insurance plan.
So did I.
Oh, there's the captain.
I need your help with something. Follow me.
You don't say. You need help with something?
So we have to reroute our energy from our shields to our thrusters to change direction. Take a seat.
Went up by a little bit, but not much. This is a good scene, you're saying? Let's see. Oh, he's gonna get to... Holy crap. He's gonna pilot it. I need you to fly? Oh shit, here we go. I can't wait until in the persistent universe you actually reach out and touch buttons and stuff like that. It's gonna really bring another layer of immersion to the game. Grab some duct tape and follow me, we could fix it. So you do need two people. Look at this flight model for this thing. I am so happy they decided to go with a different flight model for these giant capital classes. This is awesome. Does it take two people to do this? I kind of hope it does, if I'm being honest. That's amazing. That looks really good. Yeah, super clean. Setting course. Interesting. Right now it takes one, announcer live says. Oh, she's sorting the power. Okay. Course locked.
Good. Hold that. Shifting power back to shields.
Shields.
Engaging autopilot.
Cordless! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water and we can help.
She's gonna ram.
Under control. You are to reverse.
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out.
She's ramming.
We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Lock your course. Get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel.
I will.
Get to the freaking escape pod. Let's go. Heavy fighters incoming. Oh, boarding. Boarding clause. Get ready to fight. I love the natural progression of this battle. It started off just calm, cool, collected, and then the chaos of war, and now it's just all out insanity. Oh, I see. She had to lower the power to the shields so you can move the engines. Now they got their momentum. She put power back to the shields.
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off.
Wait, he already had a gun, though. Oh, he got decompressed and lost it. Look at that glitch. Look at it. She's freaking out. Here we go. He just muzzled the captain with the gun. Stock up on those. Put them on your hip.
Disabling safeties on the reactor to boost some extra juice.
Look at the bridge here, man. The bridge is beautiful.
Here they come.
Where are they at? Ouch, that looked like it hurt. He's at 36% HP. Better grab another med pen, brother. I would love to play this demo. Remember Stargate SG-1? That one race of people who had those stabs where they would launch projectiles from them? That's what these Vandal remind me kind of. Some super glue for a sucky chest wound.
Don't worry.
Ah, there you go. He's healing up. Look at his drug toxicity, 34%. I feel like you passively detox a little bit too fast, if I'm being honest. They could limit self-healing if they just made it not go down so fast.
Give me your rifle. I'll cover you.
What the?
What's the status on the door?
Oh my gosh. They doubled. Yo, look at her. That's awesome.
Jared, I think you can roll the next bit.
That's hilarious. Just be sure to use a safe word with friends in a med pen.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend
Graduation
the
day.
Empire with my life.
They had to cut it short, yeah.
Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm safe.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
Maven says good advice, EOTV.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
Hey, yo, shower scenes. Let's go.
Sir,
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
You want me to know your name? Live long enough for me to care. I like it.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Hey, Gladius. I really like the Gladius. Amazing light fighter. Wow, look at this. Is it a probe drone? Oh, what the heck was that? Boats? Boats confirmed, guys. Sewer monsters confirmed. The announcer says, gotta get some sleep. It's 2 a.m. and we got 7:30 a.m. start. All right, man, you have fun there at CitizenCon over in Manchester. You'll have to let me know if anything cool happens. I'm gonna be covering this up when I wake up in the morning. We'll cover day 2 with everybody. But thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for joining the Discord. Really appreciate it. Give it a thumbs up on the way out, brother. And we will see you tomorrow. Have a great day.
Well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they...
Wait, did it say 2026? Did I miss it? Where did you get 2026 from? Did I miss something? Oh, 2026. Valor Rises. So a year of polish and stuff?
Right, well, we did say we were doing it live, risking the demo gods, and they...
Top of the badge. Yeah, I see it now. Feel free to drop me a message if you want to call from Manchester. Hell yeah, dude. Definitely. We will, if you're cool for, if you're up for it and you want to, if you're cool with it, we will do something live here on the channel with you, on the floor. If you have your phone with you and you could do live from your phone, that'd be pretty sweet.
I hope you all enjoyed the first gameplay reveal. There's a lot more that goes on in Squadron 42 after that, but that sort of sets up where you came from, and from there you go in.
Really appreciate you stopping by, brother.
And start serving on a smaller ship, the Stanton, which I think we've shown a little bit before. But you know, there's a lot more in the game than we were just showing there. And
I'm off to the Atmos Sports event from 4 p.m. as well.
Has been a lot more stable for me when I was playing these last few
Sounds
weeks.
good, man.
But you know, as I said at the start, we have 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, and you know, we're confident we can bring the quality of the game up to the level we've just shown and more without crashes.
Without crashes.
Both the team and I are confident of giving you.
Their 30 came from the single player game.
Obviously, you can see it's not going to be tomorrow because saw a few crashes there. And speaking of the team, a lot of them are here tonight, and I'd like to extend a huge thanks to all of them for their hard work, love and passion and talent in crafting Squadron 42.
2026, guys.
All there.
That's really earlier than I thought it was going to be, to be honest.
You're amazing. And you know, thank you for supporting us and allowing us to build such a ambitious game. I mean, crashes aside, there's probably not another game that has a prologue that has that much action. I mean, mostly there aren't movies that have that much action.
I agree. That was
Gladiator
packed.
has 3 minutes of battle and 8 minutes of prologue. This was like an hour of crazy stuff. So, but thank you for allowing us to build something so amazing. And
really
I
cool
can't
to
wait
see.
For you all to be able to play it in the moderate future. And with that, I'll bid you good night, and we'll see you tomorrow to talk about the future of the verse. And I think there's some amazing stuff that Rich and the team are going to show that are going to blow you away, and we're going to talk about how we're bringing Star Citizen home, as well as Squadron 42.
But the one thing that is good about the crashes, now we don't have to convince anybody that it definitely was live.
Yeah.
It's true.
But I am listening to Tyler and Jerry.
Those jackets
next
are so
time,
cool.
And we'll have a gameplay video. All right, thank you all, and good night.
There you have it, guys. There's a Squadron 42 sneak peek. A lot of really awesome stuff. We've been streaming for almost 8 hours covering CitizenCon. This is the end of the show for today, for day 1 of CitizenCon 2954. Let me know what you guys thought about this in the live chat. Let me know what you thought about it down in the comments section. We're doing a giveaway this month. We're giving away another copy of PAX Day as we get closer to November 5th 3 a.m. Central Standard Time. The next patch is going to be dropping. Well, the first patch for PAX Day is going to be dropping. It's going to be really, really great. Get in there with you guys. Going to do another 30 days of PAX Day. We're going to be playing some more Star Citizen along the way as well. We're going to be covering CitizenCon Day 2 tomorrow with you guys. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the announcer live to do a live chat with us, live on the floor at CitizenCon over in Manchester. Guys, if you could please hit that thumbs up button, lets YouTube know that you guys are really appreciating the work that I'm doing here. Consider subscribing to help us reach that subscriber goal of 1,000. I would greatly appreciate it. We're going to be doing a 24-hour subathon once we reach that 1,000 subscriber mark. Let me bring this volume down just a tad here so we can finish up this outro. This is really great stuff, guys. Go back and watch the whole thing if you haven't seen it. There is some awesome, awesome stuff packed into this CitizenCon, guys. Drop a subscription, give us the thumbs up, really, really appreciate it. Exclamation point Discord in chat to join our community, the Cheeky Buggers United. Exclamation point website where you can go and submit your very own application to join the Order of the Blood Brothers, as well as the Cheeky Buggers United in all games that we play. We're going to be getting the org all situated with everybody on Star Citizen. Some really great social features coming to the game. We have our Minecraft server spooling up. This music is epic. I'm freaking pumped for the future of Squadron 42 as well as Star Citizen. The future is really looking bright. Production is ramping up very, very hard. Be subscribed to the channel. Leave comments on all my uploads this month. Have a chance to win a free copy of PAX Day. Tell your friends, tell your family members, whoever wants to win one leading up to November 5th. That patch is going to be coming out on the 26th, I think it is. 26th, we're doing a event over in PAX Day to send off our existing world. That is the Omen of Oblivion, A World's End, Saturday, October 26, 2024, over in PAX Day, gathering at 5:30 in Bloodhaven, US East, Danu RP, located in southern Tremin. You can find Bloodhaven. We're going to be doing a send-off of our world for the Omen of Oblivion, A World's End. We're going to be starting the event at 6 p.m. It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys are not going to want to miss that. Small little gathering of friends and clan members to get together to just show off Bloodhaven and reunite with everyone before the flood happens to wipe out our world. Thank you guys for tuning in with me here as we covered day 1. We are going on hour 8 of this stream, guys, so please subscribe, like, share it, go back and watch all of the awesome stuff that happened here today, guys. Some really, really great stuff. That weather scene was probably my favorite thing. Seeing Squadron 42 was really great, but that weather scene was probably my favorite thing, guys. It was absolutely amazing. You guys are definitely going to want to check that out. The level of immersion that's going to be coming from Star Citizen, guys. Really, truly next level stuff. But that's going to do it for me. I will see you guys tomorrow to cover day 2. I'm going to be going hanging out with some people over on Discord for a little bit. I need to get some food in me and to get some rest for tomorrow. Really excited for tomorrow, guys. You still can grab the digital goodies package if you want to. It's $30. Get you all kinds of digital goodies from CitizenCon. I need to get me one of them jackets. That jacket is amazing. UTB says, now I need to build out a devoted room in the house for a flight room. Calls Builder. How cool would that be? I want to get a cockpit sim for this. As this game picks up, as this goes to full release, guys, Star Citizen is going to be next level. It's going to be an amazing experience, and I'm looking forward to experiencing that with all of you guys. And we've already been having a ton of fun over in Star Citizen, but it's only going to get better as we head out into new frontiers. When 4.0 comes, we head out into Pyro. It's going to be something truly special, guys. But that's going to do it for me for tonight. I'm going to go get some food. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye for now. Make sure you guys stay tuned for my credits roll. I actually added it here into my outro. See you guys tomorrow. So you can see the credits roll, guys. Huge shout out to all of my supporters. Thank you guys so much for all of the support. It really means the world to me. As you guys can see, the Sleuth squad rolling by, the senior sleuths, and here comes the junior sleuths. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Again, would not be able to do this without you guys. I do YouTube full time. If you guys enjoy the content that you're seeing me put out just about every single day, join our community, get active with a bunch of really great gamers, really great people, even just to hang out and chat. ! Discord, guys. Really, really awesome people over there. Consider joining one of the sleuth squads, the junior sleuth or the senior sleuths. You can see the join button down below. Really means the world to me, guys. I will see you tomorrow.